скаже, ми в ефірі. Щоб мене відбивку не... Ага.
А ми будемо чути заставку в підслушці, коли вона закінчиться?
А ви нам скажете, в ефірі, поїхали, чи щось таке? Ну, нам команду, щоб я почала
Мотор,
говорити.
ефір.
Газова, чи станеться вона, і чи замерзатиме Європа без російського газу? І чи буде тепло в оселях українців на Різдво?
Відповіді на ці питання і найголовніше, найболючіше питання для європейців, чи не припинить Росія транзит газу Україною, шукатимемо на цьому онлайн-майданчику. І допоможуть нам в цьому експерти, а також перші особи газової галузі
The first
України.
people of the gas sphere of Ukraine will help us to do that. This is the Transit 2020 Marathon, and we have the huge team working today. So please welcome the host Tetiana Litvin and Vitaly Litvin and Tetiana Gocharova. So this is the fifth day of negotiations in Vienna. The delegations of Ukraine and Russia, they have to sign the protocol needed for the transit of gas. And basically, this gas should be transferred through the Ukrainian transport system. I want to just remind you that on December the 20th in Berlin, during the triangular negotiations with the support of the Maroš Šefčovič, the Vice President of the Euro Commission, the parties have reached an agreement in the transit question. The protocol has been signed, but we're still expecting the agreement to be signed. We already have the preliminary promotions. First of all, there's going to be 5-year transit with the opportunity to prolong the agreement for 10 more years. We also have the very good result that Gazprom has paid already around $3 billion according to the sentence of the Stockholm Tribunal. Moreover, the Naftogaz have to recall all of the previous claims. So should we now turn back to 2006, 2009? Should we now turn back to our troubles and challenges in 2015? Take a look at the video now.
Від початку української
From the beginning of Ukrainian independence, the natural gas and its transit to Ukraine has become the main challenge between the relationship in Ukraine and Russia. Two of them were really acute, so it has called the gas wars. This term was first used at the beginning of 2006, when Russia shut off the gas valve at the New Year's Eve. As a protest, the Putin's advisor Andrei Illarionov resigned and declared that it is the gas war. Illarionov has stated that Kremlin has used the energy weapon against Ukraine. In 2005, the Russian gas monopolist Gazprom has created a situation in which Ukraine has lost the opportunity to receive the gas directly from Turkmenistan and Kazakhstan. Moscow has demanded to increase the price of Russian gas by 5 times, from $50 to $250 per 1,000 cubic meters. Negotiations between Ukraine and Russia were unsuccessful. So on the night of January 1st, 2006, Gazprom cut off the gas supplies and accused Ukraine of the unauthorized gas extraction. The crisis was resolved on January 4 with the signing of the agreement on gas supply to Ukraine through the intermediary company Ukrenergo. Gazprom and the Ukrainian businessman Dmytro Firtash company had become its main shareholders, and the gas price for Ukraine in the first half of 2006 was $95. 2006 gas agreements have caused serious disputes among Ukrainian politicians. Yulia Tymoshenko was the main opponent of the Ukrenergo activities. By the end of 2007, she became a prime minister of Ukraine and aimed at removing the gas broker from supply chain. As a result, Yulia Tymoshenko has regular disputes with the president Viktor Yushchenko. Russia took advantage of the rivalship. On December 31, 2008, President Dmitry Medvedev issued an ultimatum. Next year, the gas price will be an unreasonable $450 per 1,000 cubic meters. The next day, the gas supply to Ukrainian consumers were cut off, and from January 7, the transit itself was completely blocked. Europeans also stopped receiving gas. On January 19, the prime ministers of two countries, Yulia Tymoshenko and Vladimir Putin, have signed a new agreement. The contract between Naftogaz and Gazprom specified the base price of $450, but due to temporary discounts in 2009, it was $233. The intermediaries between Gazprom and Naftogaz were eliminated. The take-or-pay principle was also introduced, according to which the Ukrainian side would have to pay a fine for purchasing less gas than stipulated in the contract. The take-or-pay principle was criticized by the International Arbitration Tribunal in Stockholm a few years later as discriminatory. Tanya, so before we come into this moment X when Russia can stop the transit from Ukraine, the European partners have been prepared to do that, so they now have the maximum amount of gas in their storages. Also, Ukraine is prepared. Really, there's up to our unique gas storages are now almost full with gas. You know, I will just interrupt you. It's not like a literally, it's not a literary evening today, and you're using unique words for the gas storages. Yes, you will take a look at the next video and you will understand that our gas transport system and transit system is unique. The gas transmission system of Ukraine is composed of gas pipelines, compressor stations, and underground gas storages, which are located in Ukraine as a legacy from the Soviet Union. The transmission system transports natural gas to the houses of Ukrainians and dispatches Russian natural gas to Europe. The total length of the pipeline is approximately 38,000 kilometers, which is almost equal to the length of the Earth's equator. It's one of the biggest and the most powerful in Europe. It consists of more than 70 compressor stations and 12 underground gas storages. The GTS Operator of Ukraine interacts with 7 powerful gas pipelines of the neighboring countries, such as Russia, Belarus, Poland, Slovakia, Hungary, Romania, and Moldova. In 2019, 66 billion cubic meters of gas were carried through the territory of Ukraine from Russia to European Union and Moldova. For more than 4 years, Ukraine hasn't purchased Russian fuel for its own needs. In the same time, Naftogaz has received from Gazprom up to $3 billion per year for the transfer, that means transit, of Russian gas to Europe. However, since the 90s, Russia has been building pipelines bypassing Ukraine. The main are the Yamal-Europe natural gas pipeline and the Nord Stream, transferring the Baltic Sea to Germany. The construction process of the second pipeline branch has been suspended due to U.S. sanctions. There is also the so-called Turk Stream pipeline. It's one of the lines intends to transport natural gas to Southeast and Central Europe. The Vice President Maros Shevchovich of the European Commission, we have already mentioned him today. I would like to remind you once again that on 27th of December this year, in his Twitter, he has said that the Ukrainian operator of GTS has been already unbundled and ready to work according to the European legislation. I want to remind you that by that time, the Ukrainian operator of the GTS has been certified by both Ukraine and the European Union. So finally, we have had something happening that has been already expected from Ukraine, unbundling. Now we will tell you a bit more details of what it is, but I hope all of the Ukrainians already know what it is. So, unbundling. Unbundling is a process of separation of the gas transportation activity from the gas production and supply activities. That is the way the European gas market works. The same company cannot simultaneously operate as a gas pipeline and sell fuel due to the fact that it contributes to the monopolization of the market and can affect the cost for the gas consumers. The relevant legislation has been approved by the European Union Parliament in 2009, and it is called the Third Energy Package. package. Ukraine undertook the commitment to implement the provisions of the third energy package in 2010 by joining the energy community, which is the unity of the countries of the European Union and Southeastern Europe. The Verkhovna Rada, the Parliament of Ukraine, passed the law on unbundling in November 2019. Thus, the gas transmission system operator that is responsible for gas transportation became independent and no longer subordinated to Naftogaz. To do that, the Cabinet of Ministers has created another state-owned company, the main gas pipelines of Ukraine, which is subordinated to the Ministry of Finance. That will be the company that will be responsible, in particular, for the transit of the Russian gas. The new GTS operator is scheduled to start operating from January 1st, 2020. So we continue in the work of our Gas Informational Center, and I would like to introduce our first guest. So please welcome Victoria Romaniuk, who is the Stop Fake Deputy Chief Editor. Together with Victoria, we will take a look at what is going on in the informational space, in Russian informational space. Victoria, I recall the main narrations of 2014 by the Russian propaganda groups and speaking on their language, like independent Ukraine is going to freeze out. But for more than 4 years, we're not buying Russian gas directly. So what can you tell us now? How can you summarize this picture now? First of all, good day. Right you are. Thank you very much for inviting me. You're right you are. One of the main pro-Russian narratives will actually that Ukraine without Russian gas will not survive. And every autumn, every end of summer, we see the whole number of fakes that are connected to this story. But if we're speaking about the most recent periods, then starting from autumn this year, then every one of us, we have already seen about what is going to be done with the nine commitments, and we all know that it has been supported with the Russian disinformation and Russian fakes that has been then disseminated to different forums. And that has been disseminated by the coordination with the highest people. Yes, we have to say that the Russian propaganda has been working in the framework of the ideology, in the framework of the pro-Russian political system, because all of the main television channels, all of the main media have been financed by the Russian budgets. And thus, we can already say that we can understand that everything that has been said at those channels that has been connected to the policy and the ideology of Kremlin. Speaking about the policies, I would like to ask to first of all comment on the Mr. Spesko, which is press secretary of the Russian president, what he has said. He said that the negotiations that are currently happening are difficult, are challenging. That's about the transferring gas through the territory of Ukraine. So he has said that it's too early for us to forecast the results of these negotiations and whether the new contract is going to be closed for the gas transit. How can you comment upon that? Well, first of all, I would like to say that this is the message from the 30th of December, and that I see nothing bad in this message because, negotiations are really hard and they still continue, they're still in action. I'm not going to say that it's a fake news or not, but what it gives us to understanding that it gives us an understanding of the general paradigm of the Russian propaganda, because they do not give the clear answers and they do not clear information on that. But it gives us an information about I see some pressure for Ukraine in this message that Ukraine has now weakened its position and they're now accepting the offer of Russia as fast as possible. But the main strategy of Russian propaganda is to create a situation of misunderstanding of what is going on. If we will analyze the messages of the recent days from Russian side, we see both the positive and negative assumptions and connotations in those messages and the explanations of the situation. It all has been created created so that us and our audience, both Russian, Ukrainian, European audiences, because everyone is following the situation, for us to feel the situation of informational chaos and informational misunderstanding, for us to keep on tensed. You've mentioned Europe, and I would like to turn to a new, fresh message by the Russian propaganda medias, is that Gazprom and media, they have now passed the deadline to sign up a treaty. Well, you know, this is a constant situation once again. This is the Kremlin tactics. On one side, they're constantly creating this wave of misunderstanding, complete misunderstanding of what is going on. On the other side, there is the tactics of accusations, mutual accusations. We have seen a lot of messages starting from October when they've said that Naftogaz is now pausing and freezing these processes. Naftogaz do not want negotiations. Why are they doing that? They want just to show that Europe is now interested in mitigating this conflict, and Russia is now doing some steps forward, and the main reasons for all of the problems is Ukraine. Is it that? This is the truth? No, that's not the truth, because we have had done a lot of debunking of these messages, and we have said that mostly Russia is now holding back the negotiation process. So maybe that has been some of the dishonest behavior of Russia in this issue, which actually causes the pausing of the process. But those messages, they fulfill the informational space, and thus they create the informational chaos, and it's not quite clear of what is going on. If the person wants to know what is the reason of delay in this contracts, who is the one responsible? So you wanted me to tell what to do for our audience, how to understand what the truth, what lies? Yes. You know, this is a complex question that maybe the average person will really be puzzled with that, and we need to have the professional think tanks to do that. And I really like how Naftogaz built its communicational strategies, because we see a lot of information on the official pages of Naftogaz. And as a fact checker and as a representative of organization that try to debunk fake news, we are always looking for the answers for our basic questions. We're looking for the official pages of Naftogaz. So if the person would like to learn something and find the answer to some questions, you have to go to the main sources. You have to go to the main resources of Naftogaz. You have to read it out, because the main positions are signed up in a very clear way. And also our organization is watching, following the fakes. We're trying to debunk the fake news, but also following and using the trustworthy media and trustworthy sources. So today, even maybe those really respected media can be mistaken. They might be also trapped by some of the fake news. So you have to read for at least a couple of the informational sources. You have to then analyze the information. The Gazprom source, can it be a reliable source? No, I believe no, because we understand that Gazprom is not to say a competitor, but, well, at least this is an organization and establishment that is our, not to say enemy, but we have some conflict there. So, of course, we understand that the messages that are delivered by Gazprom, they'll be mostly following the interest of Gazprom and Russia. The web page of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Russia, trusted and reliable source? No. But for Russians, this is the source of the official information. Absolutely, yes. But we have to understand that we're now located in the field of informational war. And most of the actions are not happening in the warfare, but in the informational warfare. And the official sources of information, Russian sources of information, are the best evidence of how the war was taking place. Because even if we take a look at those materials that are available for us, it shows us the strategy and tactics of Kremlin behavior and Gazprom's behavior towards those problems. So we cannot say about them being objective, we cannot say about them depicting information in full. We have to clearly understand that we're dealing with an adversary who, first of all, follow their own interest. Okay, great. Let's take a look at different message. You will help me to understand, is it fake or no? The Russian propaganda media have posted an information that in Russian, I will read it out, that Medvedev has said that it's not a critical delay on the construction of the Northern Stream 2. Well, I wouldn't say that it's fake, because Medvedev has said it as an official representative of the state, as an official person from the state. He has now voiced out the official position. In this position, there's nothing weird about it, because of course it's quite clear. After the American sanction, Russia could not say like, oh no, of course we're not going to build a Nord Stream 2. Of course they will try to find some of the ways in order to resolve those issues. But information-wise, for them it was very important to calm down their audience, because they're also holding their audience with some kind of tension. And this rhetoric is a constant. Okay, but this was the message from the domestic audience, or it also was the message for the Europeans. Now, it's not only dealing with the domestic audience, it's also being located for the European partners who are also in some way disturbed with something that is going on with the sanctions. And they are also sometimes troubled with the ideas by Mr. Medvedev, and with this overcoming position that has been followed by the Russian rhetorics, like, the sanctions is no problem for us, and the main ideas of the United States of America or European are not a big problem for us. I do believe that you're trying to mitigate the situation slightly, just to calm down the consumers, for both the domestic consumers in the Russian market and the European partners, because those sanctions are really painful, and they're really hitting painfully all the people. Yes, they were really painful, and they were really challenges for the organization that constructing the Nord Stream 2. But if we analyze it, and if we follow in the media rhetorics, if we follow in the propaganda rhetorics of Kremlin, then we would say that these rhetorics are frequently used, and they usually say that sanctions do not matter for us, that the sanctions are just a cosmetic influence for us. Russia said this a lot, even though in the very same television broadcasting with Olga Skabeyeva, for example, the 60 Minutes. Yes, that is a very, very terrible show, and I would say brutal show in some ways, when she's crying out like, what sanctions, what gas, we do not care about it, we are the right ones, so take down all of the debts that we have, which are also a very, very important topic for the context of the gas wars. The next message that from the Russian media, I really want us to read it out, to take a look at that. And I would like to ask our directors to show us the slide. The energy efficiency and the efficiency of Ukrainian negotiation process, we cannot even mention that, because Kyiv was not listening to the other side and parties presented. That is why the negotiations are delayed, even though Gazprom wants us to work in the European norms. But Naftogaz is only adding up the challenges. So I would like to emphasize it, that Naftogaz only offers struggles. Yes, this is an old message. Well, how to say the old message? This fake has been published around October, but then we have already discussed it slightly, that this is the fake that Ukraine is actually delaying and pausing, postponing the process of negotiation, that it is Ukraine who is not interested to negotiate it further, and that is why the future agreement is being postponed all the time. This fake has been broadcasted many times, and this is the message of actually delivering the responsibility for Ukrainian side, even though it's quite clear that it is the Kremlin policy in this context that is delaying the agreements. I would like to talk to you about responsibility. There's the truth, there is the post-truth. We're currently living in the times of the post-truth society, when later on, after the event took place, we're coming to a clear understanding that some information was a complete fake. Responsibility. We don't have responsibility. I'm sorry for maybe being quite rude with saying that, but unfortunately, in 5 years of our work, we have had a huge number of fakes And we have dealt with a lot of lies connected to human lives, to the destiny of Ukraine, and we have no responsibility for that. Moreover, Russian policies, aggressive propaganda against other countries towards informing their own population on political processes, this very brutal, is very rude, is very straightforward, and is very overcoming and is very overruling towards the other nations. We do not want to call these people journalists. There are the propagandists. After that, they have just said, like, tell us we were not right. So prove that what we said was fake and a lie. Like, for example, when Skabeyeva has said, like, remember that was the story in Kerch, when she already has interviewed a dead girl, the girl who was killed in the terror in Kerch, and they have interviewed a fake person, and they later on has said, like, well, haha, it happens, that's life, and there's no responsibility for that. So we have to understand that we are in an informational war, that is aimed to win, when it is being tried to change our point of view, overall social point of view. Let us take a look at this informational slide. Take a look at this slide. What we can say that Ukraine has already lost its moment. You know that Kiev has asked Berlin not to complete the construction of the Northern Stream. You see this Russia Today. It's just like happened. It's a very fresh material that has been published on the site. So it's once again the Nord Stream 2. Nord Stream 2 is not only the question about some of the economical processes. It's not only the issue of gas. Not only the issue of trading gas with Europe. This is the tool of the political pressure on Ukraine. And everyone understands this in Ukraine and in the world. Consequently, after the American sanctions, after the US sanctions, Russia is once again trying to broadcast this idea that both in the political point of view, Ukraine will not gain anything from the sanctions. Victoria, we have both agreed about that this information is fulfilling the informational space, and it even reaches Europe. And you're saying that Europeans understand it, but do they understand that? Do they understand that this flow is the flow of disinformation? I do believe that they partly understand it, but I do believe that we have to deal with some of the interests, political interests, business interests. And out of all of that, Europe understands the main threats of disinformation that coming from Russia. But once again, the business and political interests are at the first place. The business and the political interests that Europe will consider first. So the money rules. Yes. Okay, then let us take a look at the different information slide. And we will try to comment upon another message from the Russian propaganda media. So we have come up to an agreement that this information is not useful, that it's still only aimed at pressuring Ukraine. So let us summarize how to filter the information and what to do. Well, first of all, we have to divide our main objectives. If we're speaking about journalism, they have to be really now tuned up. They have to be professionals. They have to fact check the information. For the average people, first of all, do not trust just one source. Do not trust one source solely. Try to read out different sources. Try to compare the information and try not to be led by any kind of emotional messages or manipulation. Because for the usual average audience, it's not only about the factual fake. Now currently the emotions are manipulated in the best ways. When the people are being told that you will freeze to death without this gas, and that's not true. That is not true. Because we have seen it in the recent 5 years. We're all safe and sound, but We have to know how to manage our emotion. We have to know how to think critically. We have to know how to check the information and compare different points of view. Thank you very much. Victoria Romaniuk, the Deputy Chief and Editor, Stop Fake. She was the guest of our marathon, and the work of the Gas International Center continues. Please stay with us.
Только российский газ.
Just Russian gas, we have no other. If they will extract our own, then we will have our own, but we'll have to wait for this long time. We're speaking about, if we have to take down the Russian gas. We have to find for some of the alternatives. And if they say, if you really wanted it, then you will take your forces out of it for our boys not to be killed in the east, because I do believe that's the most important issue and the most painful issue for everyone. And thus Russia, if they will be at this gas wolf, then they will be able to influence Ukrainian policy. They will blackmail Ukraine. They will blackmail Ukraine with this process. We have to support the relations with Russia, because Russia is our neighbor. We are all brothers. We have lived for more than 300 years in one country. We cannot divide it, but we have to. We're not divided. We are divided by the politicians. So we have to have the Russian gas. Where we will find a different one? Do we have our own gas? But the Americans will send us from this 10,000 kilometers away? We have our own gas, and they say that it's enough for us, but I think we'll have to extract our own. Maybe we should deal with some other countries and finding the countries we're not on war with. So our market relations, so let us buy the gas from the other countries when they think of it. Maybe not from Russia, maybe we have our own gas. Ukraine has to mitigate our energy dependence from Russia, because Russia is a very bad country and they can do a lot of tricky things on actually delivering gas to us. Ukraine can produce enough of our own gas, and maybe we can buy abroad. And as far as we're reaching towards Europe, I do believe that the European direction of the development is much better for us. Ukraine can survive with our own gas. Will it be enough? Well, yes, 769 millions of cubic meters we can extract, so why can't we use that?
І далі говоримо про ціни на газ.
And we continue talking about the gas prices, and our journalists have decided to ask the different people from all over Ukraine whether we believe that the Russian gas is needed for Ukraine and whether they are ready to pay for the reverse transit more. So let us listen to the people of Ukraine. So whether Ukraine needs Russian gas, what do you think about that? I do believe we need it by now, but I do believe in future we should take it up. Well, we should develop our own gas. We should develop our own gas. We should invest in ourselves. We have a lot of resources. But do we need Russian gas more? No, we don't need it. We have enough of our own gas. Depends on what conditions, because I'm a grandmother, I do not deal with politics. I believe that we have people who are dealing with this. I want to wish them the best reasoning for them to protect the interests of Ukraine, the people of Ukraine. We have everything. We have resources, the conserved resources, first of all, as far as I remember. And I would say that we have to develop our own extraction And we should not be dependent from anyone, because Ukraine is very, very rich and Ukrainians are very, very hardworking people. We should buy the reverse gas in Europe, like the one that it takes a lot. I do not believe there is a sense of that. If we have a direct supplier which is next to us, I do believe that we have to prolong it. I have heard that currently we're not buying the energy from that, but I believe that the gas is the most important fuel for the most of our population. So I kind of really worried about the gas prices because I have the gas pump with my home. We have a very complicated relationship at the international arena with the Russian Federation currently. That is why any kind of contracts, economical contracts or whatever, they are connected to our safety, energy safety. They will definitely mean the political dependence. So as far as we do not have the sustainable relationship with Russian Federation in politics, then any kind of economical agreements will be the manipulation leverage. I do believe that this issue should be handled at the highest level by our politicians, by our ministries, and we have to find the best solutions that will be for the benefit of Ukrainian population. If Russian gas will be cheaper, then I want to have this cheaper gas from Russia. But if they take it from United States of America and it will be expensive by 25-30%, I believe it's not going to be beneficial for Ukraine. So we have to find agreements with Russia. Yes, I do believe that even whatever Russia is, then we have to find the negotiations with Russia. Yes, I do not support the Russian policies. I'm not going to support their policies, whatever, but I do believe in these issues, if they're offering to give us a discount for gas, I do believe that I would do that. And so the other ideas, those do not exist by now. So all of these conversations that we're buying gas from Slovakia or Hungary, then on the Western territories, then it's just a conversation. All the gas that we buy is Russian. It's only being delivered us from the other side. And we're buying it, and we understand this, plus the gas prices, plus the transit, and it's even more expensive than as if we would buy it directly. We continue our marathon, Transit 2020, maybe in order to slightly mitigate the opinions of the people from different parts of Ukraine. We're making this marathon. We inform you and you learn more. And that is why you may be changing your opinions. But even though listening to the people, understanding that the gas is security issues and the professionals to deal with it, it was really important for me to hear that. I have Andrei Favorov with me, the head of the integrated gas division from Naftogaz. So let us start with the simple things. You have just seen it, that the people were not really closed up. You know, we have a warm winter this year, but when they're talking about gas, they're still thinking what is going to be in our payments, what are going to be the figures in our payments up that. Because if we will go to the market prices, then the prices will run upwards. Okay, let us talk this one by one. First of all, let us say that the market relationship, the balance between the demand and the offer, this is something that will be, first of all, correlated by market. And this is the right way to do. This is the right balance that should be there. What we are now aiming to, that this discussion between the supply and the demand, so we have stepped away from any kind of political agreements. We say that this is the amount of the market that has to be on the market, this is the demand that has to be on the market. And there is no differences between gas, potatoes, cabbage on the market should not be on the way the price is made. This is only about the agreements and negotiation. This is the commercial relationship. A very nice question. What do we mean if we're speaking about the final payments that our consumers will receive? When we only started these negotiations in the end of September, we didn't know what was going to be happening. Will we have the sanctions or not? The Naftogaz company has got prepared to many different ways of the situation can evolve into. What we did, first of all, we have bought the huge amount of gas during summer that will help us to go through winter painlessly, not depending whether we'll have transit or no. It gives us the understanding for our negotiation process, because if you know that your potential supplier from Russia is not able to blackmail the country, supply chain, and the company as they did in 2009, then your negotiation position is really becoming stronger. This is first of all. The second thing, the work that has been done in the US in order to then give the Senate, give the Congress the reasons to use additional sanctions against Nord Stream 2, it has been the greatest effort for our negotiation position. But in the middle of the year, we are not aware whether the sanctions will happen or not. We didn't know what the weather will be like. Unfortunately, no one knows that. But we've got prepared. How we've got prepared? You understand that if you want peace, you have to be prepared for the war. The old sayings go like this. So in our case, being ready for the war, being ready to have the heating season without the supplies from Russia, what we also did, there was another important thing that we did. We also have had the opportunity to insurance the price, to pause the price for the consumer through the European market mechanisms. The European market mechanism that using all of the different changeables will be by 15% cheaper than in the first quarter of 2015. Now, when the negotiations are taking place, and I do hope that everything will be signed today and we will have the opportunity to put the final point for the final full stop in these negotiations, we're waiting how the market will react. I'm not interrupting you, but you're asking yourself a question and answering the question your own. But today is a historical day today. We are now discussing the question of gas, and maybe in an hour everything will change. You will now tell us what it means for the market, but I want to get a couple steps back. Is it important for Naftogaz, and do you believe that this is your work to change it in the point of view of the people? Like you've said, gas, potatoes, cabbage are the same products on the market-wise. The change will not happen overnight. So we have to change this opinion and these assumptions. Yes, I believe that we should not underestimate Ukrainian people. The people that clearly understand what are the prices for the cabbage, potatoes, what are the other prices. And the very same thing, what is the market price for the gas? Not the political price with the different factors over there, whether we have the military bases in Crimea or whatever. Like, there's no political discussion in the market prices. Now we're only speaking about the demand and supply and prices. And the main advantage of Ukraine that we should not forget now, that in 2014, the reverse transit that has been launched from Europe, this is something that helped us to have the stronger negotiation position. If we cannot find the best market conditions with the Russian supply, we have alternatives. Do we have an alternative? We have the alternative. And we have to emphasize it for the people that we have the market alternatives. We're marketing at the market. We're buying that with the best and clear offers from the leading companies. We transfer it into Ukraine and we'll then give it to our consumers. And not a single consumer in Europe that is not connected to the gas transfer from Ukraine by some political demands from the state. Market is market. No politics involved. Whether the sanctions are there, whether this 4.5 billions of gas, cubic meters of gas in our storage that helped us to have a strong position for negotiations and helped us decide that, dear colleagues, if you don't need our markets, then we're not going to give it for you. And that's what I'm telling to our colleagues from Gazprom. If you're not interested in our consumers, that's it. Okay, we don't want to pose that on you. We have the European market and we know how to work there in high quality. Okay, thank you. But let us get back to the tariff question. And I'm really interested in whether you are interested in the Ukrainian consumers that understand all of the things that you are voicing out, or whether it's not important for the gas consumers to understand everything what you say. Why we will have the tariffs on the lower level than the previous year? You know what I believe? That the main important of our activities is transparency. Transparency price making. We can explain every price for gas, why we have the price made in this way. Because we have the market and we have the stock exchange. Why? What is the stock exchanges? This is one big marketplace where we have the demand and supply marketed. And we can explain it. We can show it. And this was the most important. We don't have the political component into market price. Okay, Alexei Honcharuk has said that we will have the by 30% decreased of the heating tariffs, whether they depend on gas. 85% of the tariffs for heating is once again based on the price for gas. There's also additional salaries, additional expenditures by the people who work in the heating industry. But on the 22nd, 23rd of December, most of the European traders, they have now left for the Christmas vacations. They have Christmas holidays, and they will be back on the 6th of January. On the 6th of January, the markets will be once again open. The stocks will be open. The traders will be back, and we will understand what will be the effect of those agreements and contracts for the price. If God bless, we will have everything signed up. Mr. Goncharuk's government has now the guaranteed prices for the gas. Whether we will cover Naftogaz's expenses. The quarterly guaranteed prices, what does it give to us? It reassures our consumer that whatever the representatives of the Russian Federation will do, whatever Gazprom will do, whatever position they will have, no matter what, the price for gas will be insuranced and then will be at the level that will be by 15% lower than the previous year. No matter what are these changeables in the transit, no matter how the supplies will be mitigated, this is the big start for us, a big milestone for us. For the consumers, for Naftogaz, is it? You know, our position is just the same. We want to have the clear and transparent mechanisms for the prices. The price should be created based on the balance between the supply and demands, but not on the political decisions. That is why when it's going to be low, we want to be competitive, we want to be competitive with the other suppliers, and we want to fight for the clients. When it is high because the demand is more than the supply, so thus the price grows. And those are the economical leverages that have to be at the top of our main decision, not the political decisions at night in Kremlin, but the economical agreements. And next question. Putin says there will be the discount 20-25% for Russian gas. I would like to know what is the basic price? I don't know. I don't know. Because it has been voiced out in the informational space. So what is the baseline he calculates from? This is very interesting thing that the president of the Russian Federation is the main trader and he's actually discussing the gas prices. He's smarter than Mr. Miller. Yes, that's a unique situation. That if he decided he will go to the gas trading, that would be really interesting to hear his conditions. 25% discounts from what? Where? At the border. I thought that I'm not the expert, so I didn't clearly understood what was that about. That's a very effective thesis that you can use for the public space, believing that no one will have any questions and no one will discuss it. This is a very good way just to cast some shadows into your discussions. The other saying says, the cheap cheese is only in the mousetrap. So we're saying there will be the discount for 20%, and we do not know what is the base price. We do not know whether it means the transfer or no. What are the payments details? What are the commitments? What is the scale? What is the volume? Remember, they did in 2009. What was the trick? We will give you the discount, but you will have to find, 30 billion or 50 billion of gas. But if you will not use it, you will pay nevertheless. So when people say one thing without the context, let us just ignore that. Let us ask the questions, we will have the answers, and we will do that. Andrew, I wanted to discuss with you so many issues, but we only have a couple of minutes left. The Ukrainian politicians, they say, we will have Ukrainian extraction and we will cover all of it. And every politician say that our own extraction cover the demand of Ukrainian consumers and households and industry. I have to ask it as an expert. Give us the answer. Okay, let us once again get some of the components of the statements. Speaking on extraction, I will tell you that all of the discussion on the gas export, on the gas import from Europe, from Russia, are, from my point of view, they have to be considered as a temporary measures. Temporary solutions that will give us the time to work with our own extraction. I am deeply sure that we have the potential for further development. Yeah, we need investment. Yes, we need some technical knowledge. Yes, we need new expertise in place. But the gas that we have as a legacy, the gas that we have to extract is much more complicated technology-wise. There are the deeper sources, not 4 kilometers, but 6 kilometers deep. So we should not work not with the traditional gas, but with non-conventional gas that is being called, the so-called the shale gas or the offshore gas or non-conventional sources or in the offshore. So those are our main sources. But in order to do that, we need to have the technological leap. We will do that. We need some time. Another point, our domestic extraction, 85% are being done by the Ukrgaz Dobych, Ukrgas extraction. You know who owns the company? All of us. Every person in Ukraine, the Ukrainian population, we are the owners of the company. But I would like to ask the question, why do the owners of this company, all of the people of our country, should sell your own products than the owners of the company in the Netherlands or whatever? Yes, this is a rhetorical question and a lot of hours of the dialogue that we don't have. Like, you actually asked me my favorite question that I'm ready to discuss, but I want to say the following. Give the opportunity the professionals who are currently working in Shabalinka, in Poltava, in Lviv, in Ivano-Frankivsk, give them the opportunity to work. Give them the very same conditions that the suppliers from Europe and Russian Federation have when they have supplied the gas. Give them the same pricing conditions. And trust me, believe me, I know that we have the technical expertise, the desire to change this story, and we will reach the objectives. Unfortunately, concerning Poltava and the well 8068 that we started to drill, I have a lot of questions to Andrei Favorov, who is the head of the integrated gas division of Naftogaz. But my colleague Vitaly Hubin says that he also wants to get back to the broadcasting. Vitaly, the floor is yours. You have Vitaly Shcherbenko now. Is it true? Yes, Tanya, thank you very much for the very interesting information and an interesting guest. And I do believe that all of the people who are now watching our marathon, they know, like, with the help of which gas we are basically producing the Vienna strudel. But not about the strudel, but about the transfer of Ukrainian gas. We're now talking about the gas transit in our gas informational center, and I'm pleased to now introduce you with Mr. Vitaly Shcherbenko, who is the main manager of the equities management of Naftogaz company. Thank you very much for participating in our marathon. So, Vitaly, can you please tell us? I would like to first of all recall this story. What was the beginning of the story? What was in the very beginning that Russia and Kremlin started to build the pipeline, the gas pipelines, bypassing Ukraine, saying that Ukraine is not a reliable partner? If we will get back to history, then it has been already done for many years already. Russia has built up many pipelines bypassing Ukraine, unfortunately, and we all understand that they only deal with the political context and the security context. And there's no economy basis for that. We have shown that in the different figures, and we have already proven that many times. So let us once again speak about those figures. What are we talking about? We are now saying that our transmission system can transit around 600 million cubic meters. Well, is it huge or a small amount? It is enough not to use any other pipelines that are working currently from Russia for both the South Stream and Nord Stream. So as far as I understand, so all of those pipeline capacities and gas transmission capacities in Ukraine and in Europe is enough to transfer gas from Russia to European consumers without Nord Stream 2. Yes, Ukrainian gas transmission system is the biggest in Europe, and it is capable to provide gas for European market, Russian gas, to provide Russian gas to European markets. It can fulfill it fully. So you said there is no economical reasons for Nord Stream 2, only political. Then who is the winner in this situation then? Well, if we didn't fight to stop Nord Stream 2, then Russia would be the winner, first of all, because the gas and transmission system is a shield for Ukraine. Because I've just recalled it, I've just thought of it, another broadcast that has been at Russia 1 channel. There is the host, Olena Skabeyeva. She said that as soon as they will build up the Nord Stream 2, they will kill out Ukraine. So this is the main idea, to kill off Ukraine and to stop the transit of gas and to stop the transit of this resource through Ukraine. Now, it's not only about money. Money is important, and Naftogaz receives around $3 billion a year for actually transferring Russian gas to Europe. But It's not only about the money, it's about the security and about politics also. Okay, getting back to the first question, you've said there is no political benefit for us, economical benefit for us, but this pipe, Nord Stream 2, is being built. And it's of course not being built with your own efforts. Yes, they are building this pipeline, I mean Gazprom directly, but they're also engaging a lot of European companies into this project, which is also a very important thing for us. Because Gazprom, what Gazprom states, that Ukraine is unreliable transmitter, but we are showing that we're reliable. But what they say, you are not going to be engaged in this project, but like Naftogaz will not connect you to that, but we will give you this connection with the gas, join our project. And this is the big problem. When our populist politicians, they don't give us the opportunity to engage our gas transmission system, don't give us the opportunity to engage American or European investors into our gas transmission system. Okay, thank you. We have just discussed the Russian fakes against Ukraine, against Ukrainian gas transmission system. They say that Ukrainian GTS is full of holes, is incapable of giving the enough amount of resources. Is that the truth? No, it's not, and we have some particular facts that can prove that. We have the statistics data for Ukraine, for Russia. We have the statistical data of those incidents that happen at the GTS in Ukraine. In Ukraine, the number of this kind of incidents is significantly lower compared to Russia. This is the first aspect that we have to consider. Another aspect, if we have to consider in what way gas is being transmitted through the bypassing pipelines. So they have the sustainable flow, sustainable pressure. But Ukrainian GTS is the balancing GTS, a balancing pipeline between the demand and supply. Because sometimes there is a big demand for that, but then it can then decrease. And this GTS that has been built for many years ago and working for many years ago, that also requires additional investment, but is currently can provide the balancing capacities for the transmitted gas from Russia. And this GTS proves its reliability for many years. Getting back to the issue, who is the main benefit, who receives main benefits and advantages of the Nord Stream 2? Are they those people who constructed the pipeline? They're somehow connected to the people around Russian presidents. Well, you know, Gazprom has always been connected with Vladimir Putin himself and with the people around Putin. So Gazprom has always acted from the side of the pressure and political influence with all of its counterparts. We have seen it many times when we have discussed it with our American and European partners that in the negotiations, when we have discussed how we can stop this construction, they have given us a direct hint that there is a very strong Russian lobby there for both Gazprom and the companies that are collaborating with Gazprom. But fortunately for us, we've managed to prove our position, we managed to prove our European partners, and we managed to prove our American partners who have first of all initiated the sanctions. We have managed to prove them that this pipeline that has been built, which is the Nord Stream 2, is the danger, is a direct danger for both Europe and Ukraine. And without sanctions, it wasn't clear that this pipeline is basically the tool of the political pressure towards Ukraine and Europe. Well, you know, we have just recalled the fake news that we currently have. But the influence is that hard that in order to fight this influence, we have to do it constantly. And I can give you an example that the team that has been working directly on inducing the sanctions, we have been working for almost 2.5 years. There is an agency in the United States of America that follows the probability of any draft law to be passed in the Congress. So 2 years ago, this agency called Track, they have given the probability of 0.001% that those sanctions will be induced. Even this year, when Senator Ted Cruz has registered this draft law on counteracting the Nord Stream 2 construction, they only given us the probability of 2%. So what was the most important leverage that helped us to induce the sanctions? If there is a very low probability of this kind of sanctions to be approved, Yes, it was the hard work of the whole team of the people. Let us discuss the work of the Naftogaz group that has been engaged to stop the construction of the Nord Stream 2. What are we talking about that? As I have already said, the Naftogaz group has been working on delivering our point of view that the Nord Stream 2 is not an economical project, is a political project, and it causes the danger to Europe. We have had this communication throughout 2.5 years. We have this agreement with the Yotal Solution Company, and I would really like to express our gratitude to this team, and I would like to thank the Daniel Vadic, the president of this company, who has done incredible things in order to include this point in our NDA that will help the opportunity for us to create the sanctions. Before that, there was a lot of things that have been done. There was an appeal by 49 senators. They have appealed to the administration of the president so that the sanctions would be approved against the Nord Stream 2. There was a lot of things that have been worked out in the committees by both the Senate and Congress, and every day there was a constant work done. Okay, we now hear a lot of messages from the Russian media, from the Russian officials, that Nord Stream 2 is going to be built despite all of the sanctions. Is it the real idea? Currently, it's not possible to do that. And currently, we understand that it will not be possible to happen because basically Russia does not have those technologies that will give them the opportunity to have the pipelines at around 30 feet. So, and currently they will not have those technologies in place. It's impossible. The ships of that level will cost them around $1 billion. So they will need the time to develop those ships, to build up the ship. And not a single company in the world will not rent it out, will not sell those ships, being afraid not to be included into the sanction list. Yes, of course. You say that Russia is mostly being driven by political issues when they're building the pipelines to use it further on to blackmail both the European Union and Ukraine. But when we are using our opinions towards our American partners, European partners, what are we aiming for? We are being driven by economy, by politics, or we're being driven by the partnership position in trying to resolve the situations. Well, I would like to say that I believe that Ukraine has always used the constructive position, and we're always trying to have being partners in our negotiations. Do you know there is a different approach to negotiations when one of the parties they're winning something and the other party believes that they're doing something wrong? You know, like the other party wins, then it's a different position. We are building our position in a different way. We assume that there has to be the win-win agreement all the time. But Gazprom has been constantly building up their negotiations from the position of force. And this is the biggest problem for us, because when we're starting to talk to them, this is the biggest problem for us. But I do hope that the situation will improve in time, and the sanctions and the stop of the construction of the Nord Stream 2 will make and force Gazprom to be more constructive in negotiations in the future, but not only acting from the position of the political influence or pressure. Thank you, Vitaly. I would like to have a political question for you. Like, no, not a politician. I might not answer that. Still, I would like to ask you, we have the not constructed Nord Stream 2. No economical connections to this building, only the political assumptions to do that. Why do the Russian taxpayers do not have this question in place? Why Kremlin, Gazprom, Moscow is actually burying their money into the bare land, not having the economical benefits for that? I do believe that the question is more to the shareholders of Gazprom. But like Gazprom is a state-owned company, 50 by something percent. Yes, but their shares have been also traded. So another important point here is that when we have registered a draft law on counteracting the Nord Stream 2, not us, but the lower chamber of Congress, the shares of Gazprom. They were picking up at this point because the shareholders, they also understand that there's no economical value for this project for them. And it's also a very important thing for us. Okay, so why do the taxpayers do not have this question? They have this question in place. Do they? Yes, I do believe there's a lot of politics around it. There's a lot of politics around Gazprom, and Gazprom always was the political leverage for that political tool in Russia. Political tool in Russia with Russian roots. Let us now mention the lobbying. Who was lobbying the building of the Nord Stream 2? What countries were lobbying and voting it? You know, we have checked this information whether we have the lobbying company that collaborate with Gazprom. There are no lobbying companies that work with them, like directly. They're not a single company like that. But we know that there are many companies, let us say friendly companies for Gazprom, that basically have these contracts for lobbying the interest of Gazprom. But some people, precise people maybe. Now, you know, like just thinking about the first people I remember, the contract that has been signed with the American company that was like with Nord Stream 2 is for 1,200,000 a year when that exists. But the OSIS, the main contractor, the contractor that has built the pipeline itself, they have the contract with an American company for around 1,320,000. So there are some companies that collaborate with Gazprom indirectly. So we're speaking about maybe around 15-20 million a year that has been spent for lobbying their interests. Yes, those are the companies, but maybe some precise people. Maybe the ex-government, ex-politician from German governments. You know, we all know, like, that's the head of the Nord Stream 2 is the former Chancellor of Germany, Mr. Gerhard Schröder. So basically, just as one of the examples. But you know, the Bild newspaper has published an information quite recently that was like a secret confidence information that they have the information that the Bundestag directly at the top of the Bundestag leaders, the construction of the Nord Stream 2 has been lobbied. Even though the Bundestag has then said it to Ukraine that this is an economical project and there's no politics involved in that. So what it is it a double game? Well, you know, in its own time, the European Parliament has supported the resolution to stop the construction of the Nord Stream 2. Of course, there are some people who are interested in building Nord Stream 2. Both parties and countries that are really interested in building those projects. And Germany has always invested a lot of efforts to implement this project. But this project is not integrating Europe, it disintegrates Europe. Why? Because there are the countries that will lose directly because of these projects. And you cannot do that if only one country of Europe wins and the other lose. There is this understanding in the European Union policy, which is solidarity. And the whole Europe should win based on some of the projects. But what we can see that Germany wins mostly. So this is basically double playing. So you're playing with those rules, but we are going to be playing on those rules. Yes, this is something that I was saying, basically, that even the European Parliament that has supported by the most of votes has supported the postponing of the construction of this project. Austria, France, Germany are supporting the implementation of the project. Why Austria and Germany are the main lobbyists of this project? Do they have some interest of their own? They lack some of the pipeline resources to receive gas. Don't they have enough of gas? What it is? What is the main reason for that? You know, there is an economical benefit for Germany for that, because the main entrance for the pipeline will be in Germany. So this project, this pipeline will be connected to Germany. And economy-wise, for this strong country that Germany is, the country that is using natural gas a lot and in a very efficient way, that will be beneficial for Germany. But then other countries will be dependent from Germany. And I have also emphasized and draw your attention that in the European Union, there has to be the policy of solidarity. It's not only about the regulating the interests of one single player, it's about the solidarity of the country. But okay, when it started, can we follow when it started? When the project was launched, because Ukraine from the very beginning was against this construction of the Nord Stream 2 and will continue to do everything in our efforts to stop this construction. But by the way, I would like to say inducing sanctions doesn't mean that we should then stop all of our work. We have to continue working and collaborating with our American colleagues. We have to continue working with our European colleagues. And we have to continue doing whatever is in our power to stop the implementation of the project. There are some moments when it might be implemented, but it will take a lot of years. For example, there is another problem that the Russian Gazprom, they're not meeting the European standards because they both extract gas and transport it, so they're not compliant to the so-called the third energy package. Yes, exactly. In Ukraine, we have completed the unbundling process. We have the unbundling that we have the independent gas transmission system. But Gazprom says, like, no, we're not going to be doing that. This is our pipeline and this is our extraction. And transporting gas will only be done to Europe through Gazprom, even though in the Russian market there are very influential, powerful players. Vitaly, I would like to ask you, for example, to fantasize about this scenario. For example, we will have the new agreement for the contract. That's really wanted to happen. But we do not know what are the conditions because the Russian media are now informing us of very different information. Do not trust Russian media. We will see that, okay? What is the question? So we will sign up this new agreement with Russia, but whether we will be able to trust this agreement, understanding how many times Russia has failed to follow their commitments to their agreements. You know, you're emphasizing our attention at the very important things, but that's important. Yes, it is. Yes, of course, we understand that we have a lot of experiences in fighting Russian Gazprom in the Stockholm Tribunal, and we have already proven that we can fight for our interests and we can win. And we can win over this kind of monster which Gazprom is. We can win over the company that is directly under the Russian government influence. I will just broaden the opinion. There is the Budapest Memorandum that Russia did not follow, and we see the consequences of this. You know, memorandum is only about our assumptions and desires, and everyone is already mentioning that, even though I believe it should be commitments. But there is the specific contract where it's written in black and white that in some of the case one party violates and the other disagrees, then there is the judicial system that will later on will have the solution on that. Unfortunately, we didn't have any this kind of solving mechanisms in Budapest Memorandum. Okay, speaking on this agreement, that has to be presupposed, that those conditions that will be presupposed by the agreement. This is the time, for example, the time frame that has to be mentioned. As far as I remember, Gazprom have a couple of examples when they have lost a couple of the tribunals and a couple of the arbitrary courts, and they were forced to either fulfill the sentence or they were fined. Gazprom doesn't want to learn on those mistakes, or what? What is going on in here? You know, I've told you that they're used to be working from the side of the power, of force. So the time shows us that the European rules and norms and standards, they're starting to influence even the kind of a big players as Gazprom is. Because currently, even having lost Having lost the victory over Naftogaz, even though Gazprom was sure they will win, when they first appealed, they were the first to appeal to Stockholm Tribunal, and we were actually defending our position. So when we have now got in the take or pay point, we have already fought over the fines that the Gazprom has given to Naftogaz, and there's many other things that have been already fought out. So now in time they're starting to understand that the European right is working. And even in those really big amounts of money, the arbiters, the arbiters that have been really responsible and fair and honest, and they have the solutions that have to be fulfilled and executed. And Gazprom is obliged to follow this ruling. And the one that they have already given us $2.9 billion in the last day where the banking system works this year, that is a very good indicator. I want to draw a certain line in our conversation and to get back to the question in what way Naftogaz Group has managed to lobby our issues and interests. Were those efforts enough, or maybe we should intensify something on the diplomatic level, for example? Well, I would like to say that our Ministry of Foreign Affairs have given us all of the great efforts, and the administration of the President has given us great efforts to make everything happen. Because it's not possible that one of us will do the biggest things like that. A lot of people are participating in this process. And the understanding that we have to keep on working with the biggest efforts, not stopping at all of expense. This is the fact. Thank you very much. That was Vitaly Sherbanko, who is the head of the Association of the Oil and Gas Sphere. The work of our Gas Information Center is continuing, so please stay with us. Stay tuned.
В прямому ефірі триває марафон.
We're continuing the Marathon Transit 2020, and our informational center now has Vadim Frolov, the head of the Central Dispatcher Department of the AD Ukrtransgaz company. So you are our first person from Ukraine, because basically just this morning you came back from Vienna, where the negotiations take place. I can see this very strict face, so we are actually expecting the first news for us. But let us first of all start with discussing what was the ambience, what was the atmosphere for these 4 days. But let us get back closer to the 1st of January, just a couple days before the 1st of January. So it's really interesting how will the work of the operator of the GTS will change after we will transfer to the European rules. And if we will compare it to the previous rules, because you know we have the unbundling only this year as it happened, and we have the operator of the GTS coming up only right now. Good evening. You know, you've said it the right way. I'm just coming back from Vienna. That is why you have this serious look. Less, yes. So we have some time, even though before the 1st of January, we have a lot of work has to be done. We have a lot of questions to be settled. And starting from the January 1st, we need to have our GTS operator to be working on the full power. The operator of the GTS has already been awarded with the needed certificates and licenses, and starting from the 1st of January, officially starts to work. And with this date, starting from the 1st of January, there's a lot of things that are going to be changed for the natural gas market of Ukraine. This unbundling everyone is mentioning, this unbundling gives the opportunity to all of the gas traders, gives them the opportunity to be in the equal conditions with everyone. If before that we had some of the different conditions from one traders, from one traders, there were some of the claims that Naftogaz controls the system. So now there will be no theoretical opportunities for any one of us, for any gas traders like Naftogaz or Gazprom or the big companies, small companies. So there will be no opportunities to control the independent operator. This is very important so that the gas markets would have the good and competitive conditions and would develop further on. Can you please tell us what steps should we take in order to continue the transit of gas in the legal way? Because in Vienna, the place where you came back from, we've expected to have the news on the agreements, on actually already the consequences of the protocol that we have signed. And as far as I understand, quite soon the agreement should be signed. What are the next steps for us to take? Yes, you know, in the recent 4 days, Ukrainian side and Russian side have worked through a lot of questions, We had a lot of discussions. We have different arguments from both of sides, but according to this information that I have, I do not have all of the information. I only have the information of what I was dealing with. We have found a consensus for that, and we are now expecting that the agreements will be signed before January 1st. From my side, I believe that it will happen. But I'm asking you about the steps that have to be taken, and you said you're only responsible for the technical part of it. I do believe that it's interesting for me. It's interesting for me what steps should be taken in this sphere. What we have already done, a lot of things have already been done, a lot of steps have already been taken, so that the operator would work, so that the transit would work, so that we would all have the gas available for our households. We have already had the operator. Just calm down, you know. This is one thing I just want for our people to understand. We are now sitting here. We are in the broadcasting. You know, some people drinking coffee, some people drinking tea, other people are discussing the gas relationship and negotiations between Russia and Ukraine. And we currently understand that we're trying to be very concentrated in delivering the information, but the whole life here in the informational center is being held because, like, for some people are getting prepared to the new year, even though we're trying to be very serious and concentrated. But don't take it as an offense. Andriy Favorev has said, do not underestimate Ukrainian population. You can get to the deeper level of discussion when I'm asking you about these technological steps we have to take. Just do not just use the general phrases. The people are really interested, especially for the people who are following the updates of Naftogaz, who are following the work of the gas transmission system operator. Even though maybe for you, as the people, for you and the people will believe that people are not basically the professionals for that. Let us make them professionals in that. I'm trying to do that in the very easy words, but you know, just for us to have everything as best as possible, for us to have both the transits, we need to have the specific agreements in place. First of all, between the people who want to trade gas in Ukraine and the GTS, from the people who want to transit gas throughout Ukraine and the GTS that we have. Our GTS is ready for that. Moreover, we are currently finalizing the process of signing up the final documents with our neighboring operators, with Gazprom from Russia, with the US Stream operator from Slovakia, that will give us an opportunity to follow the requirements and norms to first of all to be compliant to the European legislation and to fulfill our obligations according to all of the Ukrainian requirements. Now let us talk about Vienna. What was the main atmosphere there? Maybe there is a confidence information, and maybe you will say, Goncharova, stop. As far as I know, that the parties are living in the same hotel. So for 4 days, this hotel in Vienna was a neutral territory when you have discussed all of the processes. But you know, hotel is the neutral territory, but on one side, but on the other side, this is the very relaxed territory for negotiations. Was it, or was it a constant tension throughout these 4 days? Can you please tell us something that you're able to voice out? Because it's very interesting for us to understand what are the conditions of the agreements. You know, I'm not really interested whether you have tasted strudel or whether the Vienna coffee is very tasty, but can you give us some of the details of the negotiation process? Well, Tatiana is quite a different way. The parties, they have lived in different hotel, and the third hotel, the neutral one, was the place of negotiations. So you have came up to the very same time. No one was late. There was 8 hours of work. Oh, like how much time was those negotiations taking place? The negotiations usually started from 9 o'clock in the morning, and they were up till midnight or like 4 o'clock in the morning. Sometimes we have no breaks. We just had pizza for lunch, for dinner. We have just got into the corridor and eat some pizza. Sometimes we had a very short breaks. It was really, really tense negotiations. Were you shouting at one another? Well, yeah, no, we were not shouting. We were not shouting that, but actually we had a lot of tension times after times, because everyone, they had their own calculations and assumptions, and of course everyone has stated their own interest, as at any negotiations. Gazprom is not the easiest negotiator, so of course we had a lot of efforts invested into standing on our position, and I do believe that our team, Ukrainian team, that was the teams of the two companies represented there, we had the maximum of our efforts invested into that. So basically everything that we have reached in this project of negotiations, we do believe that we really like it. Andrei Kobolev, I can't recall where he said it or when he said it, but he said that the negotiations with Gazprom is always hard. And in 2009, Ukraine was not ready to stand as the joint front, as a country. But this year we are working as one team. That's what he said. That is why we've managed to stand on the interests of Ukraine. What is this unity about of this team? Because I do not understand what Andrei Kobolev wanted to say by that. Is it this like the unity of the political component of the team, of all of the participants who were there in Vienna? Can you please explain that to me? Because you have seen it with your own eyes. You have been the member of this team. Yes, well, I do agree with what Andrei has said about it, that this year we had a much better team. So what do you mean by like integrated team? And what do you mean by we were ready? What do you mean by that? What was the preparation? Like all of the aspects. We had a certain strategy, and we've invested the political issues, technological issues, economical issues into that. Even the moral situation with the morals of all of our team members. Even the morals. Okay. Can you please tell us, were anyone late for those among those people who have to come up at 9 o'clock? Were the people late to that? No, the people came in time, even they came even earlier just to work throughout some of the issues with their own delegation. There was a lot of work that has to be done, and we didn't spend any second in vain. I would like to remind all of our viewers that this is the Marathon 2020. We're expecting the agreement between Russia and Ukraine to be signed up. And now I'm talking to Vadim Frolov. You can know him now as the main dispatcher of Ukraine, that he is the head of the main dispatcher department of Transgas. I will not keep on bothering you with Vienna, but we will get back to it. For the average customer, please tell us, from the January 1st, 2020, we only have day and a half before that. Should we worry whether we will have the gas, whether we have the heat in our households? We promise people we will answer this question too. I can tell you that the consumers of Ukraine, the people of Ukraine, should not worry at all whether we will have gas. Why should they trust you? Why should they trust you? Can you argument it? You're not a politician. You cannot just say that you will. Can you please explain it to us? Yes, we will have a lot of good work of the gas and transport system currently. We have a lot of the amount from the storages, from the underground storages. And you know that on the 1st January, there will be 19 billions of gas that we currently have in our storages. Now we have the imported gas, and we have from the western border, we have the import from the three of countries. We have good work of our extraction system, so we have not a single basis to worry that we will be without the gas. I wanted to ask you about the extraction, but once again, the program has not been fulfilled to improve the extraction up to 20 billion of cubic meters. Can you please tell us that we will continue growing and empowering our extraction? Extraction is being dealt by the other country, a company. I can only tell you what I see in our GTS. If Ukraine consumes around 30 billion of the cubic meter of gas a year, then our extraction is now 20 billion. More than 20 billion is being extracted in Ukraine. We've imported 14 billion of gas. 34 we already have it. We have 19 billions for that. But this year can be the record for the one that has been stored. Yes. Back to GTS. Back to GTS. Whether GTS is now compliant to our relevant conditions. Is it your point or no? What kind of additional realizations or modernization are required? We have the programs of modernizing our GTS. Our GTS is made of the pipelines, compressor stations, and the number of different equipment. And there's a lot of equipment that is really updated, up to date. Like, for example, the compression stations, the aggregates, the equipment that are there, the information transmitting equipment, because dispatchers cannot work without information. But still, we still have additional plans how we can modernize the GTS so that the GTS would be updated to the most modern requirements of the GTS for us to decrease the human effect, the human solutions for the most of the ideas being made, because there's still people are the one who are taking the final decisions in place. So just for the give it to the technology back to deal with it. So there is a big problem of modernizing our GTS. It requires a lot of investment into the system. It all has been planned for the years to come, and it all has been planned for the further on perspective. Thank you very much. And the final small question. So have you tasted the Vienna coffee, but strudels or the Zaha cake? Have you had the opportunity to taste it also and only have the pizza there? No, we tried the schnitzel, but strudel, no strudel for this time. Okay, that's made me sad. That's made me sad because we even didn't have the time for strudel. Thank you very much. That was Vadim Frolov here with me. Our Marathon Transit 2020 live is continuing. We are waiting for the agreement to be signed out. We are waiting for the details to be voiced out, and we are now updating you with what we learn by now.
Чи потрібен Україні російський газ?
Ні в якому разі, в жодному.
Does Ukraine need Russian gas? No, we don't need it at all. We will manage to do it with our own. We cannot continue and communicating with Russia. We cannot continue a relationship. I don't want to deal with Russia at all because, you know, Ukraine is, first of all, they're killing our people. You know, despite the critical relationship that we currently have with Russia, I do believe, yes, we have to have a deal. Why? Because European gas is much more expensive for the average consumer, for the average population, and our population is really poor. But if we will dig into depth, then no, we do not need. If we will dig deeper than Russia, we don't need Russia at all. We have a lot of our own resources. We have a lot of our own resources that we can use, that we can fulfill all of the needs of our country with that. But we do not have the people who would do that. We need to find a compromise so that they will be good for them and good for us. You know, them, the Russia, because the whole world lives like that. But Russia is Russia. I believe that in our case, I do not want our people to lose these negotiations. I want to have this direct procurement there, but on our conditions, like whether we like it or no, but we are neighbors, so we have to try to figure out the situation some way. So our idea, we want to have good relationship with Russia. I believe the wisdom of our government, and I believe that everything will stay as it is, as it was before. I believe that we should use what we have in our storages in Ukraine. But if we will not have those enough, maybe we'll look for other partners. Yes, maybe. So the online marathon Transit 2020 will continue. We are here in the Gas Information Center here 24/7. We are now continuing to follow what is going to be happening on January 1st when the current contract between Russia and Ukraine will be expired. Right now, At this point, I have a very important person, Olena Osmolovska, the person really responsible for the communication center of NAK Naftogaz Ukraine. Good day. Olena, can you please tell us? I will start with the most acute question. People are saying that the most information on these negotiations on the transit or supplying the gas from Ukraine, all of us, the consumers in Ukraine, we are receiving from Russian media. Why so? Yes, we know that there are such claims, and it happens a lot of times like that. The information on negotiations between Ukraine and Russia on different topics has first appeared from some Russian sources or from some sources from the Russian delegations. We should not forget. We should not forget that information is also the weapon in this war. Well, at least it's the tool of influencing of what is being done, and you understand that it's not done by chance. We have seen that there is the meetings in Normandy 4, and we had information on our bilateral meeting on the gas question. And on the Russian resources, they've already said something completely opposite to the fact of negotiations taking place. They've said that Ukraine and Russia have reached an agreement about gas, even though at that point of time there was not a single agreement meant, and there was actually meant out in the main news that there's nothing that has been approved. But the people have seen the headline and haven't tried it all. Why do they do that? They want to, first of all, have additional pressure on negotiators. It's quite clear and it's quite understood that, especially in Ukraine, the social point of view is very important, and in Russia it's also important what the general audience believes and thinks. The people who are writing in Facebook, posting in Facebook, reading in Facebook, they're a very active audience, they're very active people who influence the decision making. We know that in Naftogaz, we know that in the recent years of the informational wars that we had in Ukraine. And we also trying to do everything in our efforts, everything in our power, so that we will trying to be ahead in this informational fight. You know, it's not that every day that I'm talking to the main communicator of Naftogaz of Ukraine, because I have a lot of questions that we've had in the social media. I have written out each single one of those. We will discuss it slightly later, but a personal question, if I may. Understanding those informational noise that comes from the Russian Federation, mostly, we understand that you have to react each single message that comes from that. How many hours do you sleep every day? Well, fewer hours than I really want, but this is something I have to admit. I have the team who is always supporting me, and every person in my team knows exactly what is the role that they have to do, what they have to do, how they have to work, and we are managing our pages in that way, so we will always answer all of the questions that appear, and so that we would have the feedback from everything that is going on in the informational space we're dealing with. How much time do we sleep? Like today, we had the final message at 4 o'clock in the morning, and that was the invitation for a meeting that will take place at 8 o'clock. So you basically had less than 4 hours to sleep. Well, yes, slightly less, but not at all much. But we do hope that in recent times, we do hope that we will reach an agreement in the soonest times, because the contract expires at 9 o'clock, the January 1st, and for all of us and all of the other people, we really want to spend this time together with our children, with our families, to see how our children unpack in their presents, but not actually thinking that there's going to be someone who will cut out the valve from the other side. Do you communicate successfully with the Russian parts? The Russian team, we're only communicating through the media with the Russian party if we communicate with them. The communication between the negotiation team is direct, so basically I'm not going to be, first of all, then consulting the press releases or some of the messages with the Russian side, but we've been really addressed by the Russian media when they would like to clarify some of the issues. Sometimes they post the news when they do not clarify or check any information at all, but there are also some time where they're trying to understand clearly what is going on. So how do you react on these different articles or materials when the Russian journalists have addressed you for some information and later on you're reading out in the newspapers or you're watching a video at some of that Russian TV channel and you see a completely different information that does not meet the things that you have said? Has it happened? We're very careful and very cautious in communication. There's a different level of trust that we have with Ukrainian journalists. That is why I'm trying to understand it. When I'm saying something, I understand that this information might be used in what way the other side wants to use it. And I do understand that also influences the people who I'm ready to talk to with. I cannot say that now that some of my words, something that I have said, was not reflected in the worst way. I might be over-exaggerating, but I would like to say that right now, till the 31st of December, we're still waiting for the decision to take place, for the agreement to take place, for the new transition agreement to take place. But I would like to ask you, politically, have there been any kind of pressure towards the Naftogaz team for some specific decision to be made? We are a state-owned company. We are a state-owned company, 100% state-owned company. The function number one, to give the warmth to the people of Ukraine, and to function number two, to fulfill the budget of Ukraine by our taxes and by our dividends. These are all the main principles for all solutions and decisions that Naftogaz company takes. And we have managed to pursue both teams, the former governments and current governments, that all of those decisions that we make, they are on behalf of Ukrainian interest, on behalf of the interest of Ukrainian state and Ukrainian budget. Alena, can you please tell us, do you have the political pressure on you or no? Yes, we have the pressure in the pipeline, but politically we can manage that. Okay, let us get back to the most interesting part of our conversation about those issues that I've already said, that I was said on the posts in the social media of Naftogaz. By the way, for the recent 2 years, what I have seen, there are many different posts, especially if they're referring to the Russian Federation, that Naftogaz is using quite trolling methods of communication or providing the information. Well, yeah, we're slightly doing that. We are, first of all, targeting the specific audience. And I can say it's not only about the posts concerning Russia or Gazprom. Our main audience at our Facebook pages are the people who have really active positions, civil position. So they're really interested in what is going on. They're really critical towards everything that the state-owned company or state does. And it doesn't really matter what team is currently in power. They always consider everything quite critical. So in order to earn the trust of this audience that is very interested but critical, we're sometimes using the tools of irony, of jokes, or trying, to get from our high horses. And it helps us to build the trust with those people. But Russians are really sensitive towards this irony. Well, it happens, but we're trying to still work in some kind of borders and frames because it's still the official communication. Yes, official communication and business communication. So we cannot say that we are the page that only makes jokes and trolls anyone. Our task is always very clear. We understand what has to be done. What is our main task? So sometimes it's happened that we're commenting something from the Russian media, especially from those media who have the clear propagandic position, and we're trying to answer those claims, those messages that they're using. There's big shows, like shows of Mr. Solovyev or any other. You cannot really be serious about what they say there. So sometimes, yes, we're trying to be very ironic towards that. Dear friends, if you have just joined us, I would like to remind you this is the online Marathon Transit 2020. Here in the Gas Informational Center online, we are following the events taking place today. Whether after December 31st, Russia will stop the transit to their European consumers through Ukrainian GTS. So we will count every single molecule of gas transmitted through Ukraine. Now we have Olena Osmolovska with us, who is at the head of the corporate communication of Naftogaz Ukraine. And now we will have this quiz for Olena. All of the questions are going to be really, let us say, acute. Acute questions from the social media. I have divided those questions for a couple of parts. The first chapter is whether the prices for gas for the households. Why cannot we decrease the guaranteed price? It's quite clear that it's going to be higher than the market, so you always wanted to earn some additional money on that. I will answer with a quote that we have seen a lot today in our communication between the journalists and the sources. Mr. Miller has said today that before the contracts will be signed, before the contracts will be legally signed, then the negotiations are still in place. As soon as we will see the signature, then we have to be, before we see the signature, we have to be prepared for any scenarios to come up. What will happen afterwards, we will just see. Everyone understands the importance of this issue. Maybe we will see some additional decisions from the Naftogaz or from the governments. Online users, they ask, what is the difference between the two prices? The difference between the guaranteed prices and the monthly price, what was the idea? The idea was that we didn't know, we were not aware whether the Russian part will participate in this synchronization, in this negotiation, in this compromise searching, and we wanted to be prepared so that the price will grow uncontrolled. Remember, during this campaign, there was like 80% of decrease of the market prices just in a couple of hours. And we understand if this thing would happen again, then this factor would be the leverage to influence Ukrainian party for the negotiations, because look at that, your people were going to pay a lot. In order for that not to happen, so we've decided to use the market tools and to fix the price for the first quarterly and give the right to the person to choose whether they would like to choose the guaranteed price that is going to be by 20% lower than the previous year's prices, or whether they would like to risk and choose their monthly price based on the agreement that will be signed, and then we will follow the pricing that will be every month. Another question that the Russian media said, like on the 29th of December, there was a deadline on the agreement, so we're late to that. Was it true? We will see that quite soon. Okay, the next question. If I will now stick to the quarterly price, will I be able to switch to the market price after the heating season will be over? According to the current conditions now, you will have to decide it till the 30th of December, till today. Another question, what should we choose, the market price or the quarterly price? Because, like they say, the consumers are already mixed up, they're too frustrated, they do not know what the variant or the option is better. If we knew what option is better, then I guess we would earn much more, because the market is an unexpected thing. If you believe that the contract will be signed and there will be no crisis in place, then maybe then the monthly price will be better. If you believe that there is the risks to be that and you're not clear what's going to be happening during March and February, then it's much better to stick to the quarterly price. The energy independence question, can you tell us what should people do with a campaign your energy independence? So as far as I remember, there is a price 4.8 without VAT and the transportation. So what will happen with this price? Yes, according to the quarterly price, to these people, there was our main campaign that has been started in the August or September. Your energy independence, they should not pay any additional payments for gas. They will only pay for the transportation. Then the people ask, how cannot we do that as they do abroad? For example, that the consumers pay the fixed price monthly, but in the end of the season, they would do the recalculation for that. That's a very interesting question. Thank you. We have heard a lot of it from our consumers. It's quite possible to do that when we will have the free and competitive market of gas in Ukraine. Just the very same as currently the companies and the telecommunication operators, they currently give you the different packages to provide. You can buy the short time package with different conditions of how you will broadcast the television. The very same thing will be done with gas. It's just the same service as internet or the energy or whatever you are buying, choosing between many different suppliers. So basically, we do hope that starting from May next year, we will also have the opportunity to give you different products and more flexible tariffs, and our customers will have the opportunity to choose between different suppliers and different options. One of the options that we can offer you is the price that we are offering, the price for a year with additional checks by the end of the year, or maybe additional check-ins throughout midterm auditing. It depends on the desires of our people. Another question is on the Nord Stream 2 and the sanctions for the US, which were against the people and against the companies who are in some way connected to the project. I will just read it out. It's just interesting from why the hell the United States has induced the sanctions. Ukraine has lobbied the sanctions. What is the interest of the US? I do believe that some of the words were changed and that, there were a couple of swearing words, so we'll not use it. Okay, we have this rule in our change that will not delete in the critical commands. We're only deleting those that are actually using the swearings, maybe that people are trying to be milder in their criticism. But the United States of America have really induced the sanctions against the companies that construct the Nord Stream 2. And a lot of people were doubting it. A lot of people didn't know whether it's possible. They all believed that this is the bigger geopolitical case. And those sanctions have immediately blocked the construction of Nord Stream 2. This was really interesting to observe. This is the very first time that I've seen how the American sanctions work. An hour before they have been signed by Trump, by Mr. President. So the company that has been dealing with these pipelines, they had a press release and they said, no, we're not going to be constructing it furthermore anymore. Now, these two ships that have been used to construct these pipelines, they have already left Baltic Sea. By the way, the next question will be about those ships. Russia does not care about sanctions. They have their own pipe ships, the Fortune they call, or they can buy the additional pipe ships from Europe. Yes, but our team has been working for this package of sanctions for 2 years. If any ship is going to be engaged in constructing Nord Stream 2, it will be under sanctions of the US. They say, how they can do that? They're sanctioning something in our sea. How they can do that? They're not sanctioning anything in Europe. All of the sanctions are only about entering the US, the equities that those specific people or companies have in US dollars. So this is a completely legal way of working with the foreign policies of the US, which means if this company falls under the sanctions of the US government, they're faced one-on-one without the support of the insurance companies, additional insurance companies that are the global companies basically dealing in the global market. The company loses much more than Gazprom can pay. And even though they already invested a lot of money into that, that they had a lot of money invested into that, the losses because of the sanctions are really huge for any companies. That is why I will just give you a couple of examples. In the occupied Crimea, nevertheless, despite all of the rhetorics of all of the Russian politicians there are very limited amount of companies who are working. Especially the sanctions are really important for the international companies. The question is whether the company, the owner of Fortuna ship, whether they're ready to face the sanctions, whether Gazprom, who is the owner of another ship that is now located in Nakhodka near Vladivostok, whether they are ready to face those sanctions and to lose the biggest part of their businesses. I do believe no. So this is Gas Transit 2020 Marathon. We'll be back to our information center in a minute.
є предметом суперечок і конфліктів між Росією
is the subject of the conflicts between Russia and Ukraine. The two of those were so acute that they were called the gas wars. The first time this term has been used at the very beginning of 2006 when Russia shut off the gas valve at the New Year's Eve. In the protest, the President's Putin advisor, Andrei Larionov, has resigned and declared a gas war. Larionov has stated that Kremlin has used energy weapons against Ukraine. In 2005, the Russian gas monopolist Gazprom created a situation in which Ukraine lost the opportunity to receive gas directly from Turkmenistan and Kazakhstan. Moscow has demanded to increase the price of Russian gas by 5 times, from 50 to 250 thousands per cubic meters. Negotiations between Ukraine and Russia were unsuccessful. Consequently, on the night of January 1st, 2006, Gazprom cut off the gas supplies and accused Ukraine of the unauthorized gas extraction. The crisis has been resolved on the 4th of January with the signing of an agreement on gas supply to Ukraine through the intermediary company Ukrenergo. Gazprom and the company of the Ukrainian businessman Dmytro Firtash became shareholders, and the gas price for Ukraine in the first half of 2006 was $95. The gas agreements of 2006 have caused serious disputes among Ukrainian politicians. Yulia Tymoshenko was the main opponent of the Ukrenergo activities. At the end of 2007, she became a prime minister of Ukraine and aimed at removing the gas broker from the supply chain. As a result, Tymoshenko had regular disputes with Viktor Yushchenko, the president of Ukraine. Russia took advantage of the rivalship. On December 31, 2008, President Dmitry Medvedev issued an ultimatum. Next year, the gas price will be an unreasonable $450 per 1,000 cubic meters. The next day, the gas supplies to Ukrainian consumers were cut off, and from January 7, the transit itself was completely blocked. Europeans also stopped receiving gas. On January 19, the prime ministers of the two countries, Yulia Tymoshenko and Vladimir Putin, has signed a new agreement. The contract between Naftogaz and Gazprom specified a basic price of $450, but due to the temporary discounts in 2009, it averaged to $2,033. The brokers between Gazprom and Naftogaz were eliminated. The take-or-pay principle was also introduced, according to which the Ukrainian side would have to pay a fine for purchasing less gas than stipulated by the contract. The take-or-pay principle was criticized and disputed by the International Arbitration Tribunal in Stockholm as a discriminatory a few days later. So we're back to the Gas Informational Center. We're pleased to see you back. So this is the online marathon Transit 2020 in online regime to 24 hours a day. We will follow the process of signing or not signing the new transit agreement between Russia and Ukraine for supplying the European consumers with Russian gas. So now we have Olena Osmolovska with me, the head of the corporate communication of Naftogaz Ukraine. In the previous block, we have considered the issue of we have discussed the questions of the internet users, and we have discussed the issues on the Nord Stream 2 and the US sanctions. A very interesting question. President Trump has applied that they say that before this sanctions will be taken into action, the Nord Stream will be constructed still. Can you comment upon that? This question was clear when we've understood that the Senate, both of the chambers, have voted to support the sanctions, to support the draft law that has included those sanctions in place. It was not quite clear for us of how much time it will take for them to be induced into power, whether President Trump will sign those sanctions, and the president has signed it, and they have been taken into action immediately. I have never seen this like that. As the moment the president has signed it, the company have stepped outside from the construction process, even though a lot of think tanks have provided a very low probability that the sanctions will take place. Yes, that's true. Ukraine is fighting at this front line for a couple of years already, and we're doing a lot of things now. The things that might have been impossible, but before, but we understand why are we doing that, and we have the best results for that. Okay, but if we will get back to the issues of lobbying the construction of the Nord Stream 2, and especially the arguments of those people, the supporters of Nord Stream 2, what were the arguments from their sides? There are a couple of arguments that I really like, my favorite arguments that I usually hear at different meetings or different conferences that are dedicated to Nord Stream 2. There were a lot of this kind of meetings for the recent 3 years. The main argument is that Europe will have more ways to deliver the Russian gas. Why it is that bad? Well, the more pipelines we have, the more opportunities to engage, the more opportunities to buy gas for Europeans. Yes, but this is the sources from the one suppliers, isn't that? Yes, this is the one supplier, one resource who is not increasing their supply. So what basically the Nord Stream 2 does? They are basically ruining the Ukrainian channel of transmission that might provide them 160 billion cubic meters a year that will only deliver 55 to them. So this exchange is not equal. It's not quite clear why would Europeans need that. When we are telling them that it's not this or that and you're choosing, but you'll not only be left up with a smaller pipe that is underwater, that is really going to be harder to maintain. And you are now losing those flexible systems that you have used for many years before. Then the Europeans are starting to think about it. They're understanding that maybe something is wrong. We have talked to the deputies of the Bundestag, those are the people who are the supporters of building the Nord Stream 2. And to support this project, they said that we're not paying anything for this pipeline. Russia is building this pipeline on their own, and then we will see later on whether we will buy the gas through this pipeline or not. We will check out the price. Is it also present? Well, think about the situation like this, that before the new year, you have a courier coming to your place and they with a huge box and they say like, this is for you, and they say like, no, I say I didn't order any delivery, and they say it's okay, this is for you, can I take a look of what inside? No, you will not take a look of what inside. We are breaking into your apartment and giving you this kind of present into your apartment. Those are very suspicious presents, and we're asking the Europeans, why do you believe that Russia does it? Why do Russians spend this amount of money, and who will further on give this money back? And I'm also interested in this point of view that have been voiced up by many different German speakers and counterparts, that they say that the Russian population will pay for that. Russian population is not to be sorry for. Russian really needs it, so they will take it away from these pensioners. But does Russia need it, or the friends of the Russian president need it? This is the policy that I didn't want to answer the political questions now, but when we're asking people whether you believe that this is the present for you, do you really believe it so? Take a look at something written in the small letters, like what is the present that you actually receive? Then you will then see that this present concentrates the delivery of Russian gas to the northern part of Germany, which means that the other the countries, the Central Europe, Southern Europe, they have to invest their money in order to reorganize their gas transporting transmitting systems in order to have the gas connection to Germany. And also it ruins their opportunity to buy gas from different sources, because they have gas potentially from the east, gas from the west, Gazprom from the west, and you are being tied out between this offer, and you're not the side that actually chooses the supplier and chooses the side with this fight with Gazprom. It's not there's not the best idea to be dependent from Gazprom. You can work with Gazprom, but only when your interests are protected, only when you have the other options available. If something goes wrong there, then you'll be able to have the gas from some other places. In this case, Gazprom changes its policies at all, and they become into commercial structure as it is. Alena, I would like to have a question specifically for your activities as a communication expert, and I'm asking this question to all of our guests today. Why do you believe that the Russian taxpayers do not have this question on whether the Russian budget are being efficiently used, investing this money into the Nord Stream 2? Why this money are being buried to the projects that have no economical gains for the country? Well, I do believe these questions arise, but I do believe that there is no channels for the Russian population to express their the disappointment with that, as we do have in Ukraine, because we have a very active population, we have very active people, politically active people in the social media, we have competition in place, political competition in place, and it also influences something that people say and write. Another point of questions that we have from our online users and the social media users, those are the questions about the new agreement with Gazprom for the gas transmission. And the people ask who has signed the protocols on behalf of Ukraine and where the mandate of the person who signed the protocol are written. I cannot comment this agreement before we will receive any information on how the situation goes. The main case for us here is that to work on the commercial, transparent condition is not only beneficial for Ukraine or Naftogaz or Ukrainian company, it's also beneficial for the Russian company. Gazprom has commercial benefits to take off the politics out of our gas relationships and to continue working with us just the way they work with their German counteragents. But we do not trace the political there. They're only about economical issues. Yes, because they have the choice there. The German customers can buy either from Gazprom, either from any other sources, or they also can export the energy for the European market. Our main task now for the European market is to do so that our market would not be dependent from one supplier as we used to have it from 2014. You have just watched the video with the historical moments of how those gas wars taken place, of how all of this pre-New Year Eve negotiations taken place, and I have just thought that at our western border, we have more than 30 suppliers. Have you ever heard a single time in what way our agreements are being made with those suppliers? Like from the news, with this kind of marathons, it has never been like that because we work on the very same transparent conditions with all of our suppliers. And thus, we do not have the need, we do not have the sense to engage politicians into that. I will get to the next question. It's not quite clear. If we have the operator of the GTS, then why Gazprom is still trying to make negotiations with Naftogaz? Can you explain that, please? Yes, this is also connected to your previous questions, why we have a different reaction for the general population to that. So one of the arguments that we have heard throughout these trilateral negotiations from the Russian counteragents is that, you don't have really sustainability in place, like your presidents change. But, okay, the presidents do not change in Russia, so they're commenting that like that, or what? We got used to the situation that we are working in. Ukraine is a clearer and understandable country for us. We believe in the reform that we have done together with the government this year on the unbundling of the operator, working with the European standards. So thus, we believe that our agreement will have the structure like that. But I cannot comment the issues on agreement now. We don't have the agreement yet. We have nothing to comment upon. Yes, but the question on that, Naftogaz has now taken its claims from the arbitrage tribunal of Stockholm for around 20 billion. Can we get more details? Because the people are asking, we can't give you more additional details on that. We don't have the details on that yet. Let us first of all leave this topic to the people who will comment upon that as soon as they will understand it better. And another question is about treason, treason as we say, treason and victory as we already have these different balances. Will we have the direct supplies from the Russian Federation? Will it be a treason? I cannot comment upon that right now. We have many different points of view with that. We have seen a lot of different opinions towards that, from the Christmas squares, from different parts of Ukraine. There's many different opinions about that. It really depends on what are the aims. What is the aims for us? And in what way we mitigate the risks that we have in all of these scenarios. The media has mentioned the figures that the potential transmission volume will be around 40 billion of cubic meters, will be enough for the Ukrainian GTS to be profitable and to support it, maintain it in the needed state. I would like to ask you to wait for the comments from the official people. Okay, but what if not? What if not? What if the agreement will go into that corner? Whether the Naftogaz will consider the options that starting from the 1st of January, we will not have an agreement in place. And what will you do further on? Well, we'll do everything in our efforts so that we will trying to avoid this scenario. But we have this scenario. Yes, I can't really comment it right now. Why have you decided not to go with a 10-year agreement? That's much better. But like 5 years with Russia doesn't seem like a condition good enough. You know, this is the question for the people who will comment upon the agreement when it will be signed. The guaranteed amount of transit is not a lot, not very much, but 40 billions of gas transit is just it's just a profitable margin if we believe the former minister. Yes, this is also the question to negotiators. What will be the destiny? What will be the destiny of the Stockholm Tribunal ruling? Like, unfortunately, I cannot comment upon those issues. Okay, getting back to the issues of lobbying the construction of the Nord Stream 2. In communications with our European partners, whether some of the thoughts that have been expressed, without getting into really details, that's whether there's some opinions like Ukraine, well, you can just follow what Russia wants and do whatever they want, and so do that this Nord Stream 2 will be finally constructed. There's a couple of 100 kilometers that left to build. Did you have this kind of conversations? There were different opinions, and people never believed that the sanctions will be induced. So as soon as sanctions got in place, then the rhetoric has changed. But these sanctions are very painful towards the German economy, for example. We have heard all of those claims by the officials, German officials, for example, Ms. Merkel, have said that they have set the sanctions, and Ms. Merkel also commented upon that. Is it possible, as the main communicator from your side, whether there will be some of the steps that will follow those sanctions? I believe that if we evaluate the influence on German economics, that is slightly over-exaggerated. We cannot say that the German companies have been really influenced to that. It's really hard, first of all, to calculate the influence of the sanctions yet. Of course, we understand that a lot of companies that were not satisfied, they were dissatisfied with the sanctions, but we believe that the project is 100% Gazprom project, and all of the other European companies that have been mentioned as the partners of the project, there are the loan producers, and I do believe that they have some mechanisms of their compensations. So, speaking on some other additional ways of answering the sanctions, I have only seen that there was the threats from the Russian Foreign Ministry that they said that they know all of the people who will lobby in the sanctions, and they will introduce the limitations for them to enter Russia, or for limitations or some prohibitions for their business in Russia. And I do believe that there are some people who will not be able to go through Baikal Lake touring. Thank you very much. Alona Smolovska was the guest of mine. With Mine Table, so she's the head of the corporate communication of Naftogaz Ukraine. So we're still at the Transit 2020 Marathon, and we will be back to our Gas Information Center in a second. Stay with us.
Зараз такий час, так, що ми ніби відпочиваємо.
We now have these times that we should actually work, but for you as the deputy head of the Ministry of Economics and the Agriculture, so you have to do that for the first time. You have to give us a hint. The negotiations between Russia and Ukraine about gas, how they will influence the Ukrainian economics. We don't have the agreement in place, but we have the protocol. You're following it now. There are two components to that. The first was really clearly stated in the inflation report of the National Bank of Ukraine. They have the full chapter about the influence of the transit of gas for the economics of Ukraine. This is the thesis that have been said by the heads of the Naftogaz. There's $3 billion. That is also the big importance and the investment influence. This is the 3% of Ukrainian GDP. And if in case the transit of the gas has been stopped and the payments for the transmission have been stopped, then we have another shock for Ukrainian economies. the potential shock for Ukrainian economy that basically can eat out all of the economical growth for the next year and all of the macro forecasts that being based on this like negative scenario assumptions. That is why the news that at the political level we had come up to the mutual understanding that Ukraine and Russian Federation and the European Union have agreed those parameters of this agreement of the transit, then now we have the big chance that we will try to avoid the big shock for Ukrainian economies. Can we speak about transit as an important component for the financial stability of Ukraine? Or should not we over-exaggerate the role of the transit? I believe that throughout 2014-2015, we've already learned how to deal with those shocking situations. That is why it's not going to be the deadly one for us. But we understand that we are all really tired of all of the shocking situation because, stresses and shocks are always a negative situation and we're becoming stronger with every shock we have. We have become stronger in 2014, 2015 when we had this significant change in the gas markets, and I do believe there would have been a negative scenario for us, but what is very important for us that the government and Naftogaz have been prepared to that. Our neighbors have been prepared to that. That all of the options have been already considered, and we had a lot of storages in our underground storages. And what most important, that this unpredictable game of Russian Federation, they have been playing against Russian Federation not only under the specific conditions on the transit of gas, but also overall in the strategy of developing the gas markets. They have currently understood that in the next 10 years Russia is going to lose their position in the gas markets of the European market, and they understood that the pipeline transmission of the gas is really losing its position. So our underground storages that might store the gas that can be delivered from any side of the planet, they have the competitive advantage much bigger than any kind of pipeline before that. So for Ukraine, and I'm always saying that, I'm always stating that for Ukraine, the thing that we need this transit agreement for next 5 and 10 years just for us to turn to the next business strategy. But you're saying that there is much more important than the other pipelines, and you're mentioning the Nord Stream 2. What about this issue? What about this issue, and how are we moving towards this agreement? How the American sanctions has helped us to do that? The American sanctions is the cherry on top that completely stopped the Nord Stream 2. We have to understand that Nord Stream 2 is a story of what Lisa Ukrainka has said, contra spam sparrow. So this is the situation when, nothing can stop Nord Stream 2. The Germans want to do that. The international law gives them the right to do that. What has happened throughout these 5 years? Throughout these 5 years, the sanctions, they have stopped the physical construction of the Nord Stream 2. But we should not forget that Nord Stream 2 will never be the way the Russian Federation has wanted it to be. Because currently it's being under the European rules. It doesn't go on according to that route that it has been planned. They have to change the route. They have to change the financial model. They have to deal with the issues of unbundling that we have already been through. This is basically the understanding that the sanctions are the so-called visible part of our victory that we've had. That's basically, by that moment, it already has been clear and understood for us that if you want to renew the Nord Stream 2, well, we can build it physically, but it will not work with its full capacity. It will work only by 50% of its capacity because Gazprom can only fulfill it with 50%. They can only be working on the very same condition as Ukrainian GTS according to European rules, and that is the much more deeper systematic victory that we've had. And it all has been done despite all of the skepticism that has been in Europe, in Washington, in Russian Federation, whatever. The lobbying powers of Gazprom are much more powerful than Ukrainian government lobbying powers. So basically, with the rationality of our policies, with the support of the European rules, with the rational negotiations, we have brought this discussion into that way so that the Nord Stream 2, point A, first of all, they have to be working under European regulations, and another point that everyone understood that this is the political project that goes against all of the trends of the market development, goes against all of the tendencies of development, which gave us the opportunity to then pursue our colleagues that you should not give them the opportunity to physically build it. Because currently the strategy of Russia is already the losing strategy. Like, we have already built it almost, so let us build it till the end. So, it really covered the arguments of Russia, like, we already built the pipeline, let us launch it. No. In this situation, it's quite clear that the Nord Stream 2, in any way, it's not needed. I want to recall another time when you have been working in the American Trade Chamber, and you can maybe tell us more about the American establishments. You understand what it is, why United States needed those sanctions. Because it's important for us, we understand why, but why the United States will use it. There are 2 points of view for this issue: the pro-Russian, the one that says that it's needed for them to use the gas, their own gas trade, but physically it just takes in the very same time because the gas market in Europe is being changed. As what I've said, the pipeline as it is, it's already the outdated model. Because when we are speaking about the liquidized gas, then it's much more interesting, and it's much more interesting equity than pipe is. So the market is changing, of course. But this is just maybe the correspondence of the trend, because the Qatar already provides you with liquid gas. What was the most important is that we have the systematic work throughout these 5 years, and our systematic work throughout 5 years, layer by layer, has taken each of the arguments that it is a business project, that it is investment by relevant, responsible companies, that it is the investment into market, that the German market supports it. We've taken it layer by layer, and the final argument that this is basically geopolitical project, that this is a clear idea to trying to control the European continent, it was that obvious that it's turned out to the issue of safety and security. Thus, the United States of America, even though they have their inner turbulence, they understand that if we speak about the defense and security issues, and even no matter how skeptical Donald Trump is towards NATO, the United States of America are staying on their commitment to support the security and defense issues in Europe. So that was quite clear that this is the issue of defense and the issue of security, so that is why the sanctions are mentioned in the Security Act. Okay, let us now talk about the minuses of Russia and the losses of Russia that they've had in the building of the Nord Stream 2. But let us speak about the benefits of Ukraine. Unbundling was mentioned by the president of the Russia. If there will be no unbundling, they say, there will be no appointments made. But can we say that this unbundling is complete? The operator of the GTS, they are self-sufficient and independent player on the market. Well, at least it will become a self-sufficient and independent player from the January 1st. We have the 2 important components of answer here. First of all, Putin speaking about unbundling is the biggest paradox that could have actually happened, because basically the president of the Russian Federation wanted Ukraine to fully implement the norms of the European Union. This is a complete nonsense, because this once again gives us the understanding that they have been going against the idea that we can live according to European rules. The main strategy of the Russian Federation was that Ukraine is a chaotic, uncontrollable country, and starting for these 10 years, why didn't this unbundling happen? So what was the breakdown? There was a change of sorts. Then, of course, if you are finally showing, and we were trying to show completely opposite for many, many years, so that's what we do. We have the support of the European Commission, who is also very skeptical for us using the European rules. But with this everyday work, every day moving forward, millimeter by millimeter, and understanding all of the processes that we have, updating the association agreement, Appendix 27, where we have written our commitments clearer on introducing the European norms. At some moment, we have this invisible transformation that Russia has got to the defensive position now. So if the European Union has already supported us that we will be working working according to the European rules, they said like, okay, show us that you can. So it wasn't only our ambition that we want to live under European rules, it was our commitment to actually show that we do not only want, but we can live according to European rules. So the main task for us for this year was not only to get prepared towards unbundling, but actually to show that we can finalize the unbundling. So the good event of this autumn, not only that we managed to do that before the January 1st, but because we have come up to the most important and the most difficult solutions inside of the unbundling process. Yes, the law has been approved in 2015. We have already changed all of the bylaws and all of the regulational base for that. And now the regulators are working according to the European standards. So we've had all of the additional work on the corporate level. We had the operator of the GTS, the government plan has been in place. But there always was like everything except the most important decisions. This was about the unbundling of the equities of the GTS as a separate operator, which means the physical division of some of the equities that used to be used by the integrated gas and transport system since the Soviet times. This is something that was really very precisely controlled by all of the physical and legal enemies of the unbundling. And this was the decision that didn't want it to be taken by a couple of the previous governments. If we will take a look at the decade when we have started to talk about this unbundling, there was not anyone who was brave enough to sign this agreement that we are now dividing the equities of the gas transmission system, so our main pipeline system, from all of the other equities that we have in Naftogaz. And we did that this autumn, which means that we have already shown that we can do something and not only declare. We can not only be prepared, but we can draw the main resolutions that will change the main points of view. Like, sorry for smiling, but you have this really big minute of fame because we are now talking about the government that you are working in. Yes, but this is the good appraisal because you have to understand how hard those decisions were made of. Because I have been participating in discussions about approving those decisions, it was really hard for us to see. It was visible how hard it is for the people to do. Because, this is the burden of responsibility, the burden of political responsibility. Will I be able to carry it or no? And the former government, they didn't manage to do that. It was clear for me why. So the new government, why it was really hard for them. Because the deadlines were really hard, the physical deadlines were really hard for us. The issue is like from the previous governments, they had the privilege that they can actually, they could delegate it, they could postpone it for later. We cannot postpone it now. And the fact that this parliament, this government, could manage to have these decisions in place, it gives us the understanding that we do not want to. We want to continue the transit and the development of the gas field. We're ready to have these decisions. I thought that's a good summary for us. You should not postpone anything for later because this is the time you either do it now or never. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So you have just heard their interview with Taras Kachka, and you know that we have mostly discussed with Nord Stream 2 and about the prospects of its construction. And we have finalized it with the words with the deputy minister of Economical Development and Agriculture. We have ended up with saying that we should not postpone anything. So now we've decided we do not want to postpone anything. We should not postpone the forecasts and analytics on the gas relationship of Russia and Ukraine and analyze it here in real time, expecting for the agreement to be signed. Now we have Thomas O'Donnell, the analytic on the gas issues. I'm pleased to welcome you here. We have just discussed it with the Deputy Minister on the Nord Stream 2, and I would like to start with asking you a question, the question that is really relevant for Ukrainian side and Ukrainian party, the question that has been discussed. If the Nord Stream will not be constructed in the recent times, but if it will be constructed, finalized, when it will be finalized, whether the Ukrainian GTS will have the opportunity to live on, to survive.
Well, first of all, Tatiana, thank you very much for inviting me. It's an honor to speak to the Ukrainian people tonight, and it's such an important time in the life of your nation. On this question of Nord Stream 2, well, as you know, the American sanctions have stopped Nord Stream 2 just before it was completed. And the reason that Moscow, and in particular Mr. Putin and Mr. Miller, are building this pipeline is precisely so that Russia does not have to depend on Ukraine to transit its gas to its market in Europe. And so the plan, really a geostrategic plan of Gazprom that's dictated by Mr. Putin is to bring two pipelines around the north, which is Nord Stream, and a big pipeline around the south through Turkey, which is Turk Stream, and to reduce the transit through Ukraine to a small amount so that, I would say, so that he's free to continue to disrupt the country in whatever manner he chooses to do. At the present time, although he's invaded your country, at the same time there's a certain limit as to what kind of disruption, what kind of war he can make, because he will sacrifice his business with Europe. And that's the general idea of building these alternative pipelines.
Дивіться, кілька підрядників, вони після
Well, take a look. A couple of the counterparts, after the sanctions that have been induced by the US government, they have stepped out of the agreement with the Nord Stream 2. Do you believe Russia has an opportunity to find other counterparts, and whether they have technological, financial, where they have the financial opportunity to complete the Nord Stream 2, but do they have the technological means to do that?
Well, that's the big question of the day. From most of the expert analyses that I've seen, it seems that the only ship that for sure could lay pipe in water so deep is a ship that belongs to this company, Allseas. Allseas has much more business with the United States than with Russia, so they immediately stop laying the pipe. Now, Russia does have a ship that's presently docked in China. It's a long story. They claim this ship could lay pipe in that water, according to the standards set by the Danish government. It's a questionable whether it could do that. It would take it at least 2 months to get there, and it's questionable whether that could happen. But there's another problem here. Even if, say, this ship belongs to Gazprom. If Gazprom uses this ship to lay the pipe, Gazprom will be subject to sanctions. This would be a major blow to Gazprom. And I doubt that Gazprom would directly, even if they had the ship, try to do it. They try to involve a third party, and then it becomes complicated.
Я зрозуміла. Тепер хочу вам запропонувати, пане Томасе.
Thank you. I understand that. But let us do it like this. I would like to ask you, Thomas, to take a look at the international media. Every country, the world, Ukraine, Russia, they deliver the information in a different way according to these negotiations. We only have the protocol. We don't have the agreement, the contract itself. It might happen in this recent hours or minutes. We have what we have. We have an overview of the international media, and we would like to ask you to comment depending on what country has written that. So let's take a look at the Telegraph, the British issue. The 20th of December, there was the protocol of agreement to continue the transit of the Russian gas through the territory of Ukraine. And the Telegraph says, overall, the European press, they really benefit the negotiations that are being in place. The Telegraph underlines that the contract between Gazprom and Naftogaz will make Ukraine and Russia closer and will help the negotiations between European Union and Russia. So the Telegraph emphasizes the political component. How do you believe this political component will be in action? Because Gazprom, they try to put themselves as a commercial actor, first of all, not political.
Yes. First of all, I don't think there's any question that moving a pipeline that works, the Ukrainian pipelines work perfectly well. They're paid for. The only reason to not use these pipelines and to build new pipelines is clearly geopolitical, as I explained earlier. So if I understand correctly what the telegram is saying, that somehow by Ukraine and Russia coming to an agreement that this is, if I understand correctly, that this is going to improve the political climate in Europe. I am rather doubtful about that. The general plan that Russia has for Ukraine and for Belarus, I must say also, is to get all their gas business out of these countries so that then Mr. Putin wants to bring these countries into the Russian orbit as a zone of security for Russia. Either bring them into the Russian orbit or do something to disrupt them so they can't go into the Western orbit. That's not going to change. The fact that Mr. Putin and Mr. Miller for Gazprom might sign a contract in 20 minutes or they might not sign a contract is not going to change that. That's a tactical matter for what Russia has to do in the short term. The strategy, I don't believe, is going to change.
Хочу вас запитати про те
I want to ask you another point. We had a lot of our review of the international media, but I will still start with a question. Do you believe that there is a 100% guarantee that even after the agreement will be signed, that Russia will not violate it and will not manipulate some of the issues mentioned in the agreement?
Well, unfortunately, there's a history. And we know that in the past, when there are geopolitical interests of the Russian state, as determined by Mr. Putin as an autocrat, he's willing to violate legality of a contract for the geopolitical reasons. So, for example, I could give you a quick example. After the Maidan Revolution, the Revolution of Dignity, of course, Russia diverted quite a bit of gas from the Ukrainian system into Nord Stream 1, using the excuse then that Nord Stream 1 is full, we need Nord Stream 2. Now, Naftogaz took Gazprom to arbitration tribunal, and the arbitration tribunal said there is no excuse for doing this. Ukraine was perfectly capable of transiting the gas, was not stealing gas, and so then Putin was, in fact, he just paid a couple days ago, was forced to pay $3 billion in compensation for breaking the contract. So in that case, it was for geopolitical reasons, and he broke the contract. And so I think that if a contract is signed, we need vigilance. If the sanctions came off Nord Stream 2 quickly, that would be, then the guarantee of this continuing would be diminished.
Зрозуміло, Томасе. Давайте тепер процитую британське видання.
Thank you, Thomas. Now let us quote the Financial Times, the British Financial Times. They quote the Vice President of European Commission. You can take a look at the screen. Mario Shevchovich have made a claim. And what do they say? You can see that currently what was a win-win situation. I congratulate this agreement. That was an important issue for the transit of Russian gas to Ukraine. So no emotions. That it was just the fact, the straight fact. Do you understand it correctly?
Yes. I'm sorry, this is a statement by von der Leyen, the President of the European Council, I think. Well, yes, I mean, it's always...
Теж здається, да, що це
Yes,
не Шевчович.
yes,
Так. Тепер
okay,
давайте.
yes.
Да-да.
So it's always, of course, it's better that Russia and Naftogaz can come to an agreement as long as it's an agreement on the basis of mutual respect and respects the integrity of Ukraine and the interests of Ukraine, yes. But as I said, it's not going to change the basic plan, the basic geopolitical plan of Russia in the long run. If they're making this deal, it's perhaps because the United States put sanctions on Nord Stream 2, and Russia thinks it's going to take a long time to fix Nord Stream 2, so they're constrained to send gas through Ukraine for a period of time. But the plan, eventually, he made it very clear when he ordered Gazprom in about 2015. He said, get the gas out of Ukraine so we don't have to have a new contract. So having a new contract with Ukraine is already a step back for Russia, is a certain victory for Ukraine.
Yes, I also wanted to add up to that what Financial Times has also stated, that the prices for gas, there was a fall, a decrease in prices when there was the preliminary agreements between Kiev and Moscow. Do you believe that the prices are influenced by that, whether they directly depend on the future agreement? It's not only that, so we also have to consider the warm winter and speak about the market overall. It's not only the contract itself.
Okay, let's see. Yes, I don't really, in the preliminary contract, I don't know what the price, I don't think we know what price was agreed. Maybe some other people do, but I didn't hear what price was agreed in the preliminary contract. Yes, right. Right. So we don't know, it's difficult, we can't comment on that. However, you know, all across Europe, it was expected that Mr. Putin might cause a gas crisis. So there was a lot of gas put in storage. Storage in Europe is almost totally full. Even the Ukrainian gas storage is almost totally full. So if Russia does not sign a contract today, and there's a crisis, Europe is not going to feel the effect of it very rapidly. There will be gas for some months. The price will go up, and that will be a crisis. But as the gas that's in storage goes down and the price goes up, the pressure that's put by the European Union, by Berlin, especially on Ukraine, will increase to sign. And this will be a very difficult situation for Ukraine.
So now we'll have a big quote because we're getting back to La Tribune, the French newspaper. They said that the signing the agreement with the background of the Donbas conflict is a good but controversial news for us. This is the Christmas present to Europe from Mr. Putin that is connected to the 2 billion check for Kiev. All of this French issue also emphasizes that the dependence of Russian gas for Europe is increasing. Europe is now providing 62% of the gas needs of Europe, and Europe now has a really complicated dilemma. Because of taking care of the environment, the European countries are trying to mitigate the usage of the coal, but only the gas transported from Russia can provide this shift with the smallest economical expenditures. But still, Europe trying to support the sanctions against Russia because of the annexed Crimea and the support of the pro-Russian militants in Donbass. Maybe La Tribune is very emotional, but maybe they're right in combining all of those international processes that are coming up in one issue. What do you believe about that?
Well, the reality is these might be, you know, some of these might be things talked about in the economics department in the university, some in the political department and so forth, but there's one world and there's one relationship. And as the diplomats and the people from Naftogaz who are negotiating have all these things in their mind at the same time. And that's the reality. So the French newspaper throws a lot at us at the same moment. If this showed some real change in intent or in attitude by Mr. Putin, he would have agreed when he was in Paris with Mr. Zelensky, President Zelensky, he would have agreed to do something really significant besides, besides trade some prisoners, allow Ukraine to control the border, allow to have elections under the conditions set by Ukraine, and then make a contract for gas. Then I'd say, oh, something's changing. But until he does something like that, I don't see the general intent changing. He's had a minor setback. Just to be honest, it was quite an effort by Ukraine and your allies in Europe and in America to delay Nord Stream 2. But in fact, and that's the only reason he has to sign a contract right now or do something to transit gas through Ukraine eventually until that's completed. That's a temporary victory. And something in the long run, his intention is to remove the gas from here. Nothing has changed.
You say there's a small victory, the postponed and delay of the construction of the Nord Stream 2. But some of the experts have said that if in 3 years the Nord Stream 2 will not be finally constructed, it won't be that small victory because 3 years for the modern world, it's a big moment of time.
Absolutely. The more time that Nord Stream 2 is delayed and the more gas that flows through Ukraine, of course Ukraine will make some money, and that's very good. In fact, it's about the size of the military budget, which is significant. And I'm sure that bothers Mr. Putin. However, even more than that, the fact that about a third of the gas that Europe imports was coming through Ukraine means that if there is ever any greater conflict between Russia and Ukraine, if that gas stopped, it would be a huge crisis for Europe. The Americans would immediately be involved in a very forceful way. Berlin and France would have to make some decisions. Mr. Putin doesn't want to risk that. That's why he's getting the gas out, to make Ukraine more vulnerable. The longer it takes him to get that gas out, the more opportunity you have to prepare for that day.
But by the way, don't you believe that? We're now talking about the international media, but I would like to quote the Commerçant, the Russian issue, the Russian publication. They said that the rhetoric of Putin has changed because of his desire to keep President Zelensky hooked, because in this case, to continue the transit through Ukraine, they give the opportunity to Zelensky to decrease the price on gas and to be a good president for Ukrainian people. So they're trying to get the president hooked.
Well, this is in fact a long-term tactic of Mr. Putin, is to always offer to a president of Ukraine, by the way, I can give you some gas really cheap. You can go sell it somewhere and make a nice profit. There's no strings attached. And I think Mr. Zelensky, growing up in Ukraine and seeing what the past did, would be very careful about any special favors done like that by Mr. Putin.
Say that it's not my assumption. This is something that Kommersant, the Russian publication, said. They're very deep into this topic. But let us turn to the international media once again. The United States media, they have this criticism on Ukraine and Russia agreements. I would like to quote Wall Street Journal. They say that this agreement will empower the European dependence on Russian gas. And even though, despite the new transit contract with Ukraine, Russia will continue building the Nord Stream 2 and the Turk Stream, the two pipelines bypassing Ukraine, that it not only decrease the amount of the gas transited through Ukraine, but it will also make Kiev, Wall Street Journal says, dependent and sensitive towards Russia, because Kremlin knows how to use the gas question in negotiation. As soon as the Nord Stream 2 will start working, Ukraine will lose its strategical value to Russia, then Gazprom will be able to take down the transfer of gas to territory of Ukraine by just increasing the gas transmission through different routes. Do you agree with this point of view by Wall Street Journal?
Yes, generally I do. I mean, that is the plan of Putin, is to divert the gas through new pipelines other places and make Ukraine more vulnerable. Now, one problem that the European Union has, if they want to resist this plan, is that they truly are dependent on Russian gas. I mean, this is a real dependency. It's something like 40% of the gas that's consumed in Europe. It's not easy to replace 40% of the gas. It's possible in the long run to bring in liquid natural gas from the United States, but also from Qatar and other places. But it takes a long time to build those terminals. The price might be somewhat higher for a time, but that's a security premium that countries might have to decide to pay, such as the Poles have decided to pay, or the Lithuanians. So the problem here is we cannot, in Europe, escape this dependency quickly. So we have to manage this very carefully and not take the gas in the way Mr. Putin wants to give it to us through these other pipelines, taking all the pipelines that were built during the Soviet era that go through Poland, Belarus, Ukraine, and so forth, okay? He can no longer, he used those pipelines to control the countries before with corruption, with special deals with oligarchs. But after the Ukrainian people have made two revolutions now and have opposed that oligarchs and oppose this kind of corruption, he can no longer use the pipelines coming through the country to control the country, and then suddenly he wants to get the pipelines out. And he has to move on to a new strategy, and we see what he did in Donbass. This is his new strategy. But the basic strategy of controlling the country in some way and preventing the country from going with the West, that does not change.
Thank you very much. I've heard you. But let us continue with that. There's just a couple of publications I want to quote. For example, the New York Times, because we have to quote them, what they're writing about. In the same time, when Ukraine and Russia negotiated the continuation of the gas transit, President Trump has induced the sanctions against the Nord Stream 2 and Turk Stream. And New York Times says, under those sanctions, there are the ships and vessels that are constructing the pipelines for these pipelines and the citizens who are connected with the work of those vessels. Whether those sanctions will be the long-term sanctions, whether they are really that powerful in the issue of delaying the construction of the pipeline. And, you know, up till the 29th of December, we had the deadline to sign up the agreement. So this question of sanctions, are they so powerful? Are they so serious? Maybe you'll mention some specific people who have the connections of working with those vessels.
Okay, let's back up. I was in Washington in May and June at the, I had a fellowship at the Wilson Center and at the Kennan Institute and the Wilson Center, and they interviewed many people for about a month and a half in Washington, not only in Capitol Hill in Congress, but also experts and administration people. It was pretty clear then that Congress wanted to pass these sanctions on Nord Stream 2 like by September. It didn't happen. And the reason it didn't happen, in my opinion, is Mr. Trump. Mr. Trump does not I just want to make this clear. He does not support these sanctions, nor did the head of the Treasury Department, Mr. Mnuchin. These are the two people who've really opposed it. Now, what's happened is, I would say, if it'd take me a second to explain, I think if it was brought to the floor of the Senate, okay. If last September this bill was brought to the floor of the Senate, 94 senators probably would have voted for it. And similar in the House of Representatives, even a higher percentage. I think what happened is because Mr. Trump got in trouble for his mischief and in Ukraine, where he was more interested in his election campaign and manipulations and corruption than he was in the defense of Ukraine against Mr. Putin and so forth. Because of that, I would say a number of Republican senators, although they wanted to pass this law, it was embarrassing for them because it's clear that this is a law against Trump, forcing Trump to put sanctions. And they didn't really want to discuss it so publicly. So the leader of the opposition, of the minority in the Senate, Mr. Schumer from New York State, he had an idea. He said, I tell you what, let's put this bill inside the big defense bill, $750 billion roughly. We'll put it in there, and they don't really have to have the same discussion. And the Republicans were perfectly happy with this, and and they went and negotiated, the senators, Democrat and Republican, went and negotiated with the White House and made it clear they're going to pass this. If Mr. Trump hadn't signed this, A, there would be no money for the entire American military, it would be a crisis, and B, they would have passed it over his head. So he was forced to do this, just like when he passed. A similar thing happened with sanctions a few years ago. He was forced by Congress to do it. And so that's what happened. And that's why it happened at the last moment when there's only, well, you might say 150 kilometers, you might say 300 kilometers. There's two pipelines, so it's about 300 kilometers that have to be built. That's why it was stopped at the last moment.
That's very interesting. I haven't heard this point of view, that kind of explanation for Trump's actions. Thank you very much for this explanation. I want to quote Forbes. They say that the gas agreement is the victory by Gazprom and a chance for Volodymyr Zelensky, because on one hand, the Naftogaz has decided to stop its tribunal claims for about $12 billion. On the other hand, Kiev will preserve the important transit of Russian gas and will have more than $2.9 billion according to the ruling of the Stockholm Tribunal. And now Ukraine can turn to the different issues with our negotiations with Russia. For example, settling out the issues with the conflict on Donbass. But you have said if Russia really wanted that, then they would do that in Paris. Forbes believes it in a different way. You believe that it has to be done simultaneously, but Forbes changes the order. So who's the right? You, the one who's saying that they should be done simultaneously, or Forbes, who have their own means?
Well, I don't see any evidence that the basic geostrategic plan of Putin for Ukraine and Belarus has changed in any way. All these delays are moving forward, and this first and that second. They're tactical differences that he's forced to do because of the situation. If you don't mind, since you said it was interesting what I said about Mr. Trump, I would just like to raise something so people realize the reality. There's also a danger that Mr. Trump might take these sanctions off. He has the right, under this sanction bill, to say that in the interest of national security, he could take the sanctions off. So, if a deal is signed, I'm not saying Naftogaz shouldn't sign a deal. If a deal is signed, it's possible because of his, whatever it is that he has, he wants to be favorable to Mr. Putin, he could say, see, I was the tough guy. I imposed these sanctions, and I forced the deal. And now I'm going to reward them for the deal and take the sanctions off. And that's a possibility. And in fact, part of in the negotiations with the White House and Congress, one thing that was added is that it's possible for Russia to get out from under these, for Nord Stream 2, to get out from under these sanctions, one thing they have to do, it's on the 10th page of the bill, the last page, if they don't drop the transit through any country by more than 25% a year, that would show goodwill, and they could ask for a waiver to allow them to build Nord Stream 2. Now notice, Ukraine transited about 87 billion cubic meters of gas last year, 87. The contract that we saw released on the 19th as a preliminary said 65. Give or take a decimal point, that's almost exactly a 25% drop. The Russians could argue that if the Americans took 2019, 87 billion, we're within 25%. See, we're doing this in good faith. Mr. Trump, please take the sanctions off. So what we need in Washington, and we need in other places, is some vigilance to look at this, that in order to make sure that anything that's signed is stuck to for the next years of the contract, we have to watch this very closely.
Thank you very much, Thomas. Thank you very much, Thomas. They say that we have to be faster. That is why we have to close our conversation by now. And I would like to tell you that we had a very deep analysis right now from the experts by Thomas O'Donnell. And we would like to once again, we know that we are now in live broadcast. We have the Marathon 2020. We can then again take a look at your analytics closer, because you've said very important things that haven't been voiced out by the international publications. And I'm not even mentioning our publications. Our marathon continues. I'm really grateful to all of the people who are staying with us. We're analyzing the situation while we're still waiting for the agreement to be signed. Thank you for being with us.
Олександр Харченко, директор Центру досліджень енергетики.
Alexander Harchenko, the director of the Center for Energy Research, in our studio. So we have a question to you. Since November 2015, we do not buy the gas from Ukraine. If maybe some of the Ukrainians that do not know that we even have the counter at the Ukrtrans gas. And right now we have almost 1,500 days without the Russian gas. I'm really interested to know what is the capacities of Ukrainian sustainability now, and whether we can deal with the situation if Moscow, and we assume, will stop transit of gas through Ukraine to Europe. You know, the stopping of the transit to Europe will not cause any problems for Ukraine and Europe this year. And Ukraine has now more than 19 billion cubic meter of gas in our storages, and we have around 56 million a day. We are our own instruction. Thus, we do not have a single problem if the transit will be stopped for 2 or 3 or 4 months. 60 million cubic meters? 56. I don't want to lie, but I guess around 56. Europe is also ready. Europe has the storages full. The Europeans, they've understood that this year there might be a crisis situation concerning that and concerning Gazprom, and with the lack of the desire for the Russians to be working in the framework of the European rules, but I do hope we'll not see that happening. Okay, thank you. Can you please tell me what is the big difference? And I've already has given this question to our experts. What is the big difference if we will analyze 2006, 2009, whether the dependence of Ukraine for the Russian gas has changed throughout this time? If we compare the situation now to 2006 or 2009, if we will analyze it, then in the first case, then there was the part of it was in the vacations. Then, you know, we didn't have the militaries there. Everyone was celebrating it. But now, right now, we have people with weapons and on the position, and we're ready to fight. So basically, but if it's a very good example, military example that you had. But should we now mention 2006 and 2009 when we are now mentioning those years? Should we compare it? Should we think about it? You know, to be honest, I do not see the similarities between 2006, 2009. we had a completely demoralized, unprofessional Ukrainian position that we had by that time, and that was the thing why we lost everything that we could lose. What I currently see, I see the full capacity, the full readiness and understanding of what is going on, and understanding we have a lot of guests in Europe, not only in Europe, but in other countries of the world who support us, and I cannot even say that the situations are alike, they're completely different. Because sometimes the people draw the similarities, so I was interested to know your opinion. Thank you. The Ukrainian GTS, without transmitting Russian gas, can it function properly? And a couple questions about the operator itself. You know, this is a philosophical issue. What do you say about which like to function in full capacities? Like, if we will not have the transit at all, then some part of the Ukrainian GTS will not be needed. Well, it won't be used. But okay, we cannot say about the value of something that we have. No, but the biggest part of the Ukrainian GTS will continue at work. Well, first of all, we can do the reverse from the gas of one country to another that are not connected in any different way, but like through Ukraine. Then we have the storages that are very convenient things, for example, to give the LNG in Europe, so we can store it during summer, we can transfer those ships to Poland, to Klaipeda, to transport into Ukraine, and then sell it into with a higher price. You know, the LNG is built up that way that they have a very cheap gas during summer. So what the Ukrainian GTS has the perspective, even we won't have the transit? Yes, we do. Just we have to use some bit of reasoning to do that. But I will just once again say that I do not see the perspective to the transit in the nearest 5 years. Well, at least 5 years. At least 5 years, yes. So you really calm about this 5 years perspective, because some people even say that the protocol has been signed, the agreement that should be signed, that they still are not really optimistic about this issue. So what gives you the optimism to be optimistic that the Nord Stream 2 or the Turk Stream will work? Well, you know, Turk Stream 2 will not be launched for at least 3 years more. This is the most optimistic forecast for the Russians, 3 years. The Turk Stream, or the Turk Stream as it's usually called, it has its own peculiarities also, and, you know, Turkey is not the big fan of Putin. There are the situational ally, but they do have a lot of different discussions about it. And the Turk people that are also using this gas leverage towards Russia, as well as Russia uses against the other countries. So the main thing for Ukraine in this situation is not to be afraid of anything that comes and keep on following our own position. I wanted to make a joke, you know, not to be afraid of anything. To be not afraid of anything, you have to have professionalism, you have to have the understanding of the situation, you need to have the political will. Some people say that the political will is needed when you don't have the law working and you don't have the understanding of the situation. No, but like, you know, not to be afraid is a very, very broad understanding. I don't like the thing of political will because, and I will explain why, because, you know, this is the saying that you're hiding your desire or lack of desire. If you're not afraid of the war, if you are going to the front line, then you have to be strong and you have to fight. You have to struggle. If you don't want to do that, if you're not ready to do that, then give up straight away. I don't see the team that is currently working with gas, the team that works currently in the gas sphere, I don't see the desire to fail. So yeah, so this is the victory in Stockholm Tribunal is the good sense of that. Not only in Stockholm Tribunal, everything is ready for the crisis. Is it a victory or no? Then we will see that later on. If we were not ready, then we would have the weak position that we've had 2006, 2009. So we have now got to this moment that our American partners have delivered the sanctions for the Nord Stream 2. That's a victory indeed. We are now reached that Ukraine has now the support of many countries of Europe by protecting our position in transit. And even when the super powerful, basically the all-powerful, almighty German chancellor said that we are against the sanctions that our U.S. colleagues imposed, and the other three countries say yes, even though they understand all of the risks of ruining their relationship with Germans. So this is the big work of the team, of the diplomats in the gas sphere, the works from the energy sphere. But they have already created the situation where we are now fighting with the ratings, with a powerful Russian machine. But now we are on the equal fights. Yes, right you are. But the question on victory, when we are talking about the American sanctions, that is not going to be the Ukrainian victory. For Ukraine, that will be a victory. But in understanding of the United States of America, they have to deal because of their own defense situation in Europe. So we still say, believe that it's our victory. Yes, you have explained a lot of things with that. We have already has given a lot of efforts to explain the United States of America why that is the threat for the energy for the energy safety of the United States of America and Ukraine. So this is the work that stays outside of the media. Okay, great, thank you. Now let us speak about the capacities of Ukrainian GTS, because we have to discuss it also. The operator of the Ukrainian GTS will start working with January 1st, and its capacity is much bigger than the volume of the Russian exports. How we will use these additional capacities of Ukrainian GTS? Well, first of all, that's not the question towards the export, but to people who are responsible for that. You didn't want to answer on the behalf of the operator. No, I do not want to answer on something where I'm not a qualified person to answer. We have the people who know how to deal with this case, and they have already proven themselves effective, who know what is the best way to deal with those businesses, even under hard conditions. And I do believe that it will give you the better answer than I can give you. My answer is to use those opportunities available that we might use. Our storages, they have to be the European storages. Our transit capacities, they have to be on transferring gas from one country to another. They have to be used on the biggest amount. The most important thing that we reached at these negotiations with Russia, and it will happen nevertheless, we have freed Ukrainian GTS from Russian captivity, because according to the Ukrainian agreement of 2009, Ukrainian GTS was captured by Gazprom, because by that agreement, that was Russia who controlled. The GTS was a part of Russia for any kind of buyer. Now we're not even discussing it, that we will have this connection agreement and we will have this gas at the eastern part of Ukraine, and then we will understand what is going on further on. So now we have the Ukrainian GTS outside of the Russian captivity. The next thing is fantastically hard work. It's that we need to have the transit agreement not with Gazprom. We have to have the Angie, Uni, whatever European operators are. We need to find the ways for the Gazprom to be forced, and they don't want to do that, but we need to force Gazprom to sign up the agreements, the transit agreements with providing the controls on the eastern border of Ukraine to the other buyers of gas. Okay, so you're saying that Russia didn't want it, but when we're speaking about unbundling, we are mentioning the words of the Russian Federation president, who said that if it's not going to happen, that we're not going to have not a single negotiations in place. In what way we have spoken about that with Alexander Marketenko? In what way the president of Russian Federation has supported this European model that is not for the benefit of Russia? You know, that's a simple story. Russians were playing a game. Russians were playing a game. They were sure that Ukraine is not capable of installing the European rules of market. So what were they basing this assumption on? On the assumption that Ukraine was never able to do anything at all. Let us be honest. Russians, they have this point of view, and they believe that Ukraine is incapable of anything. That is very good for us, because whatever they have lost, they still believe they're right, and they're now being mistaken. But they have been sure that non-unbundling will be there. And by the way, the government of Mr. Groysman did everything to do that, and we have to repeat it many times again, that basically the government of Mr. Groysman make everything for Ukraine to lose the gas war against Russia. But thank you very much for the new government. In 4 months, we managed to do much more than we did in the 2.5 years to win this fight against Russia. And of course, there has been a very big tempo. We have installed the European rules and we have completed the unbundling. Yes, of course, the team of Naftogaz has been working throughout this time for that. Yes, the Naftogaz team has done a lot of efforts to do that. Yes, the Naftogaz team has supported a lot of changes in place, but it wouldn't have been possible without the government and without the parliament. And we have to say that both the parliament and government has done a fantastic work on installing the European rules in Ukraine. So, okay. So, your arguments that they've done everything to lose this story, what you've said, and the new government has done everything to. What are your arguments? Well, that's not my words, that are the fact. We just analyze what has been done. Well, just a couple of facts to support your position. What hasn't been done by the government of Mr. Groth? Everything is very simple, very simple. Mr. Yatsenyuk government, there was the plan of unbundling that has been supported by everyone, and the president supported it. And after that, why the government of Mr. Groisman has been in power, not a single point of this plan has been implemented. Why? This is the question to Mr. Groisman. Okay, Mr. Groisman explains it in his own way, but I want to have your point of view on that. And then again, about these agreements that has been already conducted by the operator of GTS, the technical agreement, how do we collaborate with Romania, Poland, Hungary. It would be really interesting for us to explain what are those agreements influencing and how they influence the overall flow of negotiations with Russia. These are negotiations. This is the way for us to get out of the captivity from Gazprom. Yes, the Russians now are becoming the counter-agents for all of our neighbors, and thank God we are doing that. So that really happened. Whether it was a big argument to work with Gazprom or no, but we have to understand that they still do not understand what is the final consequences for them, but they don't care. Okay, that doesn't matter. That doesn't really. They do not understand the issues of gas and the influence of it. There is the big, powerful Gazprom, and there is small and a clear company that you don't know what you. And so, what is Hungary or Romania, who they are, whatever. There is the big Russia and Gazprom, powerful, and you are trying to give us some kind of bullshit with that. No, but basically, this is the part of this future GTS. This is the part that gives us the opportunity to use our own GTS, not just to pump gas from Russia to Europe, but to be the real integrator of the European gas market, for us to be the crossing point to take the gas, for us to be the country that will provide the energy safety of the region, and I mean by Central and Eastern Europe, by the region. And all together, in an amicable, competitive way to collaborate with all the partners in the gas market. So you said Romania, Moldova, and you've said who they are. But okay, what are the countries that we mention here who are our good allies? Or even those countries that are our allies in fighting. I haven't said Moldova, because Moldova GTS is basically ruled and governed by Russia. Romania, Poland, Bulgaria, Greece in perspective, the Baltic countries, even Finland in some time. So they are all the allies of Ukraine to build the joint gas market, the joint gas field that will make all of those countries independent from Gazprom as one inadvertible supplier of gas. They're all interested in that. The perspective of building the interconnectors with Poland, the closest one. We don't have to build anything with Poland. We have the two interconnectors with Poland that all together give us an opportunity to pump up more than 7 million cubic meters a year. We do not have to build anything. For the Poles, yes, they have the opportunity to build a pipeline around 167 kilometers long. They have to build the pipeline for them to be able to freely trade gas that goes through LNG terminal, because currently it's really hard for them to pump it through the Poland's territory, because they have this bottleneck, as it's called, and they have no opportunity to pump out through the needed amounts. And so the Poles build it, and they build the connection with the Baltic system. So when we will have all of those connections in place, and when we will integrate it together with the Ukrainian system, it will create a space that will provide all of the participants of the space, notwithstanding of the Gazprom. I wanted to ask you this question, but if we're speaking about the GTS operator, 100% of the shareholders, so the shares of the operator, are going to be under the control of the Ministry of Finance. But the government and Mr. Orzel, the Minister of Energy, they were against it, but they chosen this model. Can you please give us an understanding? You say that it's the right way to do. Maybe that will cause some additional technical difficulties. I don't see any technical issues and technical difficulties with that, because the storages and The storages and the transmission system, they're working separately in many countries of the world. That doesn't give any problems to anyone. That will make the life of Gazprom harder because they will have to pay now for the balancing and the transmission of gas for Ukrainian party, and they will not be able to do that, to press the operators to do that in the framework of tariff. They will have to do that in the framework of the new agreements, and they have to understand how it will be balanced with the storages when it's needed and how it's needed and when it's needed. Honestly, I'm not kind of a supporter or the opponent to this model. This is a normal, acceptable model. Why Mr. Olgel is against it? You know, every minister in my memory, and I have already seen a lot of ministers of energy, they're at some moment they're starting to work as Mr. Putin, the gatherer of all of the lands. They're trying to get the maximum of the state enterprises under the control of the energy ministry. Sometimes you cannot explain why they're doing, what is the objective, but they're trying to do that. So to tell you why Mr. Olgel does it, I can't say it. But okay, let us have this conversation finalized with a smile. Thank you.
Газ російський Україні потрібен? Чи, можливо, інші шляхи?
Ні, то у нас свій є, просто треба свій.
Does Ukraine need Russian gas? Now we have our own. We just have to develop our own extraction. We have to invest into ourselves because we have our own resources. But do we need Russian gas? No, we do not need Russian gas. We have a lot of our own. Only Russian gas, we have no other. If our people will extract it, then we will use our own, but we'll have to wait for a long time for that. Thus, if Russia is going to be at this gas war, then they will be able to influence the politics of Ukraine. They will be able to blackmail Ukraine with the prices, with the supply of the gas. We have our own gas, and they say that we have enough. So I do believe we should continue extracting our own. But maybe we should find some additional agreements with other countries. Well, yes, with the countries we're not on war with. We can extract our own, and we can live a normal life with us. So we have to continue a relationship with Russia. Russia is our neighbor. We're all brothers. We have lived for more than 300 years in one state. We cannot divide that. It's not we are divided, but the politicians are dividing us. Do we need Russian gas? Yes, yes. Where will we get the other gas? Do we have the gas of our own? The Americans will send it to us by 10,000 kilometers. No, but Russia is acting very towards Ukraine in a very bad way. So basically, we have to find additional alternatives, and we have to tell it, if you want to make money, then let us do it in a normal, fair way. Take away your forces, and especially the eastern part of Ukraine, because this is the most painful issue for anyone. Does Ukraine need Russian gas? Well, we need it right now, but I do believe that in future we should later on try not to use it. Yes, we can buy European gas. I do not think that we should do that. I do believe that if we have the direct supplier that is here close to us, I believe we should prolong these negotiations. I know that we're not buying energy anymore. I do believe that gas is the fuel for the most vulnerable population. So, you know, I'm really concerned about the gas prices. I do hope that we should use what we have in our own resources in Ukraine. But if we won't have enough, then maybe we should look for the new partners. Yes, of course. So, you know, we don't care. For us, it's the most important to be cheaper. So whatever they sign, that's their cases. You know, I am the citizen. Like, I really want our people to live in a better way so that the Russia wouldn't use them under their interests. And I want our governance to take care of those lines, for them to tell us that we're not going to go under your manipulations. I do believe we have to sign the agreement with Russia, because we need to conduct the joint activities with them. But then again, it's like getting back to the boyfriend who used to beat you up. You know, we have really complicated relationship at the international arena with the Russian Federation. Thus, any contract, even that would be economically profitable, but they're concerning our safety, our energy safety. So any kind of agreements like that will bring us to the political dependence. So as soon as we do not have the sustainable relationship, political relationship with the Russian Federation, then any kind of this kind of agreements will be the moments of manipulation. I do believe that our politicians should deal with it, our ministries countries should deal with that, and they have to resolve that in the way so that would be profitable for the people of Ukraine. Of course, we should continue relationship with Russia. Why? Because this is something that we need to make our country still to have additional support of gas. I do believe that we should not continue dealing with Russia. We should look for alternative methods. I believe that we do not have any additional alternative methods right now. So all of those conversations that we're buying gas from Slovakia, from Hungary, from any other countries to the west, that's just a conversation. So all of the gas is from Russia. It's just that we're buying it from the other side. Just for us for buying it from the other side, it's quite clear for us. But plus the price of gas plus transit, it's even more expensive than if we will do that directly. So now this gas contracts, it says that the direct gas transmissions from Russia to us, it doesn't not presuppose. We will have it from Poland, from Moldova, through Slovakia, through other countries. So basically we're going to pay for the transportation of gas to Slovakia and later on to transport the gas back to us. Because if we said that the gas contract has already been signed, and if you said that it presupposes that direct supply, then we're buying the very same gas from Russia. Russia does not care whether it will sell it to us or to Slovakia. But if we will have the cheaper gas coming from Russia, then I am to buy. I will support buying it from Russia. But if we have to deliver it from the US and we will have to be 25–30% more expensive, I do not believe it will be good for us. So you believe we have to find the common grounds with Russia? Yes, whatever Russia is, but we have to find the common grounds with Russia. Yes, I do not support the Russian policies. I will never support it and I will never do that. But at these issues, when they are offering the discounts for the gas prices, I support that.
только российский газ. Другого у нас пока что нет. Если наши будут добывать, значит наш будет. Но это долго ждать.
Росія веде себе по відношенню до України як загарбник, причому на перше століття, то треба би принципово відмовитися, знайти якісь інші альтернативи і сказати, що якщо ви хочете заробляти, то, будь ласка, нормально, чесно і заберіть свої війська, щоб не гинули наші хлопці на Сході. Це саме важливе, тому що це, мені це каже, саме болюче питання для будь-кого.
Таким чином Росія буде, якщо вона буде на цьому газовому крані, вона зможе впливати і на політику України, там шантажувати цінами, постачанням цього газу.
Надо с Россией поддерживать отношения. Россия наш сосед. Мы все братья, прожили более 300 лет в одном государстве. Разделить не надо. Не мы делимся, а политики нас разделяют.
Теперь нужен, да, российский газ нам? Российский?
Обязательно. А где мы другой возьмем? У нас что, есть свой газ? Американцы за 10 тысяч километров нам привезут.
У нас свій газ є, кажуть, що вистачає. Мабуть, свій треба видобувати.
А можливо, з іншими країнами договор якийсь підписувати?
Можливо, з якими не воюємо.
Риночні відносини, хай купують газ там, де вважають нужним. Може не в Росії, може десь в нас є свій газ.
Україні потрібно зменшувати свою енергозалежність від Росії максимально, адже це країна доволі підступна і вони можуть робити нам різні каверзи в плані поставок, контрактів, об'ємів і так далі.
Україна достатньо може виробляти свого газу і, можливо, і за кордоном купляти, так як ми прямуємо до Європи. І я рахую, що європейський напрямок – це краще набагато.
Україна може обійтися своїм газом. Чи достатньо у нас? 69 мільярдів кубів ми можемо добувати. То чому ми не можемо це сподівати?
Адріан Прокіп, експерт програми «Енергетика» аналітичного центру «Український інститут майбутнього». Зараз у мене в гостях. Адріане, вам питання про російсько-українські відносини в зрізі газу. І дивіться, якщо ми будемо читати українські і російські ЗМІ, вони оцінюють ці домовленості, кожен зі свого боку, як виграш для обох сторін. Проте, якщо ми послухаємо Юрія Вітренка, він тиждень тому сказав, що домовленості складні для всіх сторін компроміс, тобто складний компроміс для всіх сторін. Скажіть, будь ласка, для вас тут більше зиску, чи це, так би мовити, вистраждані формулювання, вимушені компроміси? І, по суті, ми не можемо зараз називати обидві сторони задоволеними, більше чи менше.
Я вважаю, що це рішення компромісне, і коли там говорити там виграш, програш, треба порівнювати з тим, що могло би бути, які варіанти могли б бути гіршими.
Порівняйте.
Дивіться.
Хоча вже маємо реалії, тому можемо говорити про реалії.
Тому я просто вважаю, що я не погоджуюся з тими фахівцями, які говорять, що це провал, що це втрата. Але і виграшем не називають. Це таки компроміс. Це компроміс, це коли кожна сторона, я маю на увазі і російська, і українська, залишилися при своїх. Тобто ми не
So we don't have any losses, but we do not have any big serious victories. But in this situation, we have to understand that we don't have any losses in this case, because it would have been a really important situation where we wouldn't have the contract at all, but we would have some of the agreements on booking the capacities, and this transit would take for around 2 or 3 years. And in this case, the Russia would go for the new principal decision that in this part, so that in the fastest pace that would like to take down the Russian transit in the future and the Ukrainian transit in the future, and they would do everything to do that. And I understand that in this case, for the Ukrainian position, we've had the situation with the sanctions, and I do understand that the main decision for the court for the using of the fuel. But now Germany goes through the appeal and the Nord Stream will be finally completed. It will be just a slight delay. And if in this case we have the contract for 5 years with the level of usage that will give us the opportunity to function in a profitable way, and we understand that we will have to have the modernization in place and to build up the capacities, but we have more resources and more time to optimize the system. I understand that we all would like to have 139 million of cubic meter as we had in 2009, but it does not happen like that anymore. So we understand that the overall capacities of transit, they will decrease year by year, and this is the compromise one. All of the sides are with our own opinions, but I do believe this is the best way what we could have. But you have said that Ukraine hasn't lost anything, but now we say that all of the Ukrainian claims are being drawn to zero, but now we are now losing the billions, and we cannot say that we have lost nothing up to the 1st of January 2020. In the Stockholm tribunal, there was no annulation, and we'll have already received the money. On the other claim for the 12 billions, well, yeah, this is about the other claim. Well, first of all, the chances to receive those 12 billions, even if we have the transit, then, well, we didn't have the chances to do that for this 12 billions, because we once again will be speaking about this. You're the first person that we said that we wouldn't receive the money according to this resolution. Yes, that's the truth. So for us, for me, that would either be the chance to win some amount of money, not 12 billion, or the transit. So we will now have the transit. Thus, we do not have any losses connected to the needs to amortize the system. So how I see the situation? How I see the situation about the anti-monopoly committee fine? Then we have the question here as follows. I'm really interested in the mechanisms. In what way? The previously Russian part, they say that there was a decision by the anti-monopoly committee, and we have to fulfill this decision, and we have no influence for the anti-monopoly commission. So now there is a question how you would like to execute this fine. How much time and how many efforts will we have then to execute this fine, to take this fine into action? So basically, you're now expressing the position that right now the situation is the ideal in all of the given conditions. Yes. I believe yes, and currently that I want to have a summer house, but I do not want it. I want to have a goat, but I don't want to. So everyone would like to have the biggest amount, the biggest scale of transit for a longer period, but currently we're not considering this moment that those volumes will not be available for Ukraine further on, because in Russia, in Gazprom, they have other ways of transmitting the gas. They have already been contracted for all of those gas for this wise. And I believe that this agreement that we currently have, the agreement that has been announced, those terms and those conditions and those time frame, I do believe that it's a positive result overall. So even that you have said that's what we've reached, well, that isn't an achievement, but it's only the protocol of the agreement, it's not the agreement yet. Let us try to identify the main moments of this benefits, of this profits of Ukraine from this agreement. Like point by point, can we just have it for a moment? Point by point. Okay, first of all, the facts that we have an agreement for a 5-year transit contract, and by using the GTS, not a year-based contract, but 5 years contract, is already the goods. So now we are taking down the questions of the faster updating or overall stopping the activity of Ukrainian GTS. The second thing, all of the other things are mostly the political benefits, Maybe those are the political benefits. Okay, so let us say, who has these political benefits? Who are the main beneficiaries of these political benefits? So for us or the international political arena? For all of us, for us and for the international political situation, because right now, if we didn't have these negotiations on transit, and if we had this couple of weeks of the decrease of the transit, or with the moments when Europe is being nervous, when the prices go up, and there will be some kind of trilateral escalation, then I do believe that this is more of the victory for the Europeans. They won themselves some calm And I cannot comment upon the Ukrainian-Russian relations, even though I believe that maybe that there is some of the impact. So that Kremlin was trying to deal with our government in a different way, because they will be believing that there's the new team, that the new team is kind of easily approachable for the agreements, and that will further on influence the relationship between Kiev and Moscow. Okay, speaking about the direct supplies of gas, there's only one point that has been mentioned while we're still awaiting that it might be happened. It was just one last point in Minsk, and that they will expect for this to happen only when all of the other points will be fulfilled. So whether it is possible that the direct supplies will be possible, and what will be the discounts. Speaking on the direct supplies from Russia, whether it is threat or whether it is possible or not, we have to consider two things. First of all, we have to consider what will be the share of those direct supplies overall, and then it will be conditions and prices. What are going to be the conditions, and whether there's going to be, whether the Russia will not negotiate the prohibition of the re-exporting this gas. So in the very same situation, in the case of the direct supplies, we will have this connection to the European hub price. So basically, we will have the European price minus the expenses for the transport through Ukraine to Europe or whatever. So we will have around like lower prices than the European overall. So we do not have any reasons for now to say that Russia will be the only monopoly supplier for us. In the conditions of the existing markets, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. That will be, first of all, the political suicide for the people who will sign up for that. And on the second hand, we don't have any objective reasons to believe that Russia will be the only one big supplier for Ukraine. If we are now talking about this 10, 20, 30% of overall imports, then once again, this is just a diversification of supply. So it's not a big problem for that. If we're speaking about the market prices, there will be some of the companies who will buy this gas directly, and it will be quite clear that they will buy for their own needs without the right to resell the gas. And of course, they will have gas on the lower prices, especially those companies are loyal to Russia, and the owners of this company can be considered to be in some way the agents of influence, or maybe those are the company who are in Russian ownership. Yes, I do believe that this company, they are going to be delivering their gas to the market. Before speaking to this heating season, the Naftogaz has announced at the very beginning of this season, they have announced that we have more gas in our storages than in the previous decade. So this season we can live without the direct support of direct supplies from Russia. You know, this is market. So if at some point we will have the need for us to buy gas in cheaper prices than to take it from the storages. Why not? Well, there's a market, but there is, once again, the mood of the population. So we have to have some explanation for the population. There has to be someone who will come up and will explain it. Like, yeah, we know, you know, the mood of the population is also very different. We don't have one single unified position, but we have to understand that in case of a small share of the supply from Russia, it will not create any threats, it will not create any problems or challenges for us. So the arguments from our side, you know, like trading with aggressor, that's once again, that's a very strong argument, but for many goods, we have the same trade in place. So in the big way, the gas transit is also being done with Russia, even though it's being done for the benefit of Ukraine also. But there is the small share of it. The direct supply from Russia will not be a problem for us. Okay, you are a part of the Ukrainian Institute of Future, therefore just leave this Ukrainian future and the energy is an important way. So maybe you can paint us, draw us an ideal picture, and maybe you will tell us that we will be able to live only with our own extraction. Speaking on the gas independence, can you draw this future for Ukraine? You know, for the next 5 years, we won't be able to do that for sure. Like, okay, the next 5 years, that is why I've said, like, if we presuppose that we don't have this agreement, if you're building this kind of ideal future concerning our possibilities. Speaking about the horizon up till 10 years and in the conditions that we are going to invest the money for the extraction of gas, and we have a different conditions than we have now, then if there's going to be the increasing of the rent or the worsening of these conditions, if they say with those the logical conditions that we have, then you have to have zero rents to work in the extraction, because then you have a lot of money to invest into that in order to make the extraction profitable. But overall, Europe is now moving in a different direction. So basically, they have a strong decrease in their domestic extraction, and on the final evaluation will be 90% dependent on the import of gas. But overall, we are now producing a lot of biogases and biomethane. So is it the future for Ukraine, or even in theoretically not? Well, that's possible. It is possible. It is possible. Then you might receive results in a faster pace. In the close perspective, yes, I do believe that in the close perspective, it's possible that the process is much easier than concerning what is the growth of the agricultural sector that with that, and how many leftovers we have. So using this leftovers for the gas, it's very good. So does anyone make calculations? Yes, we have the calculation. We have the associations of the bioenergy of Ukraine. They're doing those calculations. And according to their calculation, that's about like this. We can substitute 30 billion of the gas with the biogas.
Триває марафон «Транзит 2020». Тут згадуємо.
We continue the Marathon 2020 for the Gas Information Center, and online will still continue to follow the events that will start take place on the 31st of December, the end of the agreement for the transit of gas from Russia to European consumer through Ukraine. And I would like to welcome the new guest today that we have. We have Alan Raleigh, the senior officer from the United Kingdom. So Alan. And today with Alan, I would like to discuss the situation of what is going on in the informational field in the media of the European Union concerning these issues. I really would like to ask Alan to comment upon that, whether the media, European media, international media, they influence or pressure Ukraine, or do not pressure Ukraine on the decisions of making the new gas agreement between Russia and Ukraine. So, basically, we have this kind of news from the Bild publication. Well, the headline says that the government congratulates the agreement between Ukraine and Russia and there's big attention for these negotiations in Germany because they do not support the anti-Russian sanctions for the construction of the Nord Stream 2. The German press says that they will help Russia to diversify the routes of the transition of gas transit because the previous gas wars between Ukraine and Russia have already caused the end of the transmission of gas to Europe. They say that Berlin tried to influence Mr. Trump not to sign up the sanctions against Russia. And they said that the sanctions are not needed against Nord Stream 2 because Ukraine and Russia has reached agreement to the new contract. So, but how do you believe whether Germany and all of the other companies that have been involved for the Nord Stream 2 construction, they do not really need to have the sanctions applied towards them? What is your opinion towards that?
The place I would start is actually to remember what happened in 2018. At the end of 2018, the European Parliament voted overwhelmingly against Nord Stream 2. So I think one of the first things we have to say is that in all of this discussion, we're talking about not a European Union view supporting Nord Stream 2. That doesn't exist. The European Union, through its democratic expression in the European Parliament, overwhelmingly voted against Nord Stream 2. And the important thing to recognize is, therefore, that when Germany is talking, Germany is merely talking for Germany. It is not talking for anybody else. So when we talk about all of this, we have to put that's a context in all of this. It is a German endeavor and a German enterprise. It is not a European one. And to the extent that there is support for the Nord Stream 2, it is German support and German-inspired support. So that's where we have to start with all of this. It is not European. There is no support in Central and Eastern Europe, or very little. There's no support in Scandinavia, or very little. There's very little support in Southern Europe or in Western Europe.
Проте рішення підтримати будівництво Північного потоку-2 все ж підтримало більшість країн. Як таке трапилося?
No, because the thing about it is that's not correct. If you look at the gas directive, the extension of the gas directive, which is formally extended to apply to import pipelines like Nord Stream 2, the vote in favour of that was 24. Well, there was 24 member states out of 28 who were ready to support the extension of the gas directive to import pipelines like Nord Stream 2. And that's why the Germans didn't even have a blocking minority. They were faced with losing straight down, so they backed down and the law was applied. So the point about this is that you are looking at many, many member states who are opposed. The difficulty is this. Because of the construction of the United Nations Convention on Law of the Sea, it's extremely difficult to stop underwater pipelines being built. The reason the pipeline goes the way it does, through Russian waters and through Finnish, Swedish, Danish and into German, is to avoid a more obvious routes through other states. And they went through those states purely in order because they went through the Scandinavian states because they believed they could rely on the United Nations Law of the Sea in order to get it through. There was no substantial European support for it.
The final decision was made by Denmark. Denmark was in doubt before that whether they will give their permission to build Nord Stream 2. What was the main leverage for this decision to be taken in place?
The reason for that is that the principles of problem under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, there are limited environmental and safety reasons to stop the granting of a license to build the undersea pipeline, and that was, I think, the difficulty. It is much more difficult to stop this than it first appears. The Danes did, in fact, in their territorial waters, they introduced a law to block Nord Stream 2. But as they could build it also in the exclusive economic zone, the EEZ, then the problem is in the EEZ, the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea limits the power of the states to stop the building of new pipelines. And that's the difficulty. So there's a number of things they can do, but they're limited. And that's what the Russians were relying upon. There was no European support as such. The other thing to notice is that once the European Union, the European Commission, understood how dangerous Nord Stream 2 was for the European Union as a whole and the single market, they really did come out in opposition to it. So there is this. We're caught with the use of some loopholes which have allowed Nord Stream 2 to be built.
До наступної новини, знову-таки німецького видання Die Welt, голова фракції другої за популярністю в Німеччині соціал-демократичної партії Рольф Мюценіг у коментарі Die Welt зазначив, що американські санкції погіршують стосунки між Європою та Сполученими Штатами. Мабуть, Євросоюз і Німеччина для Трампа не є союзниками і партнерами, а лише васалами, що приносять данину. Власне, цитує політика видання Die Welt. Чи це так?
If so, do you believe that there is a different change in the relationship between EU and the United States because of that?
No, because as I say, the first point is, as I said, is that most European states oppose Nord Stream 2. So the Germans may have an issue, but that is not an issue for the European Union as a whole. And I think there are 2 points here. Senator Cruz, who is the principal sponsor of the sanctions legislation, drafted it, so it's extremely narrowly drafted. It's a targeted sanction. It's merely against companies laying pipelines where they're at a depth of 100 feet or more, about 30 meters or so. And it applies in a very narrow way. So it only applies to that and nothing else. So it's a very limited sanction. Now the Germans try and pretend it's huge and enormous, but it's extremely small, but effective. The other German argument which is used is to say the reason the United States is doing this is so they can sell more liquid natural gas, more LNG to the European Union. And this is nonsense because, of course, the whole point of Nord Stream 2 is that it doesn't deliver any new gas to Europe. It merely switches gas from the Ukrainian transit system to Nord Stream 2. So there is no super new opportunity for the US out of this at all.
Then why Germany are signing up to speak on behalf of all of the Europe and European Union in this question?
Well, the Germans, I think, tend to do today what the French used to do a few years ago, was that when they speak of Europe, they mean Germany. And I think that's a tendency to just say whatever you want is your national ambition and turn it into a European ambition, and therefore it's kind of okay. That's what they're doing.
Thank you. Let us get to another quote for another German publication, the Handelsblatt publication. As an answer to the American sanctions towards the Nord Stream 2, Germany is now becoming very popular of introducing ecological fine towards the US to stop the exporters of the liquid gas from the United States of America that's being done by fracking method that really influences the environment. So I have a question to you. How do you believe, whether Germany will able to lobby the introduction of this ecological environmental fine, economical environmental fine for the US?
I think that is a fantastic idea. Because you see, the problem with this is the modern use of shale gas in the United States is extremely environmentally clean. They use green completion methods. There's very, very, very little leakage of methane or environmental damage. And the overall effect of using natural gas in the United States has seen a massive reduction in the use of coal, unlike Germany, which has seen an increase in the use of coal over the last few years. In fact, one could argue that the real energy transition in Germany is from gas to coal and from nuclear to coal. They're a coal country. So it's a bit much for Germany to turn around and talk in green terms like this when they're one of the biggest coal users in Europe. But there is another point to this. If you look at it purely as an export issue, an import issue of importing gas which is dirty into the European Union and imposing environmental taxes, it's not the Americans who sell dirty gas to Europe, but the Russians. And if you think about the tremendous degree of leakage, of flaring of gas, a few years ago, the International Energy Agency did not believe the Russians who were saying that they only flared 15 billion cubic meters of gas a year. So they used the spy satellites over Western Siberia to take photographs of all the flaring, and were able to mathematically calculate that there was approximately 60 billion cubic meters of gas being flared every year by Gazprom. Now that gives you a sense of the misuse of gas. And that's before we talk about the loss of gas through old pipelines in the system, which results in huge methane leakage. Any attempt of imposing such a tax on all gas coming into Europe would actually affect not the Americans but the Russians. So it would spectacularly backfire. And I'm sure that as soon when Gazprom realizes this, they'll be suggesting to Berlin that this is a very bad idea indeed.
Алане, якщо ми вже торкнулися екологічної теми, яку загрозу несе собою Північний потік-2?
I think there are several different dangers for Nord Stream 2. One of them is this. The Ukrainian transit system is a transit system which has been designed to provide gas when it's needed to Europe. You have you have the Brotherhood pipeline network of pipelines which are very flexible and you can move gas along it. You have huge storage facilities in western Ukraine. This means that you can increase rapidly the amount of gas going into Europe in winter, and it's not a problem if you take less gas in summer. The problem with the Nord Stream 1 and Nord Stream 2 is that they provide constant supply. So you can't flex it. It's just a single level of supply which you can go to a maximum. You can't go beyond that. And it's a constant rate. Now the problem with that is that if you're going to use those pipelines at full capacity and you've got no other supply, it means you can't deal with the peak of supply in winter, when you have peak demand, when you have extra gas is necessary. So then you have a problem. Either you pay enormous amounts of money for new storage facilities, which consumers have to pay for, which isn't actually very realistic. So what you have to do to have backup in winter is to use more coal-fired power stations as backup. So the actual effect of using Nord Stream 2 is to increase CO2 emissions through use of more coal. And that is missed, I think.
Алене, а власне таке питання, знову ж таки повертаючись до екологічної теми, чи несе собою Північний потік-2 загрозу біосфері безпосередньо в морі, де пролягає газогон?
Yes. Yes, there are a number of issues on this. One of the things which is very simple is just think about this. what the European Union law, or the Environmental Impact Assessment Directive, and the international equivalents say is that you should take a route which is the least environmentally damaging route when you're building a big new infrastructure project. Now, what you've got to say is this. It seems to be very strange that the supposed most environmentally sensitive route somehow runs through all the countries that Russia didn't occupy, through Finland, Sweden, and into Denmark. And it doesn't go through the waters of the Baltic states or Poland. And would that be because it's an amazing coincidence? So I think there's a question, first of all, about the environmental structures which were applied, the rules which were applied, and how they were applied. That's one thing, both for Nord Stream 1 and Nord Stream 2. The second issue is in relation to the actual nature of the Baltic Sea. It takes 35 years for the waters to completely change. The waters are quite shallow in a lot of places. There's a tremendous diversity of wildlife. And Greenpeace Russia has complained on a number of points to do with the building of the pipeline on the Russian side through nature reserves, the impact on a range of wildlife in the Baltic Sea. And the Danish Energy Agency has received an appeal from a Polish NGO which looks at a range of questions in Danish waters as well, again to do with wildlife.
Ви згадали Польщу і, зокрема, екологічні компанії, які чинили спротив.
NGOs and in Poland also, who were against the construction of the Nord Stream 2. But you also should mention the Polish government, Polish officials who supported Ukraine. There was certain opposition in building Nord Stream 2. Why do you believe they had this opposition towards it?
I think one of the things that I think it's worth saying is that Poland has been a great ally of Ukraine in all of this. They have opposed Nord Stream 2 from the very beginning. The Polish government has been very firm on this. One of the things they did, which I think helps Ukraine significantly in the transit negotiations, is they brought this case against the European Commission on the Opel case, and on the 10th of September they won that case in the European Court. And this case basically resulted in the Opel pipeline. Gazprom found that it was suddenly, under the court order, it was faced losing access to about half the capacity of the pipeline. And that meant that they had to put more gas through the Ukrainian pipeline network. The point about it is, which is important for the future, that particular case, and this is, I think, the great thing that Poland has done, is that case sets a principle that when you build any new infrastructure, you've got to take account of the interests of all the European Union states and the interests of the Union as a whole, and not just Germany. And what this means is that potentially the same approach will have to be taken to Nord Stream 2. So the consequence of that is that they may only be able to use 50% of the pipeline, which again supports the Ukrainian transit system. And in fact is one of the reasons why you're already hearing these discussions about the prospect of Nord Stream 3. For this very reason, that they will not be able to obtain maximum capacity and use the whole pipeline with Nord Stream 2.
До наступної новини знову німецьке видання Bild. Там журналісти аналізують, чому німецький канцлер Ангела Меркель, всупереч позиції більшості європейських країн, не змінює курсу на підтримку газового Північний потік-2. Журналісти вважають, що Меркель стала жертвою якісної лобістської політики німецьких та російських промислових компаній, які інвестували мільярди у будівництво газопроводу. Меркель занадто пізно зауважила ризики і не захотіла змінювати обраний курс, що типово для канцлера ФРН. Журналісти видання вважають, що Меркель допустила помилку, адже вона підриває трансатлантичну єдність у політиці щодо Росії, ініціатором якої сама ж Меркель і виступала після російської анексії Криму та подій на Донбасі. Власне, до цієї новини, до цього заголовку, я хочу додати знову ж таки інформацію від німецького видання Bild. нещодавно було оприлюднено інформацію однієї з європейських спецслужб, що лобіювання інтересів у спорудженні Північного потоку-2 відбувалося безпосередньо в Бундестазі. Знову ж таки, чи є співпадінням, що керівником Nord Stream 2 АГ є колишній вихідець зі Штазі, друг Путіна?
Yeah, and of course, it's also the case that Mr. Schroeder is the chairman of Nord Stream and the chairman of Rosneft. So you have the Schroederization of German politics, the German influence the Russian influence on German. Yeah. So I think there are a number of things here. One of the things which is very strange is there seems to be a lack of German recognition of their own vulnerability. And I find that very strange. I mean, aside from talking about anybody else's energy security, just think about German energy security. At the moment, Germany gets gas via the Yamal pipeline, via Nord Stream 1, and via the Ukrainian Brotherhood pipeline network. If Nord Stream 2 comes on in full, you're faced, and Turkish Stream as well, the consequence of that is probably the Ukrainian pipeline network goes out of operation. And then essentially, Germany is left with 70% of Russian gas exports to Europe coming in along a narrow channel in the Baltic Sea with 4 pipelines, Nord Stream 1's first 2, Nord Stream 2's pipelines, all separated out for most of the route by 500 meters of water. So you've got 2 kilometers, you've got 70% of Russia's exports to Europe. This is a huge strategic risk. It's like it's a huge strategic risk. It's creating a real problem for Europe and for Germany in particular, which receives most of the gas. So you're actually creating a kind of Straits of Hormuz problem in the Baltic Sea. And it doesn't require it to be terrorism, which is possible, I suppose. It could be an accident. There's lots of ships. Things could happen. Something could go wrong. And you have a huge supply security problem. And Germany, unlike all other European states, all the major European states, has no LNG facilities. So they've made themselves very much more vulnerable.
Власне, хотів знову повернутися до цього питання шрёдеризації і економіки, і політики безпосередньо німецької, а також до питання того, що чи випадково, або не зовсім випадково, на чолі фірм, пов'язаних з будівництвом Північного потоку-2, якихось підрядників знаходяться вихідці зі Штазі або з якихось радянських спецслужб. Чому так стається? Це випадковість?
I don't think these are entirely likely to be coincidences. The point about all of the great energy companies in Russia is that they are owned or semi-owned by the state or directed by the state or rely on state resources. And therefore you will get an enormous number of people in those organizations who are close to the Kremlin vertical of power because that is the way the system operates. And that's natural.
70% газу Німеччина отримує з Росії. Ми з вами зараз дійшли висновку. Тим часом сусідня Польща, місто Świnoujście, побудувала поруч LNG-термінал, який, власне, отримує ресурс безпосередньо зі Сполучених Штатів Америки. Чому Німеччина не хоче купувати цей ресурс? Це якась принципова позиція?
Well, the first discussion of an LNG terminal in Germany was 1982, and they have been discussing it since 1982. It has never been built. And I think they're probably going to build a small one, a very small one, shortly, but that's merely to provide LNG for ships. It is not actually for bringing it into and used in the market. And this is all because of the relationship with Russia. Now, of course, in fact, because Germany is part of the European market, it can obviously obtain resources. One of the ironies of the situation, gas potentially from elsewhere, one of the ironies of the situation is this. Poland is building the Baltic pipeline. It is from Denmark, from Norway through Denmark to Poland. They're expanding their LNG terminals. There's probably going to be LNG floating gas units in Gdansk shortly. So one of the ironies of the situation is if something does go wrong with Nord Stream 1, Nord Stream 2, then one of the ironies of the situation is that Poland may have to rescue Germany if there is a supply shortage.
Правда?
Well, so but we will see. But that is but because the problem is if there is a major problem with supply, where do you go to for that? Now the Germans have storage facilities, but the problem is they have no LNG terminals. So, and the German scale of German resources, if there was a real problem, is such that after about 2 or 3 months, we would have a difficulty, and the scale would be an issue.
До наступної новини Deutsche Welle аналізує, чи залишився у Вашингтона час, аби перешкодити будівництву Північного потоку-2. Опитані експерти стверджують, що, мовляв, Трамп запізнився із санкціями проти газогону. На 90% проєкт уже готовий, залишилося прокласти приблизно 110 кілометрів трубопроводу. Для завершення усіх робіт Газпрому вистачить і 5 тижнів. Чи ви погоджуєтеся з тією тезою, що Трамп запізнився із запровадженням санкцій проти газогону?
Well, it is late, but there's a really good analysis done by Platts of this, Platts, the energy analyst. And what they say is it's not 140, it is 147 kilometers in actual distance. But remember, it's 2 pipelines. So it's actually about 300 or so kilometers. And they only started about in early December, and they stopped on about the 20th of December. And they only can lay about 3 kilometers a day. So the consequence of that is that they were not able to lay more than about a maximum about 60, 70 kilometers. So the consequence of that is there is about 200 kilometers not finished.
Вони не встигнуть. Але ж
Make it in time, but the question still goes like this. Where was Trump with his sanctions a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago? The project of Nord Stream 2 has been, first of all, voiced out many years ago. Why this reaction was that delayed?
I think, obviously, there was huge amounts of German and Russian lobbying all over Washington. Which obviously had an effect, because of course I think one of the difficulties was Germany was very successful. One of the reasons why they talk about opposition to sanctions being European opposition is that it makes it easier to gain support on Capitol Hill for not imposing sanctions. However, I think what happened in part was in the process of the last year, it became clear to a lot of US congressmen and US senators that in fact, this was not something which was a, what's the word I'm looking for? It was not a European objection. It was merely a German objection. And therefore, it made it much easier for Congress to go for sanctions. I also think there was this, I also think what happened was that it became clearer to a lot of congressmen and senators how damaging Nord Stream 2 clearly was. I mean, we understand this in Europe, but obviously it takes some time for the Americans to appreciate it in the same way. They don't have the same access to information and experience of what's going on.
What was the final drop for President Trump to sign the sanctions for those who are building Nord Stream 2? What was the final drop? What was this final, what was the final, drop that actually made it inevitable?
I think the part of it was simply the overwhelming vote in both houses. One of the points about it is under the US Constitution, if you get a 2/3 majority in both houses of Congress, you can override the presidential veto. So that made it, well, that was one issue. Then, of course, the other issue was that what they did was that they rather cleverly inserted the support for the legislation into the Defense Appropriations Bill, the defense budget. And that made it impossible for President Trump to veto it. And I think that had an impact as well, because that made it almost, he simply had to go forward and sign it off. Also, I think there's a whole range of political pressures, his own political position having been impeached, and clearly there was very strong support in the Senate for sanctions, meant that he really couldn't upset the upper house of Congress, which is after all now consists of his jurors before his trial.
Німці оптимістичні, тим не менше, виходячи з деяких заяв деяких ЗМІ, вони гадають, що їм все ж таки вдасться.
So some media, they still believe that they will be able to finalize the Nord Stream 2, and the Russians are very optimistic because Russians are also saying that there are no obstacles for completing the building Nord Stream 2. We have technology, we have some means to finalize this project also. What can you say about that, for them being very optimistic about that?
Well, I think they're trying to maintain the sense of the inevitability of the project, that it will happen come what may. I think there are a number of questions here. First of all, are the ships actually really available, which they own themselves and they can run? I think there are questions about that, and how long it would take them to develop it. If they had to build the ship itself, it would take several years. If they can use some inferior form of pipe-laying ship, which may be possible, there are problems. One issue, for example, is that they don't have the same global positioning facilities as the Western ships. Now, the difficulty with that is that the Danish permit actually says that they're to use such ships. So do they have to go back to the Danish authorities for a new permit?
Я не помилився, почувши 7 років.
Like, I'm not mistaken by hearing 7 years if just they have to build the ships.
If they have to build the ship, it would be 6 or 7 years. But so that's one problem. Even if they can use the existing ship, they may have to get another permit. The other problem is this: all of this is delay, and in the meantime, the Polish NGO's appeal continues, and that will probably be we will probably hear a result of that in the summer of 2020. So the danger is for Nord Stream 2 is that the Danish energy agency upholds the appeal of the Polish NGO. If it were to do that, then basically Nord Stream 2 would have to go through the judicial review procedure of the Danish court system, which would take several years. So that's another problem. There are questions about how easy it would be for them to bring all of that material together and get it in place. Now, I think the earliest they could get it is probably, even if everything goes well, you're talking probably the end of 2020, early 2021. But the problem with it, assuming they could use the ship, assuming the permit is upheld and everything else, but probably more likely sort of middle of 2021. Now the problem with that, if it's 18 months away, at the beginning of 2022, the new Baltic pipeline comes on stream. So Nord Stream 2 will find a competitor in the marketplace at the same time. And that could create a series of problems for Nord Stream 2, because first of all, it changes for Gazprom particularly their market dominance. All of a sudden, there's all this Norwegian gas coming into the market. There's more LNG coming into the market. There's lots of capacity and lots of sources of gas, and Gazprom is just one amongst them. And that puts it in a much weaker position.
Алене, а якщо говорити про структуру споживання,
Alan, but if we talk about the structure of supply and structure of consumption, year by year, whether European consumers consume more gas, or there is a negative trend to that, what is the dynamics of consumption overall?
Well, there are two dynamics going on at the moment. One is the falling domestic production. That's true. I mean, Groningen is being closed. That's taking out a lot of gas. This is a great gas field in the Netherlands. That's true, but at the same time, the greater use of renewables is eating away at demand. also efficiency is reducing demand as well. So you've got to ask some questions about where is the huge increase in demand which will justify all these pipelines. And the danger is we're going to end up with huge amounts of pipeline redundancy in a buyer's market. And the other factor, which is not to be underestimated, is the amount of liquid natural gas coming in from the United States as well, offering gas at very cheap prices, creating a really liquid market in Europe. And I think one of the real things for both for Ukraine and for the European Union is ensuring that the market is as interconnected as possible, which reduces the ability of Gazprom or anybody else being able to use the gas market for political ends.
Алане, дякую вам. Алан Райлі,
Thank you very much. Alan Riley, the senior officer of the State Governance University from London, from the United Kingdom, was the guest of our broadcast. Our marathon Transit 2020 continues, and we will just see you quite soon briefly in the Gas Informational Center.
України з 16 по 19 роки.
From Volodymyr Omland, the Minister of Energy in 2016-2019, we will analyze the gas relationship between Ukraine and Russia, and I would like to quote Mikhail Krutykhin, who has said that at the end of the negotiations, the main thing is the negotiation-wise. So at this stage, Gazprom has managed to get out of the image of being a political instrument, political tool, and for them to give the understanding that they now becoming a commercial actor. Do you believe that they've managed to do that, or they're showing that they are the real equal commercial player? Good day. And I do believe that this is one of the few Ukrainian victories in 2009. And we have to be really grateful to the team of Andriy Kobolev for making it possible. Just let us remember that up till 2014 and before 2014, we were always going to Moscow by actually asking for gas. We've asked about the decrease in the scales and asking for transit, and we always were trying to trick the part of our sovereignty for we giving our loyal prime ministers who provided additional discounts in energy for the gas and transit. With the support of Andriy's team, we managed to draw it backwards. So Ukraine in energy has become independent player in the international market, not only European market. So we managed to include the United States of America. And because of this situation, the situation on the European gas market has changed dramatically. This low level of price, we didn't have this lowest level of price till 2014, and Gazprom feels that they're losing their market. They're losing their market because the LNG from the United States of America has gone to the European Union. The picture has changed, and I do believe that this negotiations is the weak victory of Ukraine. This is definitely a loss of Russia, because even a month ago they couldn't even say there was any kind of victory from Ukraine, and they didn't even manage about paying the fines that was treated to them to the Stockholm Tribunal. You say that it is definitely the loss of Russia, but when we're saying that this is the market, this is the commercial relationship, but why they were once again saying about victory and losing? Because gas is not about market reasons or commercial plays, and Gazprom is not a sustainable player. We do understand why they have built both the Nord Stream and Turk Stream. It's not about the sustainable supply. Sustainable supply was for Ukraine. We could actually transfer 150 billion cubic meters a year. That was actually playing with your muscles, that Mr. Putin has said. This year, this weapon has turned out to be unloaded and does not be used anymore. Okay, can you please tell us how you understand that, and we have this opinion of Mr. Kucherenko, the former Minister of Housing, how do you believe, why wouldn't we have the direct contract between Gazprom and between the GTS Operator of Ukraine? Because Mr. Kucherenko says that it really weakens the position situation of Ukraine, if we will have any kind of claim put out there. The ideal situation would be for us to sign an agreement to have the sales of Russian gas at the eastern border of Ukraine. And that was the main aim of the government before Mr. Zelensky, and was the main aim for the team of Naftogaz. That's why we have started the unbundling process. We have understood that it's not only be about the days, but about the hours. People couldn't believe that they were managed to do that, but we did it. Now we have an unbundled companies, and this is the corresponding to European practices. Unfortunately, we didn't have a common understanding that Russian gas is going to be sold at the eastern border of Ukraine. European partners should enter European territory. They should have started working here. Maybe that will be at the next stage. At this stage, we're only saying that we're only having the transit of the Russian gas. I don't believe that it's an amount that it's enough. 65 billion, the minimum that has been stated for 2020, and 40 billion for every next of the subsequent 4 years. Well, this is not enough for, it's enough for keeping the balance of the whole system, but it's not the one that system that can do. So we haven't seen the final documents yet. Publicly, we only have the protocol, but we can understand that there's at least, let us say, the gentleman agreement between Mr. Zelensky and Putin on what is going to be said in these agreements. Because if we didn't have this, then we wouldn't have the payments from the tribunal rulings by Gazprom, and of course we didn't have the exchange of the prisoners. So you've said that the government and Mr. Kobylev had the best opinion, about the best points for this unbundling. But you have been in Mr. Groisman's government, and starting from 2015, Groisman's government has done nothing to make it happen. Why didn't you make it happen then? Because we had many different opinions of experts on this case. No, it wasn't like that. When we had a real rivalship between Prime Minister Groisman and Andriy Kobylev, it's a publicly known fact that there was rivalry between them, and there were some of the months when Prime Minister came into the offices and he actually wanted to fire Omelian and Kobylev and Omelian, depending on the situation of this very day. But throughout this day, and that is why you feel really connection to Mr. Kobylev and you give the positive evaluation to his action. Now, you know, I just believe that he's done a lot for Ukraine, because I have knew the situation very good before he was appointed, and I can see how very the gas and transport system has changed. And I understand that it's an important component of Ukrainian economy throughout the times of his work. And that's a quite big significant differences. That I was working with the government, that I do believe that I was good in the cabinet of ministers that I was working under. And by the way, Kobylev was fired under this government also. If you remember, the 2 weeks before the agreement was in place, he said, like, okay, we should actually change the main management of Naftogaz. But once again, he was put into his place, but the desire of a lot of people to take down the management of the current management of Naftogaz is still in place. It's very good that they're quite wise and they can provide a sustainable work, because without that, a lot of plans wouldn't have been realized. And by the way, like Andrei, Yuri, or whoever it, they would be going with these beautiful slides and like saying, like, you know, we just wanted to do it as the best way possible, but it turned out as bad as it always is. Why it really worked out? Because there was a different ways of looking at the policies in the oil and gas sphere. Maybe there was someone interested in the corruption element. We can presuppose that maybe there was some kind of private interest engaged. But it's very important that even throughout this time of rivalship, of rivalry, we have worked throughout all of the documents, throughout all of the international approval. And when the time X has happened, then through 1 week they have been all implemented. If we didn't have this in time, then we would have taken a year for us to develop all of it. I don't believe whether you're very good aware as a Ministry of Infrastructure in the gas issues. It's just because of your relationship, maybe you have consulted with Mr. Kobylev, that you are that aware about all of this happening, maybe even deeper than your previous position presupposed. That I do believe that if you're a minister, then you should also deal with all of the issues, not only your issues. I'm not a professional in the gas sphere, but I have dealt a lot with the Energy Society before that, and I worked out the moment with the Energy Society, European Energy Society, for the membership of Ukraine, so I am aware of topics of energy. Then again, let us talk about the Ukrainian GTS, whether we can use it for transit not only the Russian gas, but the gas from different sources, and maybe we can not only do the transmission from the east to the west, or it could be vice versa. Yes, it can be done or, but like potentially, yes, we can do that, but we have to understand that it was built to transit gas from east to west. But if we can think about history, then basically in 50s and 60s, Ukraine supplied gas to Russian Federation from our sources from western part of Ukraine, and then they didn't give the amounts of volumes that were needed. I do believe that Ukraine as a transit country has a huge potential to do that. Of course, the LNG, especially if we will have these negotiations with people with Turkey, then we will give the good competition at the Central European markets. Currently, we're ready to support ready to have the Polish gas to us, but there are many challenges. But now when we see the picture of today, the current picture, so the LNG that come into Baltic ports or to Poland, they're basically ruining the prices and the price policy of Gazprom. So Gazprom has to face the new reality that the prices for 1,000 cubic meters are really lower. This is already the market that gives you the balanced position. Speaking on the model of unbundling, when we're trying to unbundle the operator, and we have those questions the most frequently. Speaking about the operator of the GTS and who will be managing the underground storages, right now we have the 100% of the shares are given to of the operator given to the Ministry of Finance, and the storage is still in the Naftogaz command. So can you evaluate this model? We had a lot of discussions about that. Even at some point we've had this desire to go to the Ministry of Infrastructure to get the storage, because I have thought like it would never happen because I didn't want to deal with gas issues also. I believe that at this stage, this is the introduction of the completely new model of Ukraine. I do believe that it was a real good decision to make, because if the Ministry of Finance have to control the share of the new operator, there was a question of competences. We can recall the parallel simultaneous history when there was a personal decision by Mr. Groisman that the Ministry of Economy started to rule Ukrzaliznytsia, the main train company. It caused the full collapse of train company, because the Ministry of Economy, they had no clear understanding what are the needs for this company, what are the priorities, what should be done. And however you will say, that's an everyday work, and you need to have at least like 30, 40, 100 professionals who are doing that. So this is the question of competences. Okay, the question on the overall amount of the gas in our storages. Everyone say that we will survive the winter. There's a lot of storages that we have and capacities that we have. So we can give a good score for Naftogaz for that. Yes, of course, but we should not forget that the Naftogaz gas, we don't have a lot of our state-owned gas in the storage. The biggest share, biggest amount of that, this is the gas of private users for both Ukrainian and international, but there's no difference in that because it's a market, and of course when will be the need, then we will cover the coldest, the worst, the coldest months, because you know that in Ukraine we're lucky, the winters are really warm and we don't even have the zero temperatures, so the first snow is just at the end of December, which is a typical situation for Ukraine, because we had the situation when winter started in October or even earlier, and of course the situation that goes for our benefit, because the prices in the European market and in Ukraine are lower than to us. Okay, but if we're covering this general question, we know that there are agreements, we don't have the agreement yet, we have seen only the protocol. What are the additional maybe details of that? Do you believe that there is a future for this relationship, whether there are risks that Russia is going to violate this or break this agreement? You say that there's this politics, there are some additional components that we're not aware of. And, you know, I'm not going to be very loyal here, because I do believe we're used to European oil. Because, you know, the successes of Zelensky only succeeded by following the Russian scenario in international arena. So everything that was needed by Mr. Putin, Zelensky did. Putin now got back to Washington, Brussels, Berlin as the leader of a big country. Before Zelensky, he was in between the terrorist number one and a person that people didn't want to shake hands with because he has killed thousands of people. Now we have the situation that Russia is now trying to renew its image as a sustainable supplier of gas. Why? That was an important quote for the Russian experts. But whether it's a successful position for Ukraine, I'm not sure. You're not sure because you don't have the competence to evaluate it, or you don't want to. No, I don't see the final agreements. I didn't see the final agreement. So right now they're very conditional, they're very preliminary. We don't see the final agreement. So what was the agreement that conditions that Ukraine has accepted? What are the targets on gas? So what is the price policies on tariffs? Because we have seen completely opposing messages from Ukrainian side and Russian side. Mr. Orzel from Mr. Energy and Natural Resources, he has said that the prices for the transit of gas will change. The Russian side has said that it will be fixed, and the Vice Prime Minister of Russian Federation said it will be fixed for 5 years. That's a complete different approach, especially if there's going to be the huge amount of transit. We do not understand what will happen with the direct supplies of Russian gas to Ukrainian market. On one side, Ukraine says that theoretically it is possible. There are once again naming some of the sources in the government that we have 5 private companies that will buy Russian gas directly. Russia opposes to those facts, but then says in the end, Mr. Kozak has said that from the 1st of January to 2020, we will see maybe it will happen like that. If Ukraine will get the direct supply, that will be one step against Ukrainian independence, because what will happen next, then we will actually go for the losses of Ukraine, and this gas, those companies will be under the Russian control. And I do believe that this should not happen. That this should not happen. We should not get to that. We are buying the gas at the European markets, and we should keep sticking to that. We should get to this point that all of the Russian gas should be bought at the eastern border of Ukraine.
Спеціальних програм науково-технічного центру «Психея». Геннадію, вітаю вас.
Вітаю вас.
Gennady, pleased to see you. Welcome. So we will have a really calm conversation today to talk about the consequences of relationship of the gas system of Ukraine. Can we say that by the results of the negotiations, but this time all of the conflicting questions between Kyiv and Moscow are mitigated? In my opinion, no. Even if those agreements will be done according to the protocol that has been signed in Berlin, then there still be some problems that will exist. First of all, this protocol doesn't have any clear guarantees from the Russian side. If there will be some limitations of transit throughout these 5 years that this contract is closing. So in the same time, it has been said that any kind of claims for this possible option, for this possible agreement, there can be no claims from the Ukrainian side. So all of the claims, so no one is suing anyone if there will be, if some of those conditions will not be fulfilled or will be violated. So basically, for me, this protocol is mostly for the commitment of the Ukrainian side, not that much the commitment of the Russian side. And I do believe that this is the main danger for this protocol. Even though there are some additions, so the main danger, you mean by that, that's, you know, I can't ask you about, like, in the percentage, how bad this contract is if it will be following the protocol. But overall, so you are completely against this protocol, you understand the situation that is in place, and you understand that it's better yes than no. Yes, of course. You have asked me about the main problems that I see, and this is the moment that I see. I see that these problems have to be regulated. And you know, well, this is still a problem that is still tied up, and the problem is about the existence of the organizing company. I believe that in any kind of relationship, that would be really good to have the direct contracts between the Ukrainian operator and the Gazprom. If we are now signing up, do you have the answer here for this? Why do we have the indirect contract like that? Well, I don't have the answer, but they're trying to tell me, and and my colleagues, well, I thought that I will at least receive the answer from you. And, well, they're trying to tell me that this is the normal practice for the European Union, for the European operators, for the subsequent agreements in place, but I will then open up the 73rd directive, that the gas directive of European Union, and there's nothing about like that. So they're not mentioning about the operators of the transportation system, they don't speaking about the distributor operators, they're not speaking about the national regulators that have to fulfill anything, but they're not speaking about the organizing company, the company that has to organize the process. I haven't seen the functions and the processes of it. But it's quite clear that someone who's signing it up, all of these points, they understand this issue in a better way.
Я, наприклад, звертаюся до навіть в соціальних мережах, до тих осіб, які причетні до укладання угод, то мої питання чомусь ігноруються. Хоча питання інших людей, які не пов'язані аж ніяким чином з енергетичною сферою, отримують великі, розлогі відповіді.
Угу. Тобто це питання тоді ми будемо адресувати кожному фахівцю, якщо ви безпосередньо хочете на нього відповідь отримати. Дивіться, у протоколі про домовленості щодо нової угоди між Нафтогазом і Газпромом нічого не сказано щодо розміру транзитного тарифу. Тобто дослівно там такі слова, да, що він має бути конкурентним, відповідати рівню газотранспортних тарифів у Європі. Про яку цифру може йтися?
Зараз я бачу в коментарях у окремих моїх колег різні цифри, які стосуються тарифів в розмірі в доларах на 1000 кубометрів на 100 кілометрів.
Так.
Але якщо угода укладається за європейськими правилами, то там зовсім інша має бути ідеологія тарифоутворення. Тобто це тарифи на вхід до газотранспортної системи, тарифи на вихід з газотранспортної системи. Відповідні тарифи НКРЕКП вже затвердило. І за словами членів НКРЕКП, безпосередньо тих, хто займався розрахунком тарифів цих, вони достатні для забезпечення економічної привабливості такого транзиту, як в наступному році, так і впродовж 4 років після цього. Хоча НАК «Нафтогаз України» знову ж таки напівофіційно, я не знаю наскільки, чи було відповідне звернення до НКРЕКП, але у приватних бесідах керівники «Нафтогазу України» кажуть, що вони не задоволені тим рівнем тарифів, які встановив НКРЕКП в рамках ось цього майбутнього можливого транзитного договору.
Так, далі про цифри теж. Тобто, якщо ми пам'ятаємо, що початково умовами української сторони були озвучені цифри 60 мільярдів кубометрів щорічно, так? Контракт розрахований зараз, ми так припускаємо, на 5 років. Йдеться про те, що у 2020 році це 65 мільярдів, потім по 40 мільярдів кубометрів. Це наступні 4 роки. Да? І тут виникає питання, а наскільки це от компромісний такий варіант, він вигідний для української сторони? І якщо говорити безпосередньо далі, будемо говорити про майбутнє газотранспортної системи, наскільки це цифри, знову-таки, вигідні для нас і для забезпечення повноцінного функціонування ГТС?
Коли готувався проєкт енергетичної стратегії до 1935 року, то одним з завдань, які намагався уряд поставити перед НАК «Нафтогаз України», було забезпечення транзиту в обсязі 65 мільярдів кубометрів газу на рік.
Так.
Тоді уряд вважав, що саме ця цифра дозволить експлуатувати газотранспортну систему України з достатньо високою економічною привабливістю. Потім цю цифру було зменшено до 50-60 мільярдів кубометрів на рік. Але і в цьому випадку ми ж знаємо, що НАК «Нафтогаз України» не є органом державної влади, і він міг би виконувати це завдання лише за так званою згодою, тобто за згодою. Згоди НАК «Нафтогаз» не дав, він сказав і обґрунтовно сказав, що не від нього залежать обсяги транзиту, а насамперед від «Газпрому». Але йшлося про ось 50 мільярдів кубометрів як мінімум. Мінімальний обсяг, який достатній для того, щоб належним чином функціонувала система і щоб не потрібно було оптимізувати її потужності. Тому, коли йдеться про 40 мільярдів кубометрів, як на мене, тут, по-перше, все буде залежати від тарифу, тобто від величини тарифу. НКРЕКП стверджує, що він достатній для забезпечення.
Тобто тут вже такі зв'язки вибудовуються, так?
І далі все залежить від того, скільки, окрім цих обсягів, буде в системі. Тобто, яким буде внутрішній видобуток, адже внутрішній видобуток також потрапляє до газотранспортної системи України, і він також збільшує обсяг транспортування. І може якісь інші контракти, які підписані будуть з операторами, з європейськими операторами, тому що коли йдеться про європейські правила функціонування газотранспортної системи, це означає, що її потужності є відкритими для будь-кого з операторів, і кожен з операторів може скористатися цими потужностями, якщо це вигідно.
От дивіться, ви багато назвали умов, перш ніж зробити висновок, чи мало, чи достатньо це 40 мільярдів. А як же тоді ті експерти, які є категоричними в цих висновках, і вони запевняють, що це і втрата робочих місць, і те, що дохід від транзиту не будуть покривати видатків на отримання ГТС. Тобто вони цих умов, які ви там, тариф, вони не називають. Тобто, в принципі, давайте зараз взагалі припустимо, скільки нам газу в ідеалі, ми, звичайно, можемо там теоретизувати трохи, нам потрібно прокачувати через ГТС, щоб вона залишалася рентабельною. Чи це завжди з оглядкою на тарифи, завжди з оглядкою на те, скільки сховищах, завжди з оглядкою на те, скільки видобуваємо власного газу?
Безумовно. Я бачив розрахунки, в яких точкою беззбитковості роботи ГТС в нинішньому режимі є 34 м'ярди кубометрів газу.
34 мільярди.
Але у мене є певні питання щодо цих розрахунків, тому що там, тариф, м'яко кажучи, завищений, як на мене, зазначений при цих розрахунках. Крім того, ви знаєте, зараз не працюють усі 4 великі гілки газової труби, які працювали з радянських часів. Зрозуміло, що обсяги завантаження газотранспортної системи України вже ніколи не сягнуть навіть 110 мільярдів кубометрів газу на рік.
Про це треба забути?
Про це треба забути, тому що реалії такі, що навряд чи найближчими роками, якщо не десятиліттями, вдасться відновити відносини з Російською Федерацією в повному обсязі. І слід визнати, що Україна вже не є транзитною державою. Вже зведено стіну, із зрозумілих причин зведено стіну, ту залізну завісу, яка раніше була між Радянським Союзом та Європою. Оцю стіну залізну було перенесено із західних кордонів України на східні кордони. І з огляду на це дуже важко казати про можливості збільшення обсягів транзиту, а одночасно це означає, що потрібно думати про оптимізацію потужності газотранспортної системи України, переорієнтуючи їх з однозначно цього походу зі сходу на захід на внутрішні потреби, на потреби забезпечення внутрішніх споживачів, насамперед промислових, і з огляду на участь України в загальноєвропейських проєктах, адже є декілька проєктів, які внесено, газотранспортних мається на увазі, які внесено в перелік проєктів спільного інтересу країн-членів ЄС. Це, зокрема, інтерконектор Україна-Польща, який, на жаль, досі не будується, тому що в Нафтогазі вважають його збитковим. Тобто, оскільки там кажуть, що його не можна буде завантажити впродовж всього року, і тому його будівництво є з економічної точки зору недоцільним.
А ви так не вважаєте? Якщо ви про це говорите,
я не вважаю, тому що тут слід вирізняти інтереси НАК «Нафтогаз України» як суб'єкта господарювання. І він цілком в своєму праві сказати, що він не хоче будувати цей проєкт, тому що це не вигідно для нього. І інтереси України як держави, її національні інтереси, інтереси забезпечення чи гарантування енергетичної безпеки держави. І, на мій погляд, якщо Україна буде мати достатньо велику кількість маршрутів транспортування газу, то вона може себе забезпечити в будь-яких випадках переривання транзиту того ж самого, чи переривання постачань з тих напрямів, які найбільш є для неї вигідними. Тому, на мій погляд, слід розвивати конекти, тобто розвивати розбудовувати інтерконектори не лише з Польщею, але й з Угорщиною, і з Румунією, і з Словаччиною. Тому що насправді от зараз усі кажуть про те, ми можемо забезпечити себе в реверсному режимі газу. Так, можемо, але існують системи, такі системи підтримки прийняття рішень, які дозволяють модулювати різні варіанти, різні сценарії розвитку подій. Так от, відповідно до всіх сценаріїв, от за станом на сьогодні Україна не в змозі за рахунок фізичного, підкреслюю, фізичного реверсу забезпечити себе більше, ніж на 7,5 мільярдів кубометрів газу на рік. Нам потрібно, от обсяги споживання газу, там десь 31 мільярд кубометрів на рік, близько 20, ну трошки збільше, ну нехай буде 21 мільярд кубометрів на рік ми видобуваємо, залишається 10. Тобто, якщо прибрати усі схеми віртуального реверсу або відбору газу з труби, просто як відбір, який здійснюється, то ми не зможемо себе забезпечити фізично реверсом щонайменше на 3 мільярди кубометрів. Це, знову ж таки, це не мої там якісь оцінки, чи щось там таке, що я так думаю, чи якесь там моє судження. Це результати розрахунків, здійснені в 2015 році шляхом математичного моделювання, шляхом використання усіх наявних даних щодо пропускної здатності.
Вона не змінилася з 2015 року,
не змінилася, на жаль.
І давайте відразу дамо таку чітку відповідь тим, хто, особливо політикам, які постійно відсилають нас до того, що власного видобутку вистачить. Ви щойно сказали, що це 21 мільярд і все. І цього однозначно не вистачить, тому що політики дуже часто цим питанням маніпулюють.
Безумовно. Тут чомусь йдеться про те, що от потрібно взяти газ українського видобутку і його передати населенню. Чи передати теплокомуненерго. А всі інші нехай займаються чим завгодно. Але так же не можна. Це означає, що ми просто ставимо великий хрест на промисловому розвитку України, на її індустріалізації. І просто проїдаємо, знову ж таки, свої власні ресурси. Так, це можна було б зробити, якби Україна була державою, яка не має ринкової економіки, а яка працює переважно командно-адміністративними методами, з застосуванням командно-адміністративних методів, в якій посилені обсяги державного регулювання. Тобто щось на кшталт такої країни, як Білорусь.
З Білорусі можемо порівняти.
Власне кажучи, це цілком можливо. Тобто, встановити фіксовані ціни на електричну енергію, на газ, на воду, на житлово-комунальні послуги, на комірне, обмежити ціни на харчові продукти, повернути повністю безплатну медицину, освіту і все інше.
Ви малюєте нереальну ситуацію.
Ні, так, чому не? Цілком можливо, будь-який уряд може самостійно робити все, що завгодно, якщо йому довірили виборці через вибори до Верховної Ради і так далі. Але тоді про яку євроінтеграцію, про яку ринкову економіку? Все інше, тут слід навіть сказати, що ми будуємо країну, схожу не на країни Європейського Союзу, а на Білорусь, на Росію. Я не думаю, що у нас КНДР щось тут збудується, тому що українці не допустять цього. Але все одно Можна це зробити. Можна зробити країну на кшталт країн Близького Сходу. От вибрати собі гетьмана, от, прибрати усі там Верховні Ради, там, всі там уряди, і він буде своїми там, як там називалося у гетьманів ці накази, от, визначати, хто і що буде, хто по чому буде
зараз
брати.
картина фантастична, але гіпотетично треба відповідати в такий спосіб всім політикам, які раптом починають вести розмову про те, що достатньо власного видобутку.
Ми ж, власне кажучи, зараз, на жаль, стали свідками того, що не знаючи, не маючи достатнього ринкового бекграунду, не маючи достатніх знань стосовно організації, стосовно механізмів державного управління в ринковій економіці, уряди, як і нинішні, так і попередні, намагаються запровадити спеціальні обов'язки, сказати, ось ви купуєте, ви берете ось такі обсяги там, газу, там, електричної енергії, все інше, і продаєте йому ось цьому за такою-то ціною. І ми бачимо ці спеціальні обов'язки, ми бачимо обмеження цін, ми бачимо регулювання цін, намагання запровадити, повернути державне регулювання. Але це ж намагання ось таким чином не вирішити проблему, а заплющити очі і сказати, що її немає, воно ж призведе, врешті-решт, до непередбачуваних наслідків. Звісно, може український уряд, використовуючи директиву ООН ще 62-го року, постановити, що природну ренту слід передати громадянам, тобто народу України. Да. І сказати, що ось ми продаємо всі корисні копалини за собівартістю, віддаємо за собівартістю все, що видобуваємо. Таке можливо. Таке було, наприклад, в Туркменістані, там газ віддавався за безплатно, там газ, вода, сіль, якщо я не помиляюся, все було таким собі дарунком. Але тоді потрібно буде якимось чином компенсувати не надходження до державного бюджету, сплати там, рентних платежів, там, податку на прибуток, ПДВ і так далі. Тобто, якщо уряд може знайти якісь інші джерела надходжень, будь ласка, жодних проблем. Але якщо ви не можете це знайти...
Чим більше ви змальовуєте цю картину, тим вона більше стається фантастичною. Хоча ви постійно робите відсилку, що гіпотетично це реально. Туркменістан, Білорусь, так?
Безумовно. А тому все можливо, якщо дійсно захотіти, можна зробити все. Але якщо ми дійсно хочемо, щоб у нас була нормальна країна, європейська країна, то всі мають працювати за правилами. І ці правила мають стосуватися не лише громадян, не лише суб'єктів господарювання, але й урядів. Якщо сказано, що Україна з ринковою економікою, давайте будувати ринкові відносини.
Звичайно.
Давайте встановлювати ринкові, вільні, якщо тотожно, ціни. Але тут знову ж таки виходить але. Але полягає в тому, що у нас всі ринкові зміни в енергетичному секторі полягали в тому, що у нас сказали, от в Європі є економічно обґрунтовані ціни. Давайте у нас зробимо економічно обґрунтовані ціни, у нас буде ринок. Насправді ні. Тому що ринкові ціни – це не лише економічно обґрунтовані ціни. Це ціни ще й прозорі, зрозумілі для всіх. І ці ціни доступні для більшості споживачів. Тобто, якщо ціна на той же самий природний газ є недоступною для більшості споживачів, то тут одне із двох. Або у нас ринку немає, або у нас уряд не знає, що таке ринкова ціна.
Коли ми можемо говорити тоді знову-таки, що дослідження вашого центру, ви теж проводите на цю тему постійно, психея, тоді доступність, недоступність для народу України чим вимірюється? Тобто, як ми можемо сказати?
Рівнем доходів.
Я зрозуміла, але коли 20-30% населення не може сплачувати за газ і переходить на дрова, чи яке це число має бути?
Це означає, що реформування здійснюється не в тому напрямі.
Але скільки? Це половина населення? Чи коли 10% не може сплачувати, це ще не та цифра, про яку годі
якщо
говорити?
казати ось про субсидії, у нас всі казали, що от держава підтримує всіх, хто не може сплачувати. Але що означає держава підтримує? Це означає, що з державного бюджету, тобто з бюджету, куди спрямовуються усі кошти платників податків, буде взята якась сума і передано іншим платникам податків. Тобто виходить, що це ж не субсидії, це ж не з власної кишені прем'єр виймає гроші і роздає їм тим, хто не може платити. Це означає, що всі інші сплачують не лише за себе, але за усіх інших.
За того, хто не може і кого хоче підтримати держава.
Так. Тому в тих же самих європейських країнах максимум, що можна казати про субсидії, це 5% населення, не більше.
5% населення.
Якщо 30, 40, 50, то це щось невірно, це не можна так робити. І от зверніть увагу, будь ласка, зараз на те, що оцю кількість чи обсяг субсидій, так, він намагається якимось чином зменшити, але все одно там виходить близько 40 мільярдів гривень на рік. Але ми реформуємо всі ці енергетичні ринки. В наступному році з державного бюджету має бути виділено близько 50 мільярдів гривень на компенсацію
І ви з цією цифрою не згодні?
За зеленим тарифом. Тобто це означає, що у нас виходить, що ще і недостатньо продумане реформування енергетичних секторів, воно призводить до того, що витрати з державного бюджету на підтримку когось, або якихось секторів економіки, або якихось прошарків населення, вони переважають загальний ефект від запровадження цих самих ринкових реформ.
Почула вас. Ще кілька питань маю по сховищах, буквально кілька, і по тому ще щодо видобутку. Чому видобуток у нас все-таки не зростає? Тобто є межа, і ми не перестрибнемо цю цифру? Буквально ще кілька слів.
Ні.
Чи реально
можна,
ще не зростає?
да, можна.
Чому не зростає останні роки?
Тому що вкладати гроші потрібно. Свого часу пан Єрхін, дуже відома людина в нафтогазовому секторі, його компанія провела розрахунки і сказала, що Україна цілком здатна видобувати до 70 мільярдів кубометрів газу на рік. Проте для цього потрібно щонайменше 50-55 мільярдів доларів інвестицій. Причому нафтогазова галузь, вона інерційна. Не можна казати, що от сьогодні вклали кошти, а завтра вже збільшилося видобуток. І ось це якраз була головна помилка в програмі 2020. Її не було виконано не через те, що хтось не хотів її виконувати, а через те, що там були поставлені цілі не тими, хто знає як, а тими, хто розмовляє передусім гаслами.
Давайте тоді теж трошки перейдемо на гасла, або, можливо, ви все одно знайдете для них аргументацію. Це буде останнє питання. Газу в сховищах зараз достатньо, так? Тому ви можете, подивившись в очі українцям, сказати, видихайте, не переймайтеся цими питаннями, тими деталями, які ми зараз обговорювали, чи ні? Чи ви не підете на таке гасло?
Не піду на це. Не піду на це, тому що, знаєте, все залежить від прогнозів американських синоптиків.
Давайте.
От за прогнозами американських синоптиків, ця зима в Україні буде не холоднішою, аніж 5 попередніх зим. Якщо не холоднішою вона буде, то газу вистачить до завершення опалювального сезону. Якщо, знову ж таки, але за підписання відповідного контракту. Так. Хоча б на якихось умовах. Якщо до 1 березня контракта не буде підписано, а січень виявиться січень-лютий виявляться значно холоднішими
що теж може бути?
За останні 5 років газу не вистачить. Всім вистачить в Києві, так, але що значить не вистачить? Це означає, що може виникнути питання щодо вимкнення передусім великих споживачів у східних та південних регіонах України. Недостатньо цього газу з тої точки зору. Це ж як великий резервуар, чи там діжка. От уявіть собі маленьку дитину, яка з ковшиком намагається з великої діжки дістати води. Коли діжка повна, вона може вичерпати. Але коли діжка все менше порожніє, то вона просто дотягнутися до тієї води немає. От те ж саме з газовими сховищами.
Хочу трошки пожартувати. Якщо б ви були політиками, обиралися в південних регіонах, ви б ніколи отак напередодні холодної, ймовірної зими, зараз вона зима, але не холодна, не налякали. Ви б сказали, все буде добре, подивилися б щиро людям в очі. Але ж ви не такий, Геннадій.
На жаль.
Дякую вам.
Дякую вам.
Генеральний директор агентства «Інтерфакс Україна» Олександр Мартиненко зараз поряд зі мною. Пане Олександре, питання, звичайно, зараз все крутиться в площині наприкінці року і взагалі, чого досягнула Україна, але в першу чергу ми зосереджуємося на стосунках Росії і України. І поясніть, будь ласка, з'явилася інформація про те, що обнуляють претензії Росія і Україна з 1 січня, але знаючи цифри виграшу, незрозуміло, майже 3 мільярди Україна отримала, але пробачає в рази більше. І в зрізі того, скільки Україна заробить від транзиту газу, співмірні цифри, чи тут дещо інше, тому не про цифри і цифри на шахівниці варто говорити?
Да, ви знаєте, насправді, мені здається, повний комплекс. Це комплексні угоди. Їх не можна вигнути одне з інший раз. Наскільки вони ефективні, наскільки вони для України вигідні політично, економічно, соціально, будь-що, я думаю, що будуть різні точки зору.
Ми зараз запросили, щоб вашу точку зору почути. Нас різні в даному випадку не цікавлять.
Я, чесно кажучи, у мене зараз, поки що їх остаточно немає, цифр, того ж самого транзиту, наприклад. Да, я не можу повністю співставити, які ж вигоди, які ми отримали, і те, що ми втратили. Єдине, що можу сказати, що 12 мільярдів, про які ми кажемо, що ми відмовилися від позовів, будемо реалістами, це не гарантований виграш. Це позови, які у нас були. Да, у нас є досвід виграшу 3 мільярдів, це правда. Але все ж таки сказати, що 12 мільярдів було у нас в кишені, а тепер ви їх винули, я б так не говорив, тому що все ж таки це судові процеси.
Не кажи гоп, поки не перескочиш.
Це довгі судові процеси. Ми пам'ятаємо, скільки продовжувався цей судовий процес. І це довгі судові процеси. І тому тут треба просто збалансувати всі наші вигоди і наші можливі втрати. Вони, безумовно, будуть, як при будь-якому компромісі. Наскільки вони важать. Там відсутність транзиту з одного боку, можливо, те, що могло бути без цих угод. Наскільки воно вдарило по Україні. Да, умовно кажучи, ми залишаємо ці угоди, 12 мільярдів ми за них судимося, не один рік, до речі. А в цей час нема транзиту. Да? Наскільки це тут ми втрачаємо чи виграємо?
Да.
Я думаю, що будуть і втрати в будь-якому варіанті. Коли ця угода буде підписана, і весь цей комплекс угод буде підписаний, знайдуться люди, які будуть казати, от ми втратили, ми щось не отримали. І це правда. Люди, які будуть ці угоди захищати, скажуть, ми ж здобули, і це теж правда. Питання того, скільки, кого. Тобто це питання насправді...
Тобто відповідь не може бути лаконічною, і поки що не маємо всіх показників і всіх висів.
Вона взагалі не може бути однозначною. Це відповідь двозначна в будь-якому варіанті.
Між тим, давайте про цю перемогу і те, що ви сказали, наше досягнення все-таки повернення. Ну, не 3 мільярдів, трошки менше, але хто тут конкретно був ковалем у цієї перемоги в арбітражах? Вам чітко зрозуміло?
Ну, арбітраж, це, я так розумію, це була спільна робота НАКу, у керівництва Нафтогазу, юристів, безумовно. Ну, власне, і все. Це команда менеджменту, команда юристів.
Давайте тепер згадувати і порівнювати, тому що ви гарний фахівець з точки зору не короткої пам'яті. Якщо ми згадаємо газову кризу 2006-го, 2009-го і нинішній період, коли ми були на волосинці майже від цієї кризи, як ми можемо порівняти, що співпадає, а що категорично відрізняється? 2009 рік, я знаю, ви взагалі дуже добре пам'ятаєте, 1 січня.
Так, він врізався в пам'ять, тому що це було 1 січня, я прийшов на роботу о 8 ранку, було дуже холодно на вулиці, і в кабінеті також. І, якщо не помиляюсь, десь о 9 чи о 10, я зараз не пам'ятаю точно, відключилося, тобто зник тиск в трубі. Так. І з цього часу ми цілими днями, практично і вдень, і вночі, сиділи на роботі і розписували, де який тиск, на якій станції, а потім все це велика робота по реверсу, який тоді вперше організували в НАКу. Робота була дуже важка. І, чесно кажучи, ніхто не знав тоді, чим це закінчиться, і взагалі чи працює ця система наших газопроводів в реверсному режимі. Так. І я вам можу сказати, що це була дуже непроста, високопрофесійна, але непроста робота. І, в принципі, це був надзвичайний режим. І коли ми говоримо про те, що могло б бути зараз, я б сказав, що
це... Вам згадується 2009-й, холодний.
2009-й, навіть, знаєте, навіть не тому, що, яке порівняння. Зараз ситуація була, може, гірше. Тому що тоді Росія ще була не готова до довгого припинення транзиту через Україну. Поясню чому, тому що не було, ну, у них хранилищ не було і тоді, і газ зберігати було ніде. Але тоді у них не було можливості, наскільки мені розповідали газовики, маневру. І мова йшла про те за 2 тижні, що вони вимушені були гасити скважини, тому що газ просто нікуди було дівати. Але за останні 10 років, як знову там розповідають фахівці, Росія, вони там прийняли якісь технічні певні, значить, заходи для того, щоб убезпечити від цього і для того, щоб пустити газ в інших напрямках, у випадку, якщо транзиту через Україну не буде. І тепер вони готові до довготермінового припинення транзиту. Не так, як тоді, 2 тижні, а довготермінового. І тому тут ситуація в Україні менш виграшна, ніж тоді. Це раз. І два, будемо теж реалістами, людей, які в Нафтогазі тоді працювали роками, десятиріччями і знали прекрасну цю систему, ми знаємо, що їх не дуже вже багато. Людей стає менше, професіонали, на жаль, багато хто з них виїхав з України. І мені здається, що загальна система управління зараз, вона слабша, ніж тоді. А мова йде не тільки про фахівців НАКу, як ви розумієте, а фахівців облгазів.
Я розумію, що ви, скоріше за все, в першу чергу про них і говорите.
Так, звичайно. Всіх, хто стосується, всіх, хто відповідає за доведення власного газу до населення. Мені здається, наскільки я знаю, багатьох цих людей, професіоналів вже нема на роботі, а деякі в країні. Вони вже виїхали. І тому мені важко сказати, яким чином вся ця система працювала би в реверсному режимі.
От бачите, з одного боку ви говорите, звичайно, це різні процеси, між тим, з одного боку ви говорите з жалем про те, що немає фахівців безпосередньо газотранспортної системи, з іншого боку ми маємо все одно, так чи інакше, це перемога із великої літери, про те, що ми відсудили свої гроші і про те, що Росія нам їх сплатила. І це теж вперше. Вперше, коли Україна пішла проти Росії, відстоювати своє безпосереднє право. Ви жодного разу не сказали про Північний потік-2. Безпосередньо, наскільки він нам загрожує. Ви кажете, Росія там стала маневреною, але чомусь ви не сказали, і у неї з'явився Північний потік-2.
Безумовно, це Північний потік-1, до речі. Це не тільки 2, тоді не було його ще. Тому обидва Північних потоку, вони надають можливість Росії маневрувати з газовими ресурсами, безумовно. І дійсно це постачання напряму на Німеччину. І він, я б назвав його загрозою, це така для нас, звичайно, неприємність, тому що постачати газ до користувачів в Німеччині, припустимо, чи в Австрії, да, тепер Росія може напряму без участі України, але фахівці теж прекрасно розуміють, що, по-перше, Німеччина і Австрія – це не вся Європа. Тому що у «Газпрома» є користувачі на Балканах, на півдні Європи, куди доставляти газ просто простіше і дешевше через Україну, а не через Північний потік. Це перше. І друге, це те, що українська газотранспортна система надає можливість маневрувати, я маю на увазі хранилища, які у нас заповнюються газом. Тобто в зимовий період зробити маневр, тобто постачати додаткові обсяги на Європу, що надає можливості Північний потік, тому що там таких можливостей немає. І тому офіцери вже казали, що повністю Північний потік-2 не загрожує повністю припиненню транзиту через Україну. «Газпром» не зможе від нього відмовитись до кінця. Цифру 40 мільярдів називали мені ще рік тому, що 40 мільярдів вони будуть обов'язково вимушені його транспортувати. Але є проект «Турецький потік», не той, який дійшов вже до Туреччини і постачає газ Туреччини, там все зрозуміло, а той, який потенційно може дійти на Балкани. Це складне питання, це питання ще залежить від позиції Єврокомісії. Безумовно, ми пам'ятаємо, як було дуже багато сперечалося в Єврокомісії, в тому числі по Північному потоку. Це не просте, це політичне питання, воно знов-таки для «Газпрому» непросте. Але якщо турецький потік запрацює в напрямку Балкан, вже коли буде прокладено в Європу, оце буде дійсно загрожувати Україні повним припиненням транзиту, тому що тоді «Газпром» зможе довести газ до всіх своїх користувачів в Європі, включно з Молдовою, до речі, з Румунією і так далі, без допомоги України.
Ви назвали американські санкції вишенькою на торті. Давайте згадаємо, як це відбулося в інформпросторі, до якого ви безпосередньо є дотичними. 20 грудня, так, Трамп у нас підписує санкції, і буквально через кілька годин з'являється інформація про протокол домовленостей. Тобто це прямий зв'язок?
Я думаю, що зв'язок є, але опосередкований. Як я вже сказав, сам по собі Північний потік це не було привід припинити і умова для припинення постачання України. Все одно ще транзит би зберігався. Просто мені здається, що це продемонструвало Газпрому в тому числі, що Сполучені Штати готові на такі різкі кроки. І, мабуть, що треба домовлятися. Я думаю, що це було більше такого, знаєте, політичної демонстрації намірів, хоча, безумовно, це ускладнить прокладання труб по морю. Ми знаємо прекрасно, що там зараз мова йде про судна, які вони мають відправити з далекого сходу на Балтику, причому деякі фахівці кажуть, що це судно не зможе прокласти такі труби. Ну, життя покаже, як вона буде.
Але безпосередньо повністю цей газопровід американські санкції не вб'ють?
Я думаю, що ні. Я думаю, що вони його затримують, дійсно. Але його не вб'ють просто тому, що це спільна воля його прокласти Росії і Німеччини. Тому я думаю, що до Німеччини, принаймні, цей в кінці кінців Північний потік-2 прийде. Можливо, в кінці цього наступного року, 20-го, я маю на увазі. Можливо, це не зараз, не за 3 місяці, але так чи інакше, я думаю, що він буде добудований.
Як вплине поки що протокол, будемо зрозуміти, що, напевне, буде договір ось найближчі дні, на внутрішню політику України?
А в внутрішній політиці буде все як завжди. Буде перемога і буде зрада. У нас же третього немає.
Вас бентежить, що так банально ми ділимо, тобто аналітика у нас зводиться до таких банальностей.
Я вже кілька місяців намагаюся розповісти всім, що люди не можна жити в монохромному світі, тому що ви ж не діти, кажу їм всім, вони все одно продовжують одне те ж саме.
Ви ж все одно намагаєтеся аналізувати.
А я намагаюся,
ви ходите в ефіри, ви намагаєтеся все одно не відкараскуватися простими формулюваннями.
Що світ не чорно-білий, що бувають відтінки, що, оскільки у нас йде боротьба політична, значить, одні воюють з президентом, інші воюють за президента, і тому їм простіше працювати так, чорні, білі, в общем, це абсолютно не відповідає реальності, але це такий віртуальний світ. Але я не думаю, що всі мої заклики вони на когось подіють, тому у нас буде людина, яка буде казати буквально наступного дня чи ввечері того ж дня, що звершився страшний злочин проти України, тому що ми щось там простили, чи не всі інтереси України перейшли червоні лінії, звичайно, буде говорити. Інші люди будуть казати, що почекайте, це перемога, тому що у нас є газ, є можливості і так далі, і тому подобне, ми відсудили. Коротше, у кожного будуть свої доводи. І кожен буде розповідати своїм прихильникам. А людям, які хочуть чути, будемо реалістами, є люди, які хочуть чути, що у нас в державі кругом зрадники наверху, є люди, які цього не хочуть чути. І от кожен буде працювати на свою аудиторію. На жаль, на превеликий жаль, я думаю, що професійної, чесної дискусії в політичному сенсі не відбудеться взагалі.
Не буде. Політичні договорники – це ще у нас одне словосполучення, яке активно увійшло в обіг поруч зі зрадою і перемогою. І от які політичні договорники можуть іти як навантаження? Пам'ятаєте, як нагрузку раніше ми там купували щось і нам давали там якусь брошурочку поезій. В навантаження до цих газових домовленостей?
Є питання, насправді, про яке зараз мало хто каже, і яке, як розумію, ще не вирішено, це питання прямих поставок Газпрому газу в Україну. А суб'єктів цих поставок, ціни цих поставок, кому ці поставки будуть йти або не йти. Я так розумію, що це буде головне поле такого бою. Чесно, я вважаю, що я не вважаю, що постачання там якихось кубометрів газу в Україну від Росії – це зрада. Тоді виникає питання, що воно зробити з нафтою, з вугіллям, який з Росії весь цей час йде, і ніхто це особливою зрадою не вважає. А єдине, що при цим постачанням треба враховувати два моменти. Момент перший. Не можна допустити довгострокової залежності від таких поставок. Тобто це не виключає, а навіть передбачає те, що ми маємо займатися газом власного здобутку і будувати той же самий інтерконектор з Польщею, наприклад. Тобто це як тимчасовий захід перше. І по-друге, це те, що мова повинна, і мова про ціну. Да? Тобто, яка це ціна? Це політична ціна чи ціна ринкова? Тому що якщо це ринкова, тоді перехід теоретичний з прямих постачання газу на постачання газу там умовно від європейських якихось структур чи значить, американського, він пройде абсолютно спокійно і без фінансових втрат. Тобто, звичайно, дешевий газ краще, ніж дорогий, але ми прекрасно пам'ятаємо, що у нього є ціна. Ну і третє, це обсяги, тому що все ж таки мені, власне, хотілося б, щоб газ українського добутку був базою і був основою для нашої енергетичної безпеки, а не постачання Газпрому.
І тепер все-таки про інформацію, якою ви у нас там, якоюсь ниткою, можемо сказати, повеліваєте в Україні. 2009 рік. Коли ви описували в інтерфаксі всі ці процеси, наскільки багато людей читали тоді про газ і як змінилася ситуація зараз? Ви бачите відвідуваність вашого сайту, запити?
Ну, ви знаєте, тоді не було Фейсбуку. І тому відвідуваність була висока. Тому що ми фактично були єдиним джерелом, з якого люди узнавали, отримували інформацію з двох боків. Тому що в нас була доступ до російської інформації, там йшла з Газпрому, а ми, здається, не єдиний були, хто працював з українською стороною, з Нафтогазом. Так. І, в принципі, вся ситуація на цьому газовому фронті у нас була як на долонях. Ми все це бачили. Причому було важливо не стати зброєю в чимось в руках, тоді була інша ситуація, вибачте, у нас не було ще війни, а нам потрібно було показати всім в Європі, в тому числі, що відбувається. Це було дуже важко, тому що коли виходив на першому каналі російського телебачення пан Купріянов, тодішній директор з комунікації Газпрому, і розповідав, що Україна, в принципі, почала вмирати сьогодні і помре завтра, а це було постійно, відповідати на це було з українського боку важко. І взагалі у нас не було стільки людей, можливостей і, прямо скажемо, грошей. Тому що грошей Газпрома на цю війну, мені потім розповідали, скільки вони витратили на піар-супроводження. Ну, саме, власне, цієї війни у мене щось залишилося в голові сума $20 мільйонів. Саме цих 2 тижнів. Я можу помилятися, але цей порядок такий точно. Це для Нафтогазу тоді було абсолютно, це була мрія, яка ніколи не здійснилася. І будемо реалістами, все це робили практично безкоштовно для того, щоб наші користувачі все це бачили і чули. Тому часи змінюються, звичайно. У нас з'явився Фейсбук. Велика радість для всього українського народу, завдяки чому тепер у нас фахівцям з газу є кожна друга людина в Україні, як ми знаємо. Вони всі експерти, вони всі можуть висказати свою професійну точку зору. І, я думаю, що і цим буде багато хто займатися на новорічні свята і зразу після них, і перед Різдвом також. Спостерігати за цим сумно, тому що...
стоп, зараз на інтерфаксі, що взагалі геть мало шукають, що етапи розвитку
цього газу? Ні, у нас шукають, тому що ми, в принципі, намагаємося бути першоджерелом і бути швидше всіх. Звичайно.
Ну так, і все одно ваша аудиторія то вас знає, вона
звичайно. Ні, у нас їх дуже багато, і тема, незважаючи, чим закінчаться переговори, чи буде транзит, чи не буде транзит, ми сподіваємося, що буде, це буде тема номер 1 на ці новорічні свята.
Ну, я вам дякую.
Дякую вам.
Анбандлінг – це процес відокремлення діяльності з транспортування енергоресурсів від їхнього постачання та видобування. Так працює європейський ринок газу. Одна і та сама компанія не може одночасно керувати газогоном і продавати паливо, адже це сприяє монополізації ринку і може впливати на вартість газу для споживачів. Таке законодавство у 2009 році ухвалив парламент Європейського Союзу. Воно має назву «Третій енергетичний пакет». Зобов'язання впроваджувати його Україна взяла на себе у 2010 році, ставши учасницею енергетичного співтовариства об'єднання країн Євросоюзу та Південно-Східної Європи. Верховна Рада ухвалила анбандлінг у листопаді 2019 року. Таким чином, оператор газотранспортної системи, який відповідає за транспортування газу, став незалежним і більше не підпорядкований компанії «Нафтогаз». Для цього Кабінет міністрів створив іншу державну компанію – «Магістральні газопроводи України», що підпорядкована Міністерству фінансів. Саме ця компанія буде відповідати, зокрема, і за транзит російського газу. Новий оператор ГТС має розпочати роботу з 1 січня 2020 року. Від початку української незалежності природний газ і його транзит до Європи є предметом суперечок і конфліктів між Росією та Україною. Два з них були настільки гострими, що отримали назву «газові війни». Уперше цей термін пролунав на початку 2006-го, коли на Новий рік Росія перекрила вентиль. На знак протесту тодішній радник президента Путіна Андрій Іларіонов подав у відставку і заявив про газову війну, зазначивши, що Кремль застосував проти України енергетичну зброю. У 2005 році російський газовий монополіст «Газпром» створив ситуацію, за якої Україна втратила можливість отримувати газ напряму з Туркменії та Казахстану. Москва зажадала збільшити ціну на російський газ у 5 разів – з 50 до $250 за 1000 кубометрів. Переговори не увінчалися успіхом, тому у ніч на 1 січня 2006 року «Газпром» припинив поставки і звинуватив Україну у несанкціонованому відборі газу. Кризу було розв'язано 4 січня із підписанням угоди про постачання газу в Україну через компанію-посередника «Росукренерго». Її акціонерами стали «Газпром» і компанія українського бізнесмена Дмитра Фірташа. А ціна газу для України у першому півріччі 2006 року склала $95. Газові домовленості 2006 року стали причиною серйозних суперечок серед українських політиків. Юлія Тимошенко була головним противником діяльності «Росукренерго». Наприкінці 2007 року вона стала прем'єр-міністром і поставила за мету усунути газового посередника від поставок. Через це Тимошенко регулярно вступала у конфлікт з президентом Віктором Ющенком. Їхнім протистоянням скористалася Росія. 31 грудня 2008 року президент Дмитро Медведєв висунув ультиматум. Наступного року ціна на газ складатиме захмарні $450 за 1000 кубів. За добу поставки українським споживачам були припинені, а з 7 січня був повністю перекритий і сам транзит. Газ припинили отримувати і європейці. 19 січня прем'єри двох країн Юлія Тимошенко та Володимир Путін уклали нову угоду. У контракті між «Нафтогазом» і «Газпромом» була вказана базова ціна у $450, але завдяки тимчасовим знижкам у 2009 році у середньому вона склала $233. Посередників між «Газпромом» і «Нафтогазом» було усунуто. Також було запроваджено принцип «бери або плати», відповідно до якого українська сторона мала би сплачувати штраф за купівлю меншого обсягу газу, ніж це передбачено контрактом. Принцип «бери або плати» через кілька років Україна оскаржила у Міжнародному арбітражному суді Стокгольма як дискримінаційний. Газотранспортна система України – це трубопроводи, компресорні станції та газосховища, що розташовані на території України і залишилися їй у спадок від Радянського Союзу. Саме через них українці отримують газ самі та доправляють блакитне паливо з Росії до Європи. Загальна протяжність труб – близько 38 тисяч кілометрів, що майже дорівнює довжині екватора Землі. Українська газотранспортна система – одна з найбільших у світі і найпотужніша у Європі. У ній понад 70 компресорних станцій та 12 підземних сховищ. Оператор газотранспортної системи України взаємодіє з 7 потужними газогонами сусідніх країн – Росії, Білорусі, Польщі, Словаччини, Угорщини, Румунії та Молдови. У 2019 році через територію України з Росії до європейських країн і Молдови надійшло 66 мільярдів кубометрів газу. Для власних потреб блакитне паливо з Російської Федерації Україна не закуповує понад 4 роки. Водночас за перекачування російського газу до Європи, тобто транзит, український «Нафтогаз» отримує від «Газпрому» до $3 мільярдів на рік. Утім, іще з 90-х років Росія будує трубопроводи в обхід України, основні з яких – це Ямал-Європа та Північний потік, який прокладений через Балтійське море до Німеччини. Будівництво його другої гілки призупинили у грудні цього року через санкції Сполучених Штатів. А також Турецький потік, одна з ниток якого передбачає постачання газу до країн Південної та Південно-Східної Європи.
Олена Осмоловська, голова прес-служби «Нафтогаз Україна» у нас в студії. Олена, питання найперше, яке турбує мене особисто як журналіста. Чому ви вирішили вашу сторінку в Фейсбуці, ну не вашу особисто, а сторінку «Нафтогаза», зробити таким комунікаційним інструментом і повідомляти там в першу чергу те, що відбувається, а потім вже і дозволяти, до речі, дещо іронічні такі повідомлення, дещо більш розслаблені, ніж імідж, ніж ви робите це офіційно? Чому так? Не всі структури в Фейсбуці комунікують настільки оперативно.
Нам було важливо завоювати довіру. Ця сторінка з'явилася в 2015 році, коли ми розуміли, що проти нас грають дуже потужні сили. В першу чергу це російські ЗМІ, російські експерти і люди, які підтримують їхню повістку тут в Україні. Тому, відповідно, нам треба було знайти якийсь інструмент, яким ми можемо достукатися до нашої аудиторії і при цьому не потрапити в цю пастку, коли ми щось маємо постійно спростовувати, потім хтось нас спростовує. Фейсбук-сторінка – це прямий зв'язок з нашою аудиторією, з людьми, які цікавляться газом, тим, що
я хотіла, до речі, щоб ви окреслили цю аудиторію, тобто яка вона, наскільки вона критично мисляча, чи і лякають вас, коли питання банальні, чи не хочеться відповісти, боже, ми ж з 15-го року просвітлюємо вас, а ви ставите такі банальні питання?
Ні, це зовсім не протест. Ця сторінка, вона для того, щоб спілкуватися напряму. В першу чергу я зрозуміла, що ця аудиторія дуже спеціальна. Це люди, які цікавляться газовими питаннями, цікавляться боротьбою, протистоянням України і Росії. Так. І газ, і енергетика – це один з важливих цих фронтів. Наша аудиторія дуже патріотична, дуже активна. Це громадяни, які відстоюють активну позицію. І вони дуже часто нам допомагали доносити ту якусь важливу для нас інформацію до більш широких кіл. Цих громадян дуже часто читали люди, які ухвалювали рішення в країні, і досі ця аудиторія також є дуже важливою для нас, для того, щоб підтримати певне рішення з боку української влади.
Чи не хочете ви тоді, Альона, сказати, що ваша сторінка випереджає, власне, щодо інформування, і вам тоді не настільки потрібні там українські ЗМІ? Тим більше, якщо ми порівняємо українські ЗМІ і російські в висвітленні цих процесів, то російські ЗМІ чому подають інформацію оперативніше? Можливо, теж ви поясните, чому?
Тут треба трошки розділити два питання. Як ми спілкуємося на нашій сторінці і чому російські ЗМІ отримують інформацію швидше і інформують про це швидше. Наша сторінка на Фейсбуці – це дуже окремий інструмент для тої аудиторії, яка є для мене дуже важливою, тому що те, що ці люди пишуть у себе в Фейсбуці, воно потрапляє в зону уваги людей, які приймають рішення в Україні. І так було і за попередньої влади, і за цієї влади. Це люди, які мають активну громадянську позицію, які цікавляться протистоянням між Україною і Росією, для яких газова тема – це частина цього протистояння. Вони дуже сильно вболівають за Україну, вони вболівають тепер і за «Нафтогаз», і я фактично там перед ними звітую. Тобто кожен мій пост – це звіт до тих людей, які переживають за те, що відбувається у «Нафтогазі». Так. На відміну від професійних ЗМІ, цим людям можуть бути невідомі якісь там дуже складні бекграунди, як це все відбувалося. Серед професійної тусовки енергетичних журналістів у нас також налагоджена дуже швидка комунікація, ми з ними в оперативному контакті. Офіційно, неофіційно я їм обов'язково дуже швидко передаю інформацію. Але проблема в тому, чи питання в тому, що багато з цих журналістів, вони в газовому ринку набагато більше час, ніж я. І їм не треба вже нічого пояснювати, в них дуже великий там є багаж знань. Люди, які читають мою сторінку на Фейсбуці чи сторінку «Нафтогазі» на Фейсбуці, вони живуть своїм життям. У них є інші проблеми, в них є інші заботи, вони займаються своїм бізнесом, своєю роботою. Тому на цій сторінці я їм фактично викладаю простою мовою те, що зараз відбувається. І для того, щоб це було не нудно і не набридало людям, ми намагаємося робити, ми взяли такий тон трошки іронічний, ми дозволяємо собі там більш жваву комунікацію порівняно з тим, як звичайно звучить там компанія, не тільки державна, взагалі комерційна, в своїх прес-релізах. І, власне, це працює.
Ну, ви ж переконалися, що це працює, але ви переконалися, що такий тон більш живий, він може бути, має бути з часом? Чи ви відразу думали, так, створю сторінку, так, буду нести відповідальність, бо це серйозно, я її створила, я там відповідаю. Або безпосередньо споживачі цієї інформації підштовхнули вас до того, що Коболєв хай буде офіційним, а сторінка може бути більш вільнішою у висловлюванні?
Це те, що називається персоналія бренду нашого «Нафтогазу». Ми її вибудовували там з 15-го року. У 2015 році.
Як живий процес.
Так. Коли я зрозуміла, що персоналія трошки інша, і аудиторія дуже специфічно відокремлена від того, яка читає загальні релізи, це коли ми спробували привітати журналістів з Днем журналістів, і я зрозуміла, що ця сторінка не для них. Було некоректно казати там «Любі журналісти, ми вас вітаємо з вашим професійним святом».
А хотілося, щоб було спочатку так.
І я почала писати, я зрозуміла, що ні, вони читають інші джерела, а тут мене читає інша моя аудиторія, яка не є професійними медійниками. Вони просто дуже сильно переживають за те, що відбувається в країні. І тому довелося трошки переписати.
Тобто все-таки вас поміняла аудиторія? Безпосередньо цю
аудиторія нас сформувала, це правда.
Заговорили вже про пана Коболєва. Чому останній місяць у переговорах з росіянами та європейцями щодо транзиту бере участь не він безпосередньо, а Юрій Вітренко? І вже його преса навіть охрестила там газовим генералом, здається, такі метафори вживають. До речі, ваша ремарка з того приводу, чи подобається вам, коли метафорично вішається до певної міри все одно ярлик? Тобто не просто кажуть посаду, а ось так окреслюють. І тобто, чому переговірник з боку «Нафтогазу» змінився?
Переговірник не змінився. Коболєв на зв'язку постійно із усіма залученими сторонами. І Юрій Вітренко знаходиться там з дуже певним окресленим набором повноважень і директив, що він має робити. Це не є формальні директиви в тому сенсі, які є в Кабінеті міністрів, але він розуміє, в яких рамках і які рішення він може приймати, а що він має погоджувати. Друге питання, що порівняно з 2014-2015 роком, в «Нафтогазі» змінилася система корпоративного управління. Навіть Коболєв не має тих повноважень, які він мав в 2015 році. У нас тепер є наглядова рада, в повноваження якої входять певні питання.
Так.
Питання такого розміру, як зараз вирішуються на переговори з «Газпромом», вони потребують також узгодження з акціонером, яким є наш Кабінет міністрів. Тому зараз фактично не настільки важливо, хто саме особисто присутній в кімнаті. Важливо, які завдання він має, які задачі перед ним поставлені. І рішення про будь-яку угоду приймається на більш високому рівні.
Щодо ваших повноважень особисто, в 2014-2015 році знаю, що вас залучали до тристоронніх перемов Росія, Україна, Євросоюз. Які деталі ви зараз можете там донести до нас, і вони можуть бути актуальними в цьому зрізі? І чому взагалі важливо оці тристоронні перемови? Чому участь Європи, вона Євросоюзу є важливою? І чи зараз, я так розумію, вас не долучають? Тобто ваші повноваження теж змінилися?
Зараз спочатку про те, чому важливий цей тристоронній формат. Тристоронній формат, по-перше, нам дає свідка в кімнаті. Наші будь-які договори з Росією мають таку схильність не виконуватися з боку російської сторони. І ми вже на перший рік бачимо, що коли щось підписується, договір порушується з російського боку, і потім треба дуже багато зусиль витратити на те, щоб довести, що ми домовлялися про інше. Ось же в нас написано, ось у нас Будапештський меморандум, ось у нас там договір.
З цих причин були свідкою президента в Парижі?
Ймовірно, нормандський формат, він має на меті приблизно те саме, щоб були також свідки, які підтримують цей процес. 2014 рік був дуже складним для України. Він був максимально складним для «Нафтогазу». В нас не було газу в підземці, не було грошей, були величезні борги перед «Газпромом». Тому було дуже важливо знайти таке рішення, через яке не станеться холодомор тієї зими. Україна не замерзне, люди будуть з газом, незважаючи на всі події, які відбувалися того року і агресію з боку Росії. Тому залучення європейців було для нас дуже важливим, для того, щоб ми отримали можливість забезпечувати людей, українців, тими обсягами газу, які були потрібні тоді. Цей формат виявився дуже таким корисним, ефективним. Я була на декількох з цих засідань. Як це відбувається? Величезна кімната, здоровенний такий овальний стіл, на якому стоять таблички з іменами, хто від російської сторони, української сторони, європейської сторони. Перше я бачила переговори, які тривали 8 годин, жодного разу люди не сіли за стіл. Відбувалося це так, що ось стоїть група українців, там стоїть група представників Росії, і між ними бігають представники Євросоюзу, намагаються узгодити якісь позиції. І ці речі ці зустрічі відбувалися багато разів. Там їх було 8 чи 9 за півроку, доки нарешті була узгоджена якась позиція, яка дозволила нам заключити той контракт з Газпромом, і завдяки якому ми пройшли спокійно ту зиму.
Бачите, виходить, ви кажете, свідки завжди мають бути в кімнаті, але свідкам випала така найбільш важка роль – бігати, поєднувати,
вони були медіатори,
почути, звичайно, всіх. Скажіть, будь ласка, зараз ще одна з тих речей, ми стоїмо на порозі підписання договору, але одна з тих речей, яка вже почала обговорюватися в медійному просторі, це безпосередньо обнуління зобов'язань. І ось тут є певні моменти. Кожен з експертів, я беру експертів такого високого гатунку, вони в принципі кажуть, що все нормально, тому що ми нічого не втрачаємо. Ті люди, які не розбираються в деталях газових стосунків, вони кажуть зрада. Я ненавиджу так оцінювати дійсно глибокі і серйозні процеси. Між тим, поясніть, будь ласка, доступною для вас мовою сторінки Нафтогазу в Фейсбуці, чому обнуління можливе і чому ви, в принципі, особисто, ми говоримо зараз, ви його схвалюєте, обнуління претензій?
Тому що це не обнуління, це обмін. Ми створили ці можливості спеціально для того, щоб в переговорах мати сильну позицію і мати можливість ці інструменти обміняти на щось рівноцінне. От визначити зрада чи перемога в цьому обміні – це подивитися, наскільки рівноцінний був цей обмін. Що ми кажемо в позові на 12 мільярдів доларів? Це поточний позов, де ми, по суті, дали свою відповідь на вимоги Газпрому. І в цьому позові ми кажемо, дивіться, Газпром відмовляється користуватися українською ГТС після завершення контракту. Більше того, Газпром не дає іншим компаніям можливості це зробити замість нього. Для нас це виходить яка ситуація? Ми здали комусь кімнату, людина виїхала з тої кімнати, але ключ нам не повернула. І вона каже, я вже не користуюся цією кімнатою. Ну, все. Ми кажемо, так ключ поверніть, будь ласка. Ні, ключ не повернемо. В цій ситуації ми кажемо, ну тоді, вибачте, ти маєш нам заплатити за вартість цієї кімнати до кінця її строку амортизації. Ми кажемо, що це прискорена амортизація, залишкова вартість нашої ГТС складається в ці 12 мільярдів. І ми кажемо, ну якщо ти не користуєшся ГТС після завершення контракту, відповідно протягом цього контракту, 18-19 рік, ми маємо з тебе взяти всю вартість залишкову нашої ГТС. Що може в цій ситуації зробити Газпром? Вони можуть або відмовитися і не користуватися нашою ГТС, і тоді ми будемо вимагати з них, пройде там кілька років, поки ми зможемо довести свою позицію і забрати ці гроші у них. Або вони можуть сказати, окей, я бронюю цю систему, я продовжую з нею користуватися, або будь-хто продовжує нею користуватися, я не заважаю, цей процес іде. І тоді наша позиція в суді, відповідно, змінюється. Бо ми не можемо вже більше суддям довести, що Газпром забороняє іншим користуватися, не хоче сам і створює ці перешкоди. Ситуація, коли Газпром скаже, я готов був забронювати, або я готов був зробити так, щоб система використовувалася, але вони, ці українці, вони щось там не захотіли. Це також підірве нашу позицію в тому арбітражі. Тому для нас це інструмент, який має цінність в тому випадку, коли ми хочемо Газпрому довести, що йому вигідніше продовжити користування нашою системою.
І ми цей інструмент обміняли, і дуже важливо тоді відкласти в головах тих, хто нас зараз дивиться, що арбітраж на трохи менше, ніж 3 мільярди, і у той майбутнє на 12 – це різні процеси, різна аргументація і різна робота буде вестися. Не треба думати, що автоматом ми б могли виграти, правильно?
Кожен з цих інструментів – це окрема штука в нашому арсеналі.
Да.
Коли ми починали, дуже важливо згадати, січень цього року, 19-го, початок тристоронніх переговорів щодо продовження транзиту з 20-го року. Росіяни кажуть, для того, щоб ми взагалі прийшли і сіли за стіл, Україна має забути, Нафтогаз має відмовитися від цих 3 мільярдів.
Так.
Це тривало до вересня. В вересні вони погодилися сісти за стіл і почати переговори. Їхні переговори почалися з того, що нам потрібен нульовий варіант. Україна має відмовитися від 3 мільярдів, і тільки потім ми почнемо про щось переговорюватися. Ми стоїмо на своєму. 3 мільярди – це виграні кошти. Ми вже пройшли арбітраж присудив нам цей виграш, і ми маємо право на цю компенсацію. Позиція в цих переговорах зблизилася настільки, що ми кілька днів тому отримали ці гроші на рахунок. Тобто це демонстрація того, як ми відстоюємо свої позиції, що б не казала інша сторона. Якщо в нас є право на ці гроші, то ми його відстояли, ми гроші отримали. В тому, що стосується інших питань, там так само іде зважування, що ми віддаємо, що ми отримуємо. Я впевнена абсолютно в переговорниках з нашої сторони, з української сторони, в тому, що нічого не буде віддано задарма. Всі обміни будуть рівноцінні.
Дивіться, чому зараз це стало можливим і чому вперше Україна Нафтогаз пішла на настільки, я зараз вам підігрую, але це ніби мені здається очевидні речі для здравомислячих людей, настільки сміливо пішла на відстоювання своїх інтересів і своїх цифр. Чому зараз це стало можливим, а раніше ніколи це можливо не було?
Це стало можливо в 2014 році. Це команда, це люди, які мали сміливість, певно. Ми колись ще в 2014-2015 році ми говорили з одним соціологом відомим, і нам треба було якось сформулювати, які ми як команда, які ми цінності з собою уособлюємо. І він сказав якось так: ви безбашені, але в хорошому сенсі цього слова. Ця риса в команді, вона продовжує існувати, і ми сміливі в тому, що ми бачимо можливість, ми хочемо нею скористатися, ми бачимо, що треба зробити, щоб зробити якісну підготовку. І це, власне, сила Нафтогазу в тому, що ми здатні довести до результату складні рішення.
Так, тепер про українську ГТС давайте трохи. Чи зможе вона працювати без транзиту? Тому що цю думку треба ще раз повторювати, без транзиту російського газу. Саме стабільність роботи, я маю на увазі.
Ми дуже хочемо, щоб транзит продовжився з 1 січня. Ми не хочемо ніяких криз, ми не хочемо переривання. Але раптом це станеться з будь-якої причини. Ми цього року провели модернізацію нашої ГТС, газотранспортної системи, з тим, щоб можна було газ, який у нас закачаний в підземках на заході країни, підняти і довести до споживачів на Сході. В центрі, півдні, схід, всі ці люди будуть забезпечені доступом до газотранспортної системи і до газу в ній.
Скільки треба прокачувати, щоб ГТС була рентабельною українська?
Це вже трохи інше питання. І питання це є продуктом обсягу і ціни за прокачку певної кількості газу. Тобто для того, щоб ГТС була рентабельна, вона має генерувати певний дохід. Якщо це менший обсяг, це більший тариф. Якщо це більший обсяг, тариф на одиницю прикачування менше. Це те, що є європейськими правилами, це те, що ми пояснюємо Газпрому і російській стороні. Чим більше ви прокачуєте через українську ГТС, тим дешевше вам буде одиниця прокачування. Так працює всюди, вони це чудово розуміють.
Так.
Тому питання для зараз у переговорників дуже складне з боку Газпрому. Це про яким чином збалансувати цей співвідношення обсягу прокачки і доходу, який ми там генеруємо. Це те, що є, напевно, найскладнішим елементом переговорів, які ще станом на зараз ще тривають.
Переговори ще тривають станом на зараз, і американські санкції проти Північного потоку, наскільки прямо чи опосередковано впливають на переговорну позицію України?
Ми можемо сказати, що вони були дуже корисними, дуже допомогли Україні отримати той прогрес в переговорах, який ми бачимо протягом останніх кількох днів. Санкції були впроваджені 20 грудня, підписані Трампом. Вони вступили в силу негайно, і ми побачили негайну реакцію від компанії, яка прокладала труби для Північного потоку-2. Вони зупинили роботу, і вони зараз, ці кораблі, які це робили, вони вийшли з Балтійського моря.
Так, і от якраз про Північний потік, ви правильно сказали, деякі компанії, вони відмовилися відразу безпосередньо брати участь у будівництві, можливо, призупинили остаточно, так? І от у Росії зараз труднощі з пошуком підрядника, а в принципі, зважаючи на ці санкції, наскільки, на вашу думку, знову таки важко, напевно, прогнозувати, відтермінується будівництво потоку через це?
Я хочу сказати, що ці санкції, вони виникли не випадково. Це є серія подій, до якої доклалася також і українська сторона, і команда Нафтогазу. Крім судового арбітражного фронту, в нас ще був фронт цей, де ми намагалися пояснювати і європейцям, і американцям, наскільки шкідливий цей проект, як він погано вплине на всю газову архітектуру Європи, на весь цей ринок, і чому він має бути зупинений. Серед цих, в цій частині роботи є такі результати, як впровадження газової директиви, яка обмежить обсяги, доступні для Газпрому. Це введення санкцій, це затримка дозволів з боку Данії. Завдяки цим всім результатам цей газогін ще не запущений до кінця 2019 року. Тому той факт, що в нас є цей спротив з боку європейців і американців, він також дуже сильно допоміг нам в переговорах зараз.
Директор Центру досліджень енергетики Олександр Харченко сказав, що 3 роки точно Північний потік-2, точно, за його приблизними підрахунками, там грубими, як він сказав, запускатися не будемо. Які у вас прогнози щодо цього?
Продовжуючи цю тезу, що результат цього потоку роботи – це оці складні рішення, які довго дуже приймалися, я можу сказати, що далі ця робота має продовжуватися. Для того, щоб вони не змогли швидко добудувати цей потік, ми маємо так само продовжувати пояснювати нашу позицію у Вашингтоні, дивитися, щоб ці санкції не були пом'якшені чи скасовані, дивитися, щоб вони, можливо, були модифіковані для того, щоб ця можливість добудови була точно усунута. Це процес, на яким ми будемо працювати далі.
Цікаво, як він відбувається. Коли ви розповіли і окреслили, я чітко уявила, як відбуваються там тристоронні перемови, коли Україна, Євросоюз, Росія. А оця робота, яка невидима, тобто невидимий фронт боротьби, в який спосіб, з ким, як ви налагоджуєте стосунки, як відбувається пояснення. Тобто про це ми не прочитаємо в пресі. Це невидима робота. І наскільки тут важко її вести. Пояснювати, аргументувати, вибивати ці зустрічі. Напевно, вас не сидять, не чекають, просто щоб Україна прийшла, там представники Нафтогазу пояснили.
Іноді чекають.
Іноді чекають, да? Як це відбувається? Можливо, якийсь там конкретний діалог, конкретну комунікацію ви приклад наведете?
Це реально баланс інтересів. Нам після одної зустрічі нам людина сказала дуже важливу для мене фразу. Ви як команда відрізняєтеся від того, що ми зазвичай бачимо з України, тому що ви приходите з дуже чітким набором тез, ви пояснюєте мені, навіщо це мені потрібно, і найголовніше, ви маєте відповідь на питання, чим я можу допомогти.
Так.
Коли ми провели свою домашню роботу, ми зрозуміли, хто може вплинути на певне рішення. Ми зрозуміли, які у цієї людини або цього органу є інтереси, є потреби, і ми розуміємо, яким чином ці потреби співпадають з нашими. Коли ми знаходимо, яким чином ми перехрещуємося в цих потребах, ми маємо також зробити наступний крок і сказати, а що ви можете зробити? І цей крок, це рішення також має бути сформовано, спаковано і принесено. Коли ці три речі вони скомбіновані і нормально людською мовою знову ж таки донесені, ми маємо результат.
Як тоді було раніше?
Раніше...
Ніби все логічно для того, щоб когось перетягнути на свій бік, починати говорити, що для нього є корисного. А як було раніше?
Раніше часто Україна говорила не про них, а про себе. про те, які ми нещасні, про те, як нас образили, про те, як щось порушили. І це завжди дуже програшна позиція. Ми всі люди абсолютно в будь-якій країні, вони десь егоїстичні, вони думають в першу чергу про себе.
Так.
Когось дійсно шкода, але не тоді, коли треба відірвати від себе і щось загубити, від чогось відмовитися. Тому вся наша робота направлена на те, щоб знайти спільні інтереси, щоб люди були зацікавлені зробити це для себе.
Так, не можу не згадати. Ми стоїмо на порозі новорічних свят. Кілька років тому Андрій Коболєв на адресу Газпрома надіслав таку іронічну листівку. Ви можете зараз нагадати, що там за текстовка була. І от цього разу іронія знову буде, чи навпаки буде щось таке дуже поблажливе. Взагалі, чи буде листівка, можливо, ви знаєте. І чи буде навпаки щось надто добре, надто оптимістичне в цій листівці?
Ми любимо, власне, використовувати іронію і гумор в нашій сторінці і в нашій комунікації зовнішній часто. Листівка, про яку ви кажете, вона була новорічна, вона була на завершення зими. Це була дуже чергова наша складна зима, коли ми перед сезоном опалювальним ми закачали досить невелику кількість газу в підземки, на відміну від того, що ми маємо зараз. І дуже багато критиків було, і критики з боку Газпрому, що Україна не готова до зими, Україна замерзне, буде відбирати з транзиту.
Так.
І от коли стало зрозуміло, що вже тепліше, вже кінець березня там був, ми оголосили такий невеличкий конкурс на кращу листівку з якимось дуже чутливим, гарним віршиком про прихід весни, яку ми направимо одному з наших контрагентів. Вони зрозуміли, для кого ця листівка, і в нас дуже гарно долучилися люди. Ми побачили дуже багато дуже гарних таких красивих віршів про весну з невеличкою ноткою суму в цих, як було замовлено. Чому гумор? Чому іронія? Тому що це інструмент, це певна зброя, яку деякі наші контрагенти не мають можливості використовувати. Як сказав один знайомий мій в Євросоюзі, що, ти знаєш, Штазі і КДБ, вони не вміють жартувати.
Тому я хотіла перепитати, не мають можливості застосовувати, чи просто не мають гумору?
Вони не їхня їх, це не гумор і жарти, це
не їхня вдача.
Це не властиве. Да. Тому коли ми жартуємо, часто нам не можуть відповісти, і це залишає нас одними на цьому полі бою і допомагає нам вигравати.
Можливо, це усвідомлення, що ви одні на полі бою і робить вас, я б не сказала, що надто самовпевненими, але доля того, що більше від, скажімо, нуля за градацію, тобто, можливо, ви для когось і більш, ніж треба, самовпевнені.
Можливо. Треба визнати, що ця робота, яку ми ведемо і в арбітражах, і в тому, що стосується санкцій, ухвалення газових директив, вона така виснажлива досить. Це дуже багато постійних зустрічей, це не робиться зараз, це не робиться однією подачою якихось документів кудись. І для того, щоб її робити ефективно і результативно, треба отримати задоволення від цього. Тому в нас зібрана реальна команда, яка хоче це робити, тому що ми мотивовані результатом, ми мотивовані відчуттям того, що ми щось змінюємо. І ми цінуємо ті результати, яких нашій команді вдалося досягти. Можливо, іноді це задоволення своїм результатом виглядає занадто яскраво для когось, хто дивиться на нас ззовні.
Але маєте для того підстави.
Це результат того, що там дуже багато було складної роботи, і ми вважаємо, що перемоги треба відзначати, і перемоги треба святкувати.
І визнавати, так. Дякую, Альона. Дякую.
Дякую дуже.